Li Yao did not expect the game to be pushed forward to such a fatal extent when he and Long Yangjun had just talked about the upcoming storm the previous night. It was happening so fast that he was almost overwhelmed. But the question remained, whose move was it? Thinking for a moment, Li Yao entered a communication room next to the suite that was specially prepared for him. Inside the communication room was a super crystal processor with a particularly high power. Through a private route, it was able to contact the speaker's office on Firefly directly. As Chui Lingfeng's special representative, naturally, he was allowed to report to Chui Lingfeng anytime. When the light beam was turned on, he could tell that there was a lot of hustle and bustle in the speaker's office on Firefly. Chui Lingfeng was frowning gravely and deep in thought. Have you read the information that Moonfall exposed? Li Yao had no time to bother about whether or not the route was monitored now. Even if it was, it would not be a big deal, because what mattered most right now was explaining everything properly in case of deeper misunderstanding. Was it done by us? Of course not. How could we have done such a stupid thing? Chui Lingfeng denied assertively. We might have been suspicious that Xinyue was manipulating everything behind the curtain. But firstly, we cannot accuse one of the leaders of our ally without concrete proof, which may lead to unpredictable consequences. Secondly, this is also very precious leverage and could have been thrown to her to trade for more practical benefits if she is truly elected as the Speaker of the Federation. This is exactly how the game is played. I know you know it. I know you know it. But I pretend that I don't know you know it. And you also pretend that you don't know I'm pretending that I don't know you know it. This is politics. While the Star Glory Federation tries every means possible to infiltrate Firefly, haven't we sent a lot of intelligence personnel to sneak into the Federation? An ally's business is an ally's business. Integration's business is integration's business. And infiltration's business is infiltration's business. They must not be confused. We are all professionals here. There is no way that we would have done such an absurd thing as to put the game that should have been played under the table in front of the public. Besides, you've seen how detailed the exposure is. A lot of internal details about the Dim Moon Fund are involved in it. Such information could never be grasped by us. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible that we did it. Moonfall is somebody else. Got it? Li Yao nodded. Then, what should the stance of our delegation be? In short, no comments, Chui Lingfeng said. At this moment, the exposure is still mostly made of assumptions. It lacks real-life evidence. At the very least, we do not need to show an attitude toward the general public of the Federation in case matters get worse. I have spoken to Captain Xie of the delegation and asked him to hold an emergency meeting with the Federation as fast as possible to relieve the possible misunderstandings and concerns so that the issue will not affect our cooperation. On the other hand, I will speak to Speaker Wan of the Star Glory Federation directly later. I'm afraid that you'll have to accelerate your pace now. I have a feeling that the exposure will not be an independent event. If there is indeed a scheme, it will break out very soon. Xinyue is the focus of the scheme. She is now in the capital city of the Federation in the Heaven's Origin sector. You must reach the capital city as quickly as possible. I will arrange for you to meet Speaker Wan of the Federation soon. Remember, however much we might have disagreed in the past, unity and cooperation come first. We are cultivators and brothers. Brothers may fight in the house, but they should resist the enemy together if somebody breaks down the door. Do you understand what I mean, Captain Lin? Li Yao knew that the words were not necessarily meant for him to hear, but he still nodded quickly and said, Understood. If the Federation has any requirements when they are searching for this, Moonfall, Chui Lingfeng said, I command you to offer any help possible to the Federation and try to cooperate with the Federation's work. Understood. After concluding the conversation with Chui Lingfeng, Li Yao noticed that the noises outside the window were more and more obstreperous. Somebody was walking loudly on the corridor inside the hotel, too. Li Yao was not affected by the noises. Knowing that the incident had not been exposed by the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, he was greatly relieved. Also, it was great that Chui Lingfeng thought that brothers should fight against a common foe despite the internal conflicts they might have. He then turned back and carefully read the reactions to the event on the major websites and forums. Naturally, the spiritual nexus was already on fire because of the news. But perhaps because the content was too flabbergasting, it was somewhat impossible to comment on it. Most of the neutral netizens were waiting for the follow-up news and for the federal government to provide a clear conclusion, but a tiny proportion of them, Ding Lingdong's and Xinyue's hardcore supporters, were cursing each other aloud. Ding Lingdong's hardcore supporters said that Xinyue was a second Lu Zue and a traitor of the Federation who had committed such wrongdoings just in order to become the speaker. Not only was she unqualified to be the speaker, she should also be sent to prison. Xinyue's supporters, on the other hand, accused Ding Lingdong's supporters of fabricating such a shocking scandal just for Ding Lingdong to ascend to the throne of the speaker despite the great enemy up ahead. The dirty water on Xinyue was merely a setup, which was likely to tear the Federation apart. Holding his nose, Li Yao read them for a long time. He then scrutinized the letter of Moonfall again and realized that, while his diction was rather sloppy, and certain phrases such as traitor of the Federation were a bit too extreme, implying a low education, the specific details of the letter were rather logical and errorless. Nobody without abundant actual work experience would ever be able to write it. Was it possible that he was speaking the truth and was actually a member of the Dim Moon Fund who only exposed the information because of his conscience and indignation? Li Yao was no elementary school student. He would never believe such CR*P. Therefore, the most critical question right now was who exactly Moonfall could be. Also, as for his good disciple Xinyue, who had inherited the essence of all his acting skills and even the knowledge of his dark side, where was she, and what was she up to? Li Yao scratched his nose and suddenly grinned. It was highly unlikely that Xinyue, who had been educated by himself and Jin Tuyi, two great experts of acting, and gone through so many difficulties in the past 100 years, would just be tripped by a tiny tip-off, right? How will you respond, Xinyue? I can't wait to appreciate it closely now. In the capital city of the Heaven's Origin Sector, in the central square on July 20th, the memorial day for the deceased in the Uranian Ring War was underway. As the first large-scale expedition of the new Federation after it was established, and the War of Rise that really built the new federal army into shape, the war had always had a special meaning to the federal government and the people of all social classes. On July 20th every year, enormous parades and memorial ceremonies would be held in the capital city as well as the major worlds. The big shots nationwide would gather before the monument for heroes of the Uranian Ring War in the capital city and pay tribute to the warriors who sacrificed themselves. The two speaker candidates who had been running about across the nation, giving speeches and attracting more votes were no exceptions. Ding Lingdong and Xinyue both returned to the capital city and appeared before the monument. The memorial ceremony this year, however, was particularly weird and depressed. Xinyue seemed to have been installed with powerful magnetic units all over her body, distracting everyone's eyes from the monument to herself. Naturally, it was because of the shocking exposure. However, Xinyue responded calmly and comfortingly. Her smile toward the supporters and her grievance when she faced the monument in silence were equally impeccable. She seemed to be at the center of a superstorm. The suspicions and attacks of the outside world did not seem to bother her at all. Whoever saw her face would inevitably doubt whether the exposure on the spiritual nexus was true or merely hearsay and a groundless setup, no matter how much they had believed the letter from Moonfall before. In the press conference after the memorial ceremony, when one of the reporters suddenly raised the sharp question to Xinyue in violation of the theme of Memorial, Xinyue's delicate makeup and perfect countenance were not affected at all. She simply replied with 5 short words. Rumors end at the wise. Her perfectness was not in the least reduced until after the dinner, when the big shots met in private. It was a very secret private club that belonged to one of the top 10 super sects in the new Federation. Sitting in front of Xinyue were 3 white-haired old men with daunting auras and obvious fury. They were the leaders of 3 top 10 sects in the entire 7 sectors of the Federation. They were the literal big shots of the Federation. 2 of their sects were from the Heaven's Origin Sector, and the last one was from the Flying Star Sector. All the sects boasted a history of more than 500 years. They were deeply rooted and among the most traditional and powerful organizations. During the rapid development in the golden years of the new Federation in the past century, the sects had further expanded thanks to the trend and grown into super behemoths that spanned 7 sectors and could barely be destroyed. 100 years ago, for the survival of the demon race, for the blood demon sector to get rid of the shadow of failed world and become a regular world on equal terms with the other 6 sectors, and for all the demons to break the shackles and turn into true citizens of the Federation sooner. Xinyue had visited the sects that those big shots belonged to and cooperated with them. Or rather, she had been exploited and taken advantage of by the big shots willingly. With the help of the almost infinite resources under Xinyue's control, the sects that the big shots belonged to performed better during the fierce competitions. Their rank grew higher and higher in the top 500 sects of the Federation. Today, they had dwarfed almost all other traditional sections. Even Li Yao's group, a new force in the past 100 years, had their shadow behind it too. At the very least, Xinyue, a notable warrior of Li Yao's group, could not have risen to power in the first place without their help. Xinyue, this whole time, we have always had absolute faith in you and provided all the support you needed without asking about what you do. Sitting in the middle, Leader Tong, who was as short as a child but had a rather gloomy face, clenched the arm of his chair so hard that it was screeching. It was because we thought you were a smart person. A smart person knows what to do and what not to do. They never extend their hands to the things they should not do, however many benefits there seem to be, because they know they will be caught the moment they act. You know the importance of this election. This is not just the competition between you and Ding Lingdang, but also the competition between the 3 core worlds and the 4 new worlds. A war will soon come. Whoever leads the Federation to a glorious triumph as the wartime leader will be the real dominator of the Federation. If we win the election and the war, the position of the 3 core worlds will be unshakable in the Star Glory Federation. Even if more sectors join the Federation in the future, they will have to follow the order established by the core worlds and the rules of the game made by the ancient sects passed on from the age of the old Federation. This is where our interests and your interests lie. But Ding Lingdang is different. She is a highly dangerous woman and not a player of the game at all. She does not appreciate the significance of the old order, but wants to replace the forces and rules passed on from the old Federation with her new worlds and new rules. If Ding Lingdang wins the election and defeats the Black Wind Fleet, she will be a rising sun, and the power of the new worlds will be greatly enhanced. The core worlds will never have things our way again. Do you understand the consequences at all? Don't forget that the Blood Demon sector is one of the core worlds, too. On the opposite side of the 3 furious big shots, Xinyue was sitting elegantly on an unsoiled hassock and making tea meticulously. Because today was the memorial day of the Uranian Ring War, Xinyue was in particularly pure and clean dressing. Not only was her black suit devoid of any adornments, she had even replaced the rising dragon of the 9 stars emblem that she usually wore as a brooch with a black and white one. She also put on a thin, black veil over her face and did not take it off even during their meeting. With her dressing, she looked as if she was enshrouded by dark mist that would never disperse. It was impossible to tell her real appearance at all, much less figure out what was on her mind. Faced with the sharp criticism and warning of the 3 big shots, Xinyue did not panic at all. She washed her hands, warmed the cup, put the tea leaves into the pot, soaked them in water, covered the pot, and later distributed the tea. Every procedure was immaculate. Even the most skilled specialist in tea ceremony could not have found anything inappropriate. Xinyue served 3 cups of fragrant purple spring dragon to the big shots respectfully before she went back to her own seat and unhurriedly replied, "It is exactly because of the significance of the election that I was forced to resort to this strategy." Were you? The 3 big shots were even more exasperated. "Do you know how much trouble your strategy has brought us?" Smiling, Xinyue poured herself a cup of gold tea and sent it to her lips. But instead of drinking it up, she merely smelled the steam rising from the cup. 3 leaders, please do not be anxious. What we have right now is just groundless gossip. Why are you so panicked? If the online exposure of such a level can be believed, I can expose hundreds of scandals for each member of the parliament at any moment, and the parliament will surely be empty tomorrow. The bottom line is, rest assured, leaders, I'll take care of the issue. Nothing will go wrong. Something has already gone wrong, the impulsive leader Pang announced angrily. If the exposure is to be believed, you should have resolved all the problems on Firefly neatly. But the truth is that they took care of everything on their own and even grew suspicious of you. Let's put aside whether or not it is the right thing to do, but was that the best you could do? You were playing with fire, Leader Tong said with a gloomy face. It's easy to start a fire, but difficult to put out one. With everything coming to this point, you'd better address the issue properly without leaving any trace behind. Moonfall must be found too. Remember, we absolutely do not want to see you act recklessly on your own anymore. In any case, the core worlds must win the election, or, halfway through his speech, Leader Tong suddenly bulged his eyes and lost the ability to talk. Leader Zhao and Leader Tang were also frozen, unable to move anymore when they just raised their teacups. It was because boundless killing intent was suddenly unleashed from Xinyue at that moment, which crawled out of her black veil and black suit like 10,000 black vipers, wriggling, slithering, and constraining them like soggy black chains. The pupils of the three leaders were immediately constricted to the minimum. They were the purest admin-type cultivators and more than 200 years old. Too busy taking care of the affairs of their sex day and night, they had been greatly worn out, and their soul was not nearly as strong as before. Xinyue, on the other hand, was a saintess educated by the pantheon of demons of the blood demon sector more than 100 years ago. She was the most delicate slaughtering machine. After she pledged loyalty to the Federation and joined the Secret Sword Bureau, she had led the Dim Moon Squad in the most mysterious and unpredictable battlefields. In recent decades, especially after she was nominated as a minister, she had begun to change her image and always showed up in public as a gentle, elegant, and harmless woman. She had not really fought anyone in decades. After such a long time, even the big shots who supported Xinyue to power had forgotten what a terrifying person the weak woman hiding in the black mist was and took her for a puppet that they could rub and shape however they saw fit. The three admin-type old nascent soul stage cultivators, suppressed by Xinyue, a new nascent soul stage cultivator talented in both management and battle, were not even able to blink. The teacups in their hands were the only things that were still emitting hot air. Let me repeat myself. Please listen carefully, leaders. This is just another minor issue that I will take care of. Xinyue let go of her hands. The teapot floated and swirled in midair softly. She took off the black veil over her face, revealing a calm expression with a perfect smile, like a viper that craned its neck out of the black mist and hissed at the three big shots. Also, one other thing. I'm rather curious. What can do you even if I fail to handle it well? In less than 1 month, are you going to replace me with someone else to compete with Ding Ling Dang, drawing a line with me? TSK, TSK, TSK. Why have I never heard about such an extraordinary candidate in your pocket? I've never disappointed you in the past 100 years. The Magnificent Expanse case 80 years ago, the things regarding the monopolization of the mines on the Great Peace Planet, and the political struggles before and after the Bill of Rights for General Equality. Did we ever not return with trophies? In the past century, based on what did your sex rise in the top 500 sects of the Federation and defeat so many seemingly unassailable corporations? Was it not because our mutual trust in each other? We have been in the same boat for too long. If I fall because of the scandal, are you going to gain anything? If they can track the insurgency on Firefly back to me, why can't they track you down from me and expose all our deals from the past 100 years? Leaders and my dear uncles, don't you agree? Xinyue sipped the tea and moaned in great satisfaction. Then, she made a gesture casually, loosening the pressure on the three of them. The three big shots shuddered at the same time, their backs soaked in cold sweat. They looked at Xinyue in disbelief, and then at each other in bewilderment. Their faces were twisting in agony. We really shouldn't have trusted you. We shouldn't have trusted you from the very beginning. It was you who volunteered to come to us. It was you. The fat on Leader Pang's face was trembling hard as he screamed. I knew that you were not up to anything good. Those who are not my people always think differently from me. They always do. Leader Pang, your words sound rather racist to me. Xinyue walked behind the three big shots and smiled. Although the three big shots had all regained their ability to move, they did not dare move at all for some reason. They did not even have the courage to look back. I swore an oath to my master 100 years ago that I would become the speaker of the Star Glory Federation one day, at whatever cost and through whatever methods. Xinyue's smile was gradually gone, replaced by coldness and ruthlessness. She said, one word after another. Therefore, just rest assured, I will never be defeated by Ding Lingdang. Never. You don't have to do anything except trust me and support me without reserve. Devote all your resources and strength to me, and we are going to win the war side by side. Bah! As she spoke the last syllable, Xinyue firmly patted Leader Pang's shoulder. Leader Pang and his companions could not help but shudder again. Xinyue bent down and leaned next to Leader Pang's ear from behind, asking in a soft voice, "We will most certainly win, won't we, Uncle Pang?" Leader Pang struggled to swallow and nodded uncontrollably. "Yes, we will." "Fantastic." Xinyue's frozen face immediately melted, and the sunniest smile beamed out. "All right, I must go back to my ministry for a meeting. You just take your time to enjoy the tea here. The tea leaves named Purple Spring Dragon are rare enough even in the Forest Ocean sector where they are grown. It would be a shame if they are wasted." However, Xinyue was not on the shuttle. It was not until 5 minutes later that another seemingly plain shuttle flew out of a parking lot not far away from the private club toward the industrial district in the northeast of the capital city. After zigzagging for half an hour, the shuttle slowly landed in an empty, rusted, and forsaken warehouse that was soon to be rebuilt. When she got out of the shuttle, Xinyue felt particularly cold. She put on a thick, black leather coat made from the hide of a horned camel. Kata, kata, kata. She walked through the warehouse that was entirely empty. Her high-heeled boots clicked on the ground, uttering crisp and hollow sounds. When she was about to reach the end of the warehouse, Xinyue stopped and completely took off her black veil, revealing a pale, delicate face. Opposite her, deep inside the warehouse, Ding Lingdang in a dark red training suit strutted straight toward her and stopped 3 meters away from her. For two nascent soul stage cultivators, it was certainly not a friendly distance. Ding Lingdang and Xinyue, perhaps the two most dangerous women in the Star Glory Federation, confronted each other in silence, 3 meters away from each other. Walla! 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 The warehouse could not withstand their raging spiritual energy anymore despite its spaciousness. The broken windows around were all vibrating crazily and screaming in devastating noises. "Masteress, I did not expect that you would ask me to meet you in such a place." Xinyue put on a vague smile. "You and I are both celebrities right now, and sort of competitors. If the media learn of our meeting, it will be more than breaking news. It will be a superstorm. However, on second thought, how many years has it been since we last had a sincere conversation face-to-face after Master left? Oh, we have never done this before? Cut the nonsense." Ding Lingdang went to the topic directly. "Are you responsible for the insurgency of the Immortal cultivators on Firefly? Did Lu Qingchen work for you? Have you been supporting the CFI in secret?" Xinyue seemed to have foreseen that Ding Lingdang would ask her those questions. She opened her hands and said, "Masteress, you choose to believe such groundless gossip? It is exactly because I don't that I have come to you." Ding Lingdang stepped forward again, shortening the distance between them to 2 meters. "Xinyue, look me in the eyes and give a straight answer to the question just now. If you dare look me in the eyes and say that you didn't do any of that, I will believe you." Xinyue looked at Ding Lingdang's eyes, but the infinite brilliance in them quickly forced her to look away. She continued smiling. "Masteress, when you are truly elected as the Supreme Speaker of the Star Glory Federation, of course, I will tell you everything I know, and all the secrets will be disclosed to you. But right now, a lot of things are still classified at the highest level. I cannot tell you, and you are not qualified to hear them." Ding Lingdang sniffed. "So, is the exposure from Moonfall all true? As the Minister of the Ministry of Equality and Development and the President of the Dim Moon Fund, I cannot say a word to you, Xinyue said. However, since you are my masteress, if this is just a private, casual chit-chat between a masteress and a disciple, I would like to discuss one thing with you. Assuming that the leader of an intelligence agency, let's call her Xinyue in a non-existent country, let's call it the Star Glory Federation, really did those things, so what? Is there a problem? The situation is obvious right now. The expedition army of the Imperium is arriving and will possibly show up right above us any second. But the diehards of the government in exile are still hesitating reluctantly, trying to haggle with us. Do we really have the time and energy to negotiate with the government in exile? An insurgency of the immortal cultivators that discovered in advance can point out the threat of the immortal cultivators for the leadership of the government in exile and help them eradicate the internal pustule. Two birds, one stone. Why shouldn't they do it? By saying this, I am not implying that I did such a thing. But let's assume that a Xinyue did this some time ago. Was it really so reprehensible? At the very least, it ended pretty well. The immortal cultivators lurking on Firefly were mostly fished up, and the old speaker of the government in exile asked for full cooperation with us actively in his fear. Tell me about it, Masteress. What makes you so angry about the issue? Or is it because you think that the job was so marvelously done that it will significantly improve my standing and grant me a final victory? Bullsh asterisk T. Ding Ling Dang narrowed her eyes. Don't presume that everybody in the entire world considers the place of the Supreme Speaker more important than anything else. Let me tell you, even now, never for 1 second have I really cared whether or not I am elected as the Supreme Speaker. If you admit that you are responsible for the incident, and it was you who instigated the insurgency of the immortal cultivators on Firefly before suppressing it, is it any different from the firefighters who start a fire and then extinguish it later in order to earn credit for themselves? You have set foot on the wrong path. You have walked onto Lu Zue's path. What you are doing right now is no different from what Lu Zue did at all. Then I'm afraid that you are mistaken, Masteress. Faced with the tempest from Ding Ling Dang, Xinyue was as tranquil as before. She replied calmly, First of all, Lu Zue personally planned and carried out the many crimes, including the assassination of the speaker and the massacre of innocent people. His hands were stained with the blood of his compatriots. But for me, remember, it is just a hypothesis, assuming that I really planned to do something, I wouldn't have been as stupid as Lu Zue to plan and implement everything actively. The most I would do is perhaps delay the intelligence of an upcoming insurgency on Firefly that I happen to learn of in order to lure the big fish in the water. Then, I might have slowly guided the situation. It's very understandable in intelligence work, isn't it? Firstly, I had to protect the safety of the intelligence personnel on our side. Secondly, how was I supposed to tell them with the awkward relationship between us and the government in exile at that time? Should I simply go to Chui Lingfeng and tell him that his most trusted subordinate, whom he regarded as a daughter, was joining hands with the third most powerful man on board to start an insurgency? This is how intelligence work is done. If we arrest the lackeys whenever we find that they are up to something, we will never be able to catch the masterminds behind them. The Dim Moon Fund does the same. The Secret Sword Bureau, too. Even the police have to crack their cases similarly. Why are you so harsh on me particularly, Masteress? Do not dodge the topic. You know exactly what I meant. Holding back her anger, Ding Ling Dang said coldly. Thankfully, the insurgency of the immortal cultivators was suppressed in time. Otherwise, how many innocent people in Firefly would have been killed because you decided to catch the big fish? Have you ever considered that? Xinyue slowly narrowed her eyes, like a starship that was slowly unfolding the defense shield and entering the combat state. Then, has it ever occurred to you, Masteress, how much trouble the government in exile would bring us if the problem on Firefly was not resolved quickly and neatly, and if the cancer was not completely removed? How many innocent people would have been killed miserably because of the trouble? At the very least, if anyone is killed right now, it will be the ordinary people of the government in exile. But if I am too merciful and blinded by petty kindness, It will be the ordinary people and the compatriots of the Star Glory Federation who are killed. 100 times more than the victims of the government in exile. This is the greatest difference between me and Xinyue. Xinyue claimed to be a guardian of the Federation, but those he killed were all his own compatriots. But blades and claws will only be used to deal with outsiders and to defend the Federation. If the sacrifice of some outsiders can save the lives of more compatriots in the Federation, I don't see anything wrong with that. Xinyue's suddenly raised voice and aura even cast Ding Lingdang into a daze. The human-shaped Tyrannosaur stared at the Saintess of Demons carefully and mumbled, "You are truly sinking deeper and deeper into the swirl of power, Xinyue. Although I always knew that you were ambitious and ruthless, I thought that Li Yao must have seen that you still had boundaries in your heart that would prevent you from doing the things that disregard all principles when he recruited you as a disciple. But he was mistaken. Look at what you've done in the past 100 years, especially the dirty jobs after you left the Secret Sword Bureau and established an independent Dim Moon Squad. Also, for the sake of the demons, you bent before the so-called big shots of the core worlds and worked as their accomplice willingly. Just think about everything that you have done. Do you not feel that you are slowly sliding from a cultivator into an immortal cultivator?" Xinyue smiled, apparently not thinking that it was a big deal. She tightened the coat on her body and remarked, "Cultivator or immortal cultivator, it is just a title. Is it any different from worker, farmer, policeman, or teacher? They are not words that are engraved into one's forehead and can never be removed. I don't have the time to bother about cultivators, immortal cultivators, and whatnot. I only know that I won't feel sorry for what I did either in front of my master or in front of the Federation. What, do you despise me because my methods were too filthy? But would the 4 new worlds have been conquered so easily without filthy methods? If I hadn't plucked all the annoying stings with my brothers through life and death, how on earth would the rest of them have joined the Federation obediently? Through the clandestine approaches that the Dim Moon Fund adopted, the 4 new worlds were fully integrated into the Federation at least 10 years faster. How many resources, military advancements, and combat ability improvements can we accomplish in 10 years? How many lives of ordinary people will be saved in the upcoming war because of the improvement? 1 billion? 2? 5? 10? If my hands can save the lives of another 10 billion people at the price of getting slightly dirtier, then I will have to bear my master's tutelage in mind and do what I have to do no matter what." From the moment they met, Xinyue had been at ease, and she had controlled the pace of their conversation tightly, but she was utterly dumbfounded by Ding Lingdong's remark. The delicate makeup and perfect smile on the Saintess of Demons' face were frozen before they split apart and were replaced by a genuine expression of disbelief and amusement. Did I hear it right? My masteress, the Valkyrie of the Federation, told me that you can't solve a problem with violence. Xinyue bulged her beautiful eyes to the maximum and examined Ding Lingdang for a long time. "There are only 2 possibilities, masteress. Either your brain was damaged in the prolonged hibernation in the past century, or you are not Ding Lingdang at all, but a certain duplicate that the Imperium of true human beings subbed in. Violence can't solve problems. So, how do we conquer the Uranian Ring sector under your lead? By wholehearted persuasion, like what you are doing to me right now." Yes, the Uranian Ring sector was indeed conquered by force. I do not regret what I did in the Uranian Ring sector, nor do I object to the war. Ding Lingdang sighed, but softness completely different from 100 years ago appeared on her face. "However, I do feel sorrowful for some things that happened during the war. If there was a slim chance at all, I wouldn't have launched such a war and killed so many people or allowed myself to be praised as the god of war." Obvious disdain beamed out of Xinyue's face. "Don't be hasty. Just hear me out," Ding Lingdang said solemnly. 100 years ago, before I entered the prolonged hibernation, I had never considered any philosophical questions, but took violence for an ultimate solution to all problems driven by my instincts. However, in the past 100 years, I woke twice in the middle of the prolonged hibernation and lived 2 new lives in the Netherworld sector and the Uranian Ring sector. I met a lot of people and experienced a lot of things in the journey of the new worlds where I seem to be reborn. I also witnessed too much blood and destruction. To save the two worlds and to save the Federation, I began to think. The result of my thinking is that I've realized it is more important to know when not to use violence than to know when to use it. Just like what your master did 100 years ago. In terms of combat ability, he wasn't the strongest in the three sectors. During the assimilation of the three sectors, he did not resort to violence to solve all the problems, either. Of course not. Xinyue smiled. Other than violence, he also used a lot of sordid tricks that fooled many people. Ding Ling Dang was lost for words. She was dazed for a moment before she replied, I would like you to consider it carefully, Xinyue. After having developed to this day, the Star Glory Federation has already reached the limits of violence with the 7 sectors it has. If our purpose is not just to dominate the edge of the cosmos, but to fulfill our destiny for all mankind, it is impossible for us to conquer all 3,000 sectors with violence. Even if we do conquer them, the boundlessness of the universe itself means that we cannot govern them for long with violence and tyranny. The Imperium of true human beings intends to govern the hundreds of sectors in its territory with violence and tyranny, but not every emperor boasts the wisdom and strength of Blackstar the Great. As the authority of the crown declines, the experts of the subordinate worlds will come up with their own plans and fight each other for benefits. The Black Wind Fleet will be the best example. The Alliance of the Holy Covenant wants to deprive everyone of their emotions and turn them into pure tools. But humans are not tools. More and more people are bound to be awakened from the swamp of the ultimate path of benevolence. The reign of the Covenant Alliance cannot last long, either. What about the Federation? We have the national treasure that is a grand unified spiritual nexus, but the construction and maintenance of the grand unified spiritual nexus cost astronomical resources, and it is susceptible to cosmic storms. Also, as the distance increases, the cost will rise exponentially. 7 sectors are already the limits of the grand unified spiritual nexus under the current development level of our civilization. Let me ask you, in the near future, when we raise our flag and march toward the center of the cosmos, how much violence will we need to conquer and govern the worlds there? No. The most precious things in the Federation are not our violence, schemes, and tricks, but our ideology and our purest path of the cultivators. We defend the ordinary people, we defend justice, and we defend everyone's peaceful life and beautiful home. Even the most advanced starship cannot cross the universe instantly, but once an ideology spreads out like fire, it is impossible to ignite the hundreds of the sectors at the center of the cosmos in only a few years. As for you, you may call what you did in the past decades a means to an end, but you have greatly stained our ideology with you act. In years to come, when we truly march to the center of the cosmos, such a stain may pronounce the efforts of so many cultivators in vain. In years to come? Xinyue chuckled. With the imminent scourge of the Black Wind Fleet right before us, let's solve the crisis through dirty approaches before we invite you to preach on your noble ideology, Masteress. If this is all you want to talk about today, it is truly a great waste of our precious time. May I leave now, Masteress? Wait. Looking at Xinyue, who was turning around to leave, Ding Ling Dang said, I will ask you one last thing. It's about the explosion in the Jade Dust Mines. The explosion was the greatest terror attack with the most victims in the history of the Federation, done by the CFIA. Lu Qingchen became the most wanted criminal of the Federation because of that, too. All right. I'll say that everything you did when you supervised the Dim Moon Fund and your indulgence of the insurgents on Firefly were in the gray area of our boundaries. But what about this one? Lu Qingchen committed such an inhumane, insane felony, and the innocent victims included a lot of your demon compatriots. In order to build up your personal influence, or maybe because you were confident in manipulating him, did you stay in touch with him and try to make use of him? Xinyue halted and turned around. Her face turned extremely mysterious and cold. As I said, Masteress, everything we chatted about just now is an assumption. I never admitted that Lu Qingchen worked for me. Ding Ling Dang sneered. All right. That's fine. I'm going to investigate it, with the Patriots Front and all the resources at my disposal, until I reach the bottom of the matter. I will seek justice for the 35,527 unrest souls in the Jade Dust Mines, and find out the true criminal behind Lu Qingchen. Jean Xinyue's voice grew calmer, but the killing intent in her eyes became more intense. Masteress, must you turn us against each other? Look at yourself. Rash, reckless, and childish. Are you Speaker of the Federation material at all? Something will happen to you if you run about like an angry bull. Are you threatening me? Ding Ling Dang laughed in fury. I'm very curious about one thing. Although people called me God of War, I know that it is just a compliment because I happen to help Federation find 2 new worlds. You, on the other hand, have always kept a low profile. You were a saintess adept at infiltration and assassination and an expert in the Demon King stage 100 years ago. You never hibernated in the past 100 years but fought in the most dark, dangerous frontline the whole time. I'm told that you also gathered the secret techniques of many new worlds. Jean Xinyue, how strong are you right now? I would very much like to find out as your masteress. Faced with Ding Ling Dong's ever-expanding spiritual energy that was almost tangible, Jean Xinyue smiled and, combing her hair that was messed by Ding Ling Dong's auras, replied, As I recall, somebody just said, violence can't solve problems 3 minutes ago. Is this why they say it is easier to change the world than to change one's nature? Ding Ling Dang smiled too. Fair enough. Then, let's compete in the battlefield for the Speaker of the Federation. Then you will be even more hopeless, Masteress. Jean Xinyue yawned and said, With all due respect, and please don't be mad, Masteress, but I don't know why you are running for it even now. You don't appear to be someone who doesn't know herself. If you want to know, I'll tell you. Ding Ling Dang strode forward until she was only 1 meter away from Jean Xinyue. I ran for it because of you at first. I only came up to highlight you. Jean Xinyue rolled her eyes. Oh, there is some friction and contradiction between the core worlds and the new ones. Nobody can deny that, Ding Ling Dang declared resolutely. Only I can talk the people of the new worlds into supporting you after I lose the campaign, so that you can control all the resources of the 7 sectors and resist the Black Wind Fleet. No candidates except me boast such influence that can help you stabilize the 4 new worlds quickly without leaving any chance for the Black Wind Fleet. That was my original goal. You didn't see it coming, did you? I was only showing up as a green leaf, to help you stabilize the situation and concentrate the strength so that you could be the toughest wartime speaker in centuries. After all, I thought that you had your boundaries as a cultivator despite your ambitions, treachery, and lust for power. I thought I should believe in Li Yao and trust you and unite the Federation with the strength of both of us. But right now, I've changed my mind. You don't deserve to be the Speaker of the Federation. The only place suitable for you is a prison. Let me tell you, an independent persecution group made of 30 persecutors has been established to investigate the relationship between the Dim Moon Fund and the CFIA. Let's see if you can persist for another month. Jean Xinyue, take care. While talking, Ding Ling Dang walked past Jean Xinyue toward the gate of the warehouse without looking back. She was like a cluster of angry magma flowing past a cold block of ice, unwilling to spend another second with the other person. Ding ding ding. There was finally fury and frustration in Jean Xinyue's voice. She even stopped using the formal title. Don't think that you are qualified to be the Speaker of the Federation after you get rid of me. A bull who has more bronze than brains such as yourself doesn't even deserve to be a mayor. You will ruin the Federation. Whatever the battlefield is, Ding Ling Dong's voice drifted close from outside the warehouse like rumbling thunder on the ceiling. I will win as long as I want. Ding Ling Dang left like a storm. Jean Xinyue was left alone in the empty, abandoned warehouse in the black leather coat. However, if Ding Ling Dang had not left but turned invisible and stopped in front of Jean Xinyue, she would have noticed that when the Saintess of Demons bellowed Ding Ling Dang in rage, there was not the slightest anger on her face. Instead, it was brimming with a clever smile, like a fox that had just stolen a fish. What a silly masteress. Jean Xinyue yawned again and mumbled to herself, Still, she is quite adorable in her own way. When 20 days ago, a mysterious person under the name of Moonfall exposed the so-called nefarious scandal in various media, a lot of idle people had been debating with each other on the spiritual nexus about the exposure. But honestly speaking, for every federal citizen who had received citizenship education and boasted rationality above average thanks to the edification of the game civilization, which also granted them the right to vote, they did not think that the scandal alone was enough to knock Xinyue down, even if some of them were Xinyue's opposers. A scandal was just a scandal. Nothing more. The online exposure could be groundless and entirely fabricated, but even if it was true, there was still a major gap between Xinyue and a contemporary Luzue. After all, the Dim Moon plan exposed by Moonfall's secret letter was a coup operation directed toward a different political entity beyond the Federation. Also, the plan was only targeting the highest leader of the political entity in principle, and Xinyue did not plan and implement it actively either, but merely kept silent in order to gain more benefits. Furthermore, her purpose was to eliminate all the uncertainties before the Black Wind fleet arrived and win Firefly over for the Federation. It was completely a different deal from Luzue, who made multiple plans against the Speaker and his own compatriots promptly just to raise a total war, eventually getting more than 10,000 innocent compatriots killed. All the federal citizens were mature enough to know that the real world was not a fairy tale or an online novel where one could defeat everything with mere passion and sense of justice. For a regional superpower that boasted 7 sectors and a population of more than 100 billion and was faced with a serious military threat, it was necessary to adopt certain unconventional methods at unusual times. Cultivators were sabers of humanity, not rosaries of humanity or sutras of humanity. They were certainly not the most lenient people in the world. Xinyue did it for a good purpose, although her methods were indeed questionable. There is no kindness in times of war. Even if this thing is real, isn't it more proof that Xinyue is more suitable to be the Speaker of the Federation? Yes, we can make safer decisions in peacetime, but now that we are faced with the gravest danger since the establishment of the new Federation, only a determined and resolute person such as Xinyue can lead us to defeat the Imperium at such a moment of life and death. This war will be the real rise of the new Federation. After the initial shock and exclamations, similar opinions were gradually spreading out on the spiritual nexus and won a lot of supporters. I don't think Xinyue did anything wrong. On the other hand, Ding Lingdang or a certain guy in the Patriots front has played a rather foul move. It is obvious that this moonfall was made up by them. As the saying goes, a family should solve the internal conflicts within the family. Even if the Dim Moon Fund did organize the operation, there is still no need to publicize it and upset our ally and the general public. This is obviously the Patriots front trying to tear apart the Federation without considering the big picture just to take the helm. They're talking about a second Luzue, but wasn't Luzue the founder of the Patriots partnership before? All in all, a week after the letter from Moonfall was exposed, the obstreperous noises on the media and the spiritual nexus did not seem to congregate into a storm. Both the Parliament and the plaza of the Ministry of Equality and Development at the center of the storm were as peaceful as before. However, in places that news reporters and general public could not see, an independent group made of the best prosecutors and investigators of the Federation had already begun their investigation thunderously and shocked a lot of insiders of Xinyue's group. The tiny butterfly finally flapped its wings, bringing forth a storm that would soon turn the world upside down. A week after the exposure of the letter from Moonfall, the stone that caused the avalanche finally dropped down. It landed in the station where the delegation from the rightful government of the Star Ocean Republic was staying. The appearance of Moonfall's letter disrupted all the arrangements previously agreed upon by the government in exile and the Federation. After a week's urgent negotiations, the delegation of the government in exile was finally ready to leave. They were about to transfer at the 100 Flowers space zone, which was at the center of the 7 sectors, before they directly jumped to the capital city in the Heaven's Origin sector in order to consolidate the time-tested friendship between the two parties and their mutual destiny on the path of cultivation. However, the morning the delegation was about to set off, An unsolicited guest barged into the hotel of the delegation recklessly in the middle of the reporters. However, the delegation was too well defended to be breached. Not only had the Secret Sword Bureau set up iron walls around the hotel, even Team Red Lotus, the delegation's own guardian team, was the most elite special force of the government in exile. The unannounced intruder was not even able to break the first defense line when she was caught by the Secret Sword Bureau and Team Red Lotus. However, the weak, pitiful girl who seemed less than 20 years old shocked everyone the moment she started to talk after she was caught. "Please help me. My brother is Moonfall." He was an accountant in the Dim Moon Fund who oversaw the operations of the secret capital, but he has already been killed by Xinyue. He sent me a jade chip before his death, saying that Xinyue's clandestine deals were all stored inside. He also said that Xinyue's subordinates were everywhere and that I could only be safe enough in this place under the double protection of the Secret Sword Bureau and the delegation from Firefly. Only the delegation from Firefly can release the information to the public so that everybody can know what Xinyue and the people behind her did. The Avalanche began. From the precious jade chip brought by the girl who claimed to be Moonfall's sister, a lot of information regarding the flow of the secret capital of the Dim Moon Fund was parsed. Although the information was not enough to completely prove the connection between the Dim Moon Fund and the CFIA or to crucify Xinyue, it at least helped the independent investigators apply for higher permissions in their operation, which allowed them to summon tremendous Secret Sword agents to block and search more than 50 branches, local offices, and secret bureaus of the Ministry of Equality and Development and the Dim Moon Fund in all 7 sectors. More than 3,200 crystal processors and 10,000 storage chips were confiscated. Most of the secrets of the Dim Moon Fund were exposed to the independent investigators as well as the Secret Sword Bureau, their old nemesis. However, things did not quite go as many people planned in the next 2 weeks. The purpose of the independent investigators was to find out the connection between the Dim Moon Fund and the CFIA, or even evidence that Xinyue had been manipulating the CFIA for her own benefit through the crystal processors and the storage chips. However, before they found the proof that they needed, they located evidence suggesting that the Dim Moon Fund had been conniving with certain high-ranking super sects that had a history of hundreds of years and were even the founders of the old Federation. According to the evidence, long before the Dim Moon Fund was established, more than 100 years ago, Xinyue, as a saintess of the demons, had to lower her head to the great sects that in fact controlled the lifelines of the Federation for the survival and rise of the demon race. She worked as their accomplice and lackey, and even transmitted astronomical, illegal interests to them in secret. The Blood Demon Sector, which had just signed a treaty of surrender, boasted countless laborers who were sturdy, hard-working, and relatively docile because of the long-time edification of the Four Pillars system. With the laborers as her leverage, Xinyue managed to force her way into the secret circle of the great sects that had been passed on for hundreds of years. She began to speak for their benefits. In the decades that followed, she even helped a few sects that were slightly weaker defeat some other sects that ranked higher. It was only with the support of the victors that she finally rose to her current position. There was no need to mention all the surreptitious details involved in the process. The battlefield of business was as merciless as a real one. Now that the pungent dregs that had been fomenting in the dark gutters for 100 years had all been dug up, barely any of the few cross-sector sects that ranked top in the Federation, and especially some of the ancient sects at the core worlds that boasted a history of hundreds of years, survived. The case of Magnificent Expanse, the case of Turbulent Ocean, the case of the development on South Funnel Planet. All the cases related to illegal operations, interest transmissions, and blatant bribery were unraveled. The great sects that had dominated the world since the age of the old Federation were immediately put into an awkward situation. The whole thing suddenly turned into one where everybody was darting at a hornet's nest only to discover that quite a few tigers were actually squatting behind it. The people, the media, the Secret Sword Bureau, and the independent investigators could not help but shift their eyes from Xinyue and the Dim Moon Fund to the major sects. The reason was simple. Judging from the evidence parsed so far, Xinyue was but a puppet that those important sects put on the table and a lackey to fight for their benefits. Was it reasonable to only catch a lackey without asking who was behind the curtain? In terms of interest transmissions, Xinyue was the briber, and the Great Sex accepted the benefits she offered. Compared with bribery, people seemed to be more intolerable about the briber. Also, based on the evidence, Xinyue was not entirely doing it for herself, but to help her compatriots, the poor demons in the blood demon sector, to survive the harsh and difficult environment 100 years ago and grow into regular people of the Federation. That was why she had been forced to bend before the major sects despite her unwillingness and fight for their benefits. The Bill of Rights for General Equality had been passed almost 50 years prior. The war 100 years ago had long been left behind. Most people of the Federation did not have much prejudice against the demons anymore. Xinyue had been a saintess of the demons before, which was a fact that everybody knew. Then, for the future of her people, she had been forced to kowtow to the giants of the Federation at that time and do certain ugly things while she suffered the extortion of those giants. So, she appeared to be rather uncomplaining, which called for sympathy. At the very least, to fight for a brighter future for her people, she shouldered all the darkness by herself. It was indeed a great sacrifice. Yes, she went through so much trouble doing so many things against her will, but she earned less than 10% from the gains. Most of the benefits were looted by the major sects. Xinyue was innocent. 100 years ago, she was a kind, innocent girl. Otherwise, why would the legendary vulture Li Yao, the dominator of 3 sectors, have recruited her as a disciple? She is Li Yao's disciple, and Li Yao is our great hero. So, she must be a good person. It's a shame that Li Yao left too early. Without the protection of Li Yao, how could such a vulnerable girl as Xinyue have protected the future of her people and resisted the storms of the outside world on her own? Those wretched giants threatened her with the future of demons after Xinyue lost her master in her most vulnerable moment. They forced her to cross the line further and further, asking her to do so many bad things. Xinyue did not have a choice. She was so pitiful. I am a demon, and I am a real citizen of the Federation, but I will forever be proud of my bloodline. It was not until today that I learned that Xinyue secretly carried such heavy burdens for the demons to receive equal citizen rights, and that the major sects that belonged to the old era could be so shameless. I'm also a demon. Of the 100 billion people in the Federation, demons make up almost 30 billion. We absolutely support Xinyue, and we will not allow any major sect to sit on our neck and manipulate us as if we are their horses and hounds. Our loyalty is to the Federation, and we will only fight for the Federation. We will not be taken advantage of by the major sects anymore. We will not stand our leader Xinyue being played by the major sects as a marionette. I am not a demon, but I am from the Water Crystal Sector, one of the 4 new worlds in the eyes of the people from the core worlds. I absolutely support the opinions of the Demon Patriots. The Star Glory Federation belongs to all the people of the 7 sectors. It is definitely not a property of the major sects and the ancient houses that are remnants of the old times and no longer used to the new era. The new Federation calls for new sects that can really stand for the interests of all the people in the 7 sectors. Similar opinions swept across every corner of the grand unified spiritual nexus in only a couple of days like a surging superstorm. As the investigation went deeper and deeper, the major sects and traditional families of training with hundreds of years of history caught the attention of the independent investigators one after another. New scandals were being exposed almost on a daily basis. While all the people were dumbfounded and infuriated, they further proved the correctness of the opinions listed above. The market reacted strongly to the Dim Moonplan incident. The major sects from the core worlds and their affiliated sects plummeted in the financial market like a great landslide. Needless to say, some of the leaders of the sects and the patriarchs of noble families had already been or were about to be investigated because of the scandal. Various sources said that the serial exposure of scandals would certainly cause a great reshuffle to the Federation, both economically and politically. The ancient giants that had succeeded and expanded to this day, since the old Federation was founded more than 1,000 years ago, were likely to be broken up and restructured. After they were broken up and restructured, their influence on the new federation would plunge. To some extent, this was an accidental but reasonable change of dynasties. The old magnates and interest groups were bound to leave the stage together with the name Old Federation, whereas new magnates and interest groups would rise like a morning sun and continue illuminating the land of the new federation. At this moment, although the voting had not begun yet, the result of the election was already preordained. Ding Lingdang, the Patriots' Front, and the New Worlds were the greatest beneficiaries of the incident. The ancient sects in the core worlds, mired in scandals, barely had enough time to take care of themselves. All they were trying to do was perform a decent curtain call. They were unable to compete with the strength behind Ding Lingdang and the angry people who were gradually choosing to side with her when they had lost most of their supporters. The 12 most authoritative news outlets of the Federation made predictions on the result of the election. The odds of Ding Lingdang being elected had been raised to above 80%, and the odds that Xinyue was elected were less than 7%. Despite the seemingly absurdness of the predication, it was not greeted with much objection. Even Xinyue's most hardcore supporters had to admit that Ding Lingdang was more suitable to be the Speaker of the Federation and lead them to defend the brightness at this moment faced with the undeniable evidence. Because of the prevailing opinion, or under the subtle manipulation by someone on the spiritual nexus, the era of Speaker Ding Lingdang seemed to have arrived earlier. The concerns for Xinyue were no longer whether or not she could become the Speaker, but whether or not she would offer to withdraw from the campaign and resign as the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development, so that she could officially be accused and even sent to prison. After all, law was supreme in the Federation. However many reasons she had, it was still not justifiable to violate the dignity of law. If a certain director had been manipulating the entire Avalanche from behind the scenes, then she had almost taken everything into consideration so far, except for one thing. However smart and meticulous she was, it was impossible for her to foresee that Team Red Lotus was not a real Team Red Lotus, but made of 12 old monsters from the Ancient Sages sector in the peak of the nascent soul stage, or even in the divinity transformation stage, who had survived hundreds of years in the unpredictable, complicated battles in the Ancient Sages sector. If Team Red Lotus were really Team Red Lotus, made of a bunch of experts in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage at best, who had hibernated for hundreds of years and was ignorant of the latest situation, it would have been impossible for them to tell the truth about the girl who claimed to be Moonfall's sister. But after Moonfall's sister submitted herself to the 12 experts from the Ancient Sages sector, in only half a day, the keen-sighted and sophisticated old monsters all came to the same conclusion. She was lying. A carrier painted with the emblem of the Star Ocean Republic was slowly sailing toward the 100 Flowers Space Zone, a transfer station of space jumps for the 7 sectors of the Federation. They would refill their supplies there before they directly jumped to the capital of the Federation. In a secret room on the starship, Team Red Lotus, or rather, the 12 old monsters including Li Yao, were analyzing the abrupt changes in the Federation over the past half-month. They were not as worried as certain people on the spiritual nexus, who believed that the Federation would soon be screwed because of such a great scandal. It was just another internal conflict among the leadership and struggle for power. Not only had they seen too many such things, many of them had also been involved personally and had fun in them. Long Yangjun, Han Bailing, and Emperor Phoenix were all experts in the field. The most critical question, right now, was not the strife of the leadership in the Federation itself, but the nature of it. Was the conflict chaotic and uncontrollable, or was it intentional and controllable? Was it going to revolutionize the country, unite the people, and increase the Federation's combatability? Or was it going to divide the people, aggravate the contradiction, and weaken the Federation's military power? If it was intentional and controllable, who had been directing everything behind the curtain? That person should be the real dominator of the Federation in the days to come. If they were going to negotiate with the Federation on the terms of joining the Federation, they should speak to that person. The girl lied. Even if all the information stored in the Jade Chip is true, she still lied. Han Bailing, the magnificent monarch of the Ghost Qin, who probably would have overthrown the Great Qian dynasty and united the Ancient Sages sector had it not been for Li Yao and Hai Lan, observed casually. She received very professional and advanced training on her soul, which allows her to control her brain precisely and fool the general lie-detecting magical equipment and specialists. But naturally, she could not deceive the cultivators here. She was lying. All her talk about Moonfall being killed and her escaping to here in a hurry was fake. The whole thing did not go out of control after a scandal was leaked out by accident. It has been well planned since the very beginning, one event after another, with the sole purpose of dealing a fatal blow to the major sects of the core worlds. The conclusion is obvious. There's no need to talk more about it. The real focus of our attention should be who has been manipulating everything behind the curtain. Glamorous brilliance flowed out of Long Yangjuan's eyes. She smiled. What's your opinion, fellow cultivator Han? Han Bailing projected a light beam with his mini crystal processor. It's simple. Whoever gains the greatest benefits from the whole event will be the person behind the curtain. No, I am not referring to Ding Lingdang. Ding Lingdang and the Patriots Front alone are not enough to infiltrate Xinyue's base and retrieve so many critical files. Please look, everybody. This is a chart of the top 100 super sects in the Star Glory Federation, divided into two parts. Those on the left that are marked as red are the seriously weakened sects because of the scandal, while those on the right are the sects that are barely affected. Take a look at it carefully. Do you notice anything? Look. The seriously weakened sects on the right are almost exclusive traditional conglomerates that have been passed on for hundreds of years. Those on the right, such as the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragon Union, the Mountain Sea Sect, the Great Horn Exo Society, Iron Plateau Development Incorporated, Blood Demon Biochemical Incorporated, Blood Demon Pharmaceuticals. They are all new powers that have only risen in the past 100 years. Those new powers are the greatest beneficiaries of the event. It is not hard to imagine that they will replace the traditional sects and establish their own dynasty in the near future. Do the new powers share something in common? Of course. I believe that all the fellow cultivators have seen through it after a quick glance. They are all deeply associated with each other, and their connection to each other eventually boils down to one person. If I had to make a name for the new forces and view them as a collective group, it would be a very simple one. Li Yao's group. Chapter 16, 82 Monster Li, Bravo. Obviously, with a better view on the big picture, because they were not involved in the game, and having observed the performance of the girl who claimed to be Moonfall's sister, they more or less drew the same conclusion. Han Bailing clicked on the list of the top 100 sects of the Federation softly and unfolded the detailed introduction to the sects under Li Yao's group. Why are the new powers barely affected? There are two plausible explanations. Firstly, 100 years ago, when Xinyue and the demons were most in dire need of help and support, the new powers had only just been established too, and did not boast much influence. At that time, the Federation was a world dominated by the traditional major sections. It would have been pointless for Xinyue to have asked for the help of the newly established sections. Secondly, Liao had only just left at that time, and for old time's sake, those new sects such as the Glorious Sunlight Group and the Double Dragon Union couldn't have nitpicked or extorted her if she really asked them for help. They certainly helped her if they could. Therefore, the new powers do not have any material that Xinyue can blackmail them with. On the surface, the two reasons are quite valid. However, if we examine the changes that have taken place in the Star Glory Federation in the past 100 years while regarding the new powers such as the Glorious Sunlight Group and the Double Dragon Union as a whole, the conclusion will be vastly different. Han Bailing truly was a great monarch who united the strength of all the clans on the entire Dark Cloud Prairies, destroyed all the sects on the prairie in only decades, and established the 8 units of Dark Cloud, hoping to swallow the entire world. His eyes were glowing like those of a hungry wolf. He seemed to have seen the scheme of whoever was behind the curtain. Impressed by the splendidness and wonderfulness of the whole scheme, Han Bailing continued with a voice of appreciation. In the past 100 years, there have always been struggles for power within the Star Glory Federation. It is perfectly normal. All human beings have their desires and ambitions. When each other's desires and ambitions joined, they will turn into different parties and sides. In the Great Qian dynasty, there are the Eunuch's gang and the Emperor's gang, and there is also the rivalry between the local sects and the central court. Naturally, in Ghost Sheen, there are various sorts of opposition too. However upright and bright the Star Glory Federation claims to be, it is a country made of human beings after all. How can it be as united as one piece? Besides, the explosive development of the Star Glory Federation in the past 100 years is an unprecedented change at the edge of the cosmos. New techniques, technology, and discoveries are bound to bring new sects, new experts, new social classes, and new interest groups, which will eventually have a fierce conflict with the traditional forces who have dominated the world for hundreds of years. Therefore, the election in the Star Glory Federation today seems to be a regional conflict between the core worlds and the new worlds. But in fact, it is a fierce fight between the old sects that represent the traditional interest groups and Li Yao's group, which stands for the interests of the new powers. A regional conflict can be resolved, but a fight between the old and the new will rarely reach a compromise. Clap, clap, clap. Long Yanjun was the first to applaud. Fantastic. Your analysis is too marvelous. What do you think, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? She jabbed Li Yao, who was sitting next to her, with her elbow. Indeed, it is logical, thorough, and thought-provoking. Li Yao nodded carefully. Spectacular. Truly spectacular. Lord Wang, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, you are flattering me. Han Bailing shook his hair in great satisfaction, and there was not the slightest "you are flattering me" on his face, but full of "there is only one truth, and I have found it." Clearing his throat, he went on, "In the last 2 weeks, I studied the history of the various forces in Li Yao's group and gained a shallow understanding about the birth, development, and expansion of Li Yao's group. I would like to share it with the cultivators here. Due to the limited time, there may seem to be a lot of flaws. Please feel free to point them out for me." "You are too polite, fellow cultivator Han," Li Yao said. "As the great monarch of Cloud Qin, your vision and strategies are certainly the most distinguished among us. Your opinions will certainly be insightful. We are all ears." Han Bailing smiled and said unhurriedly, 100 years, Vulture Li Yao, known as the dominator of 3 sectors, resolved the 10,000-year contradiction between humans and demons almost entirely on his own through both battles and diplomatic approaches. He connected the Heaven's Origin sector, the Flying Star sector, and the Blood Demon sector, accomplishing a feat that no one else at the edge of the cosmos had ever accomplished in history. As for himself, he turned into a well-respected superhero that everybody in the Federation knew. These are historical facts that everybody knows. However, there is still a major difference between the so-called superhero and a real great leader. Everybody, we have seen too many heroes and warriors in the ancient sages sector, haven't we? But are all the heroes and warriors capable of establishing a magnificent organization whose glory can endure 1,000 years? Of course not. Heroes have all the fame and prestige, but it has always been the greatest question to translate the fame and prestige into real power, and to make the power expand and last hundreds or even thousands of years. In the ancient sages sector, whenever a new hero shows up, the traditional conglomerates and the decayed forces have too many ways to deal with him. They perhaps won't attack him in real life, but enshrine him through adulations. In the end, he will become an idol that is full of fame and prestige. But the real benefits flowing out of the fame and prestige will still belong to the traditional conglomerates and decayed forces. Compared to Emperor Phoenix's Great Xian dynasty, Han Bailing's own Ghost Sheen was also an ambitious new power. Therefore, he naturally took the side of Li Yao's group in the war of old versus new. The more he talked about it, the more he was unable to control the appreciation in his tone. 100 years ago, after Li Yao's great feat, Li Yao's group was only just born and inevitably raised too much unnecessary attention. Before long, the traditional powers would have crowded close to confine and drain him. If it was any other hero, I'm afraid that they wouldn't have survived such a situation. The best outcome they could have expected was to compromise and enter the circle of the traditional powers, becoming one of them. If it were anybody else, becoming one of them could have been the ultimate goal worth fighting for with their entire life. But who was Vulture Li Yao? How could he bear to be restrained by the old order after making such a great achievement as uniting the three sectors? Break the old order and monopolize the new federation. I'm afraid that this is the ultimate goal of Monster Li. Pa! Li Yao could not help but slap his thigh hard and shout. It does make sense. Why didn't I come up with it earlier? It is perfectly understandable that Master Spiritual Vulture did not think of that before, because you were born in a remote land and too focused on refining. Even I wouldn't have believed that this monster had such a huge appetite if it weren't for the series of events that happened recently. Han Bailing exclaimed in mixed feelings, with both admiration and fear on his face. Monster Li is too far-sighted, sophisticated, and ruthlessly. He is truly a fiend that even the 12 of us must be wary of even when we join hands. Fellow Cultivator Spiritual Vulture, why do you think he vanished into thin air 100 years ago when his fame and prestige were at the highest point and has been missing for the entire century since? Blinking hard, Li Yao had to give up after thinking for a long time. He shook his head hard. I really can't think of any reason. Why did he do that? It's simple. He was making a move by retreating, Han Bailing said solemnly. At that time, Li Yao's group had already shown its sharpness. With Li Yao's growing fame and prestige, it would absolutely have conflicts of interest with the conservative forces of the traditional conglomerates. It must be noted that the Federation had already lost the external enemy that was the Blood Demon sector, and it would take another 100 years for the expedition army of the Imperium to arrive. Therefore, with no external trouble for more than 100 years, did they have anything they could do other than fighting each other internally? If Li Yao had stayed in the Federation and continued leading Li Yao's group to develop so rapidly, he would have had a head-on clash with the traditional conglomerates. At that time, Li Yao's group was not fully grown. Despite the ostensible splendidness, it was not well-founded, if it had any foundation at all. How could it have been a match for the renowned sects that had operated for hundreds of years? They would not deal with him openly at all, but would restrain, confine, and suffocate him like a boa. They would certainly not allow Li Yao's group to expand. Or rather, it was allowed to expand, provided that it followed the rules of the game of the old days. New things often decline as abruptly as they arise. Have we not seen enough such examples in the ancient sages sector? Faced with such a disadvantageous situation, Monster Li Yao played two very smart moves. First of all, he offered to disappear, claiming that he was out to explore the Sea of Stars. This move achieved two purposes. On one hand, it was a concession for his enemy, a gesture that showed he was not interested in fame, fortune, or power, and had no plans to compete with them at all, so that the traditional conglomerates could rest assured about the forces that were still not fully developed yet under his name. On the other hand, it was also a warning. I'm going out to travel and train myself, but you'd better watch what you do to my supporters and subordinates. Otherwise, you may regret it years later when I announce my return in a certain way together with certain other forces. Delicate. That was indeed a delicate move. As for the second move, it was even more delicate, which was carried out by Xinyue, Monster Li's favorite disciple. It is also the most critical step in the game. Many biographies and unclassified materials state that the master-disciple relation between Li Yao and Xinyue was a political deal that was only carried out for the peaceful coexistence of the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector. In fact, Li Yao did not mean to recruit Xinyue as a disciple, and Xinyue was too ambitious a woman to sincerely pledge loyalty to Li Yao either. Yes, on the surface it does appear to be the case. When Vulture Li Yao was still present, he was still able to suppress Xinyue with his invincible techniques and unparalleled reputation. But after Li Yao disappeared from public sight, Xinyue's ambitions immediately consumed her. Together with all the resources of the Blood Demon sector, she joined the traditional conglomerates. Not only did she barely show any respect for the glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, and other sects that belonged to Li Yao, she also even went at loggerheads with those sects to defend the interests of the traditional conglomerates, inevitably impressing everyone that Li Yao's group was divided or that it simply did not exist at all. Therefore, many core members on Li Yao's side, such as Ding Lingdang, Wu Mayan, and Xianyue, and even the relatively peripheral persons such as Xian, Bai Kaisen, Xiong Wuji, Fiend Blade Penghai, were not particularly fond of Xinyue. They criticized her and believed that she was a vicious and disloyal woman. Later, Guo Chunfeng, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, was the only one who was still supporting Xinyue for the sake of his old friend Li Yao. He helped her rise in the Secret Sword Bureau and allowed her to establish the Dim Moon Squad, an independent force that was loyal only to her. But as it turned out, Xinyue bit back after she got enough of what she wanted. The contradiction between her and Guo Chunfeng escalated, and they eventually went their separate ways. She led the whole team to grow independent and establish the Dim Moon Fund, the greatest competitor of the Secret Sword Bureau right now, continuing to serve the traditional conglomerates in the core worlds dutifully. Tisk, TSK. Judging from what Xinyue has done on the surface, she is certainly ungrateful and disgusting. No wonder Ding Lingdong's Patriots Front decided to try their best to fight her. Captivated, Li Yao nodded quickly. Exactly. That is exactly what it looks like on the surface, but since you're putting it that way, fellow cultivator Han, there must be things below the surface, right? Han Bailing sneered and said, "If we only see the surface, we will underestimate the amazing woman Xinyue, as well as Vulture Li Yao's methods to manipulate his disciple too much." At first glance, Xinyue did join the traditional conglomerates, but the so-called traditional conglomerates were not completely united either. The internal competition was also very intense. There were the bigger conglomerates and the smaller conglomerates. At that time, Li Yao had already gone to travel in space, and Ding Lingdong's Patriots Front had only just begun to develop. Most of its core members were still in prison, smacking rocks on the desolate planets. Xinyue, who boasted the greatest influence, also joined the side of the traditional conglomerates. Li Yao's group was non-existent from whatever perspective, since they did not need to worry about Li Yao's group. During the years when the new federation developed rapidly, naturally, the traditional conglomerates fought each other hard. Xinyue's strategy, on the other hand, was to join the smaller conglomerates that were slightly weaker and less deeply rooted. With the abundant labor forces of the Blood Demon sector, her position in the Secret Sword Bureau, and her own vicious and sordid methods, she helped them deal with the few greatest conglomerates. Please look, fellow cultivators. This is the deity-slaying sect, one of the top 3 sects on the comprehensive rank of the Federation. It was a super conglomerate founded 650 years ago, and one of the sects that was most involved in the scandals caused by the exposure of the Dim Moon Plan. However, according to my investigation, the deity-slaying sect ranked only around 15th in the old Federation in terms of comprehensive capabilities 100 years ago. It was by no means one of the largest giants, and only grew to what it is today through the cooperation with Xinyue, by exploiting the resources of the Blood Demon sector and eradicating the competitors with clandestine methods. This is the case for most of the traditional conglomerates on the list. All in all, through such a strategy, Xinyue pretended to join the smaller conglomerates and help the smaller conglomerates defeat the bigger conglomerates, while building up herself, gaining the trust of the smaller conglomerates, and turning into a spokesperson for their interests. She also grasped tremendous dark secrets about the smaller conglomerates. Did you know, fellow cultivator spiritual vulture? One of the greatest hobbies of Vulture Li Yao was to build crystal bombs. Li Yao nodded solemnly. I've heard a thing or two about it. This monster has crafted millions of crystal bombs in his life, but the most powerful and malicious one of all is certainly Xinyue herself. Han Bailing bashed the table hard and widened his eyes. Xinyue is a powerful crystal bomb that is filled with venom. She bound herself to the traditional conglomerates that won the fierce competitions and waited patiently for 100 years until the traditional conglomerates were completely reassured about her and supported her to run for speaker. Then, she detonated herself and blew up all the decayed and worthless conglomerates that were standing in the way of Li Yao's group. One moment, and only one moment, when the Tyrannosaur finally rises from the darkness after lurking in the abyss for too long, there is already a clear sky and fresh air in front of Li Yao's group. Nothing at all can compete with them, and the name Li Yao. It was the whole plan of Monster Li. Xinyue, is in fact his most beloved true disciple, who has been most loyal to him. Monster Lee was absolutely not content being a vain federal hero. He hid himself for 100 years just to rise and really control the Federation. Not just the dominator of 3 sectors. He was determined to become the dominator of 1,000 sectors and make the Star Glory Federation carry out his will in the next millennium. The more Han Bailing talked, the more excited and convinced Han Bailing became. Slapping the table hard, he stared at Li Yao and said, "Fellow cultivator's spiritual vulture, this is my analysis on the whole event. What do you think? Are you rather shocked?" "Indeed. I am very shocked." Li Yao took out a vintage bamboo cylinder from his pocket and poured out a few balls that looked like goat turd. "Let me calm myself with a few pills first. I am more than shocked. When I inferred Monster Lee's arrangements and his entire plan based on my abundant experience when I swept across the dark cloud prairies, destroyed the old sects, and grasped power, I was almost overwhelmed by boundless horror." After a long sigh, Han Bailing put on an indescribable expression as he shook his head with a bitter smile. "Back in the Ancient Sages sector, I always thought that I might not be as good as some people such as fellow cultivator Yin Liren in terms of combat ability, but when it comes to strategies, I was as good as anyone. Even after we just arrived at the modern cultivation civilization and saw their starships and metropolises in space, I thought that such things were just fancy wazits and that the modern people were no match for us at all in terms of wisdom and tricks. But today, after I witnessed part of Monster Lee's 100-year plan, I finally understood the thoughtfulness and dreadfulness of the experts of this sector. Vulture Li Yao truly deserves the title dominator of 3 sectors, overturning the entire world with a snap of his fingers and killing people without even showing up. Such an old monster is truly admirable." Not only was Han Bailing sighing with mixed feelings, the other nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators were also amazed and fearful after he pointed out the subtleness of Monster Lee's plan. "Well, fellow cultivator Han," Li Yao said, "I don't think we need to underestimate ourselves so much. We are not underestimating anyone. We are just being honest," Han Bailing said solemnly. "Fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, with all due respect, please don't be mad. You were born in the wilderness in the Southland of Sorcerers, and your main business is forging and refining. Even though you have followed Lord Wong for a few days to learn the art of politics, how can you fully understand the essence of power struggles and the horror of Monster Lee? Do you know what is most scary about him?" Scratching his chin, Li Yao narrowed his eyes and said, "What is it?" "His control of timing," Han Bailing said carefully. "The time of detonation that Monster Lee selected for Xinyue couldn't have been better. Do you see it?" Li Yao shook his head. "I'm afraid not. Please enlighten me." "It is very simple, but marvelous nonetheless," Han Bailing explained. "Why did he choose the moment the Black Wind Fleet was about to arrive? Not any time earlier or later. Firstly, after 100 years of development, the various branches of Li Yao's group have grown to the point that they can compete with the traditional conglomerates openly. Secondly, the traditional conglomerates are deeply rooted. If it were peacetime, such a scandal wouldn't necessarily have been able to kill them, although they might have been heavily wounded. If they were not killed, their counterattack would definitely have been fierce, which may even have led to the division of the Federation. That's not something that Monster Lee wants to see. But now is different. A wartime speaker is being elected. Once the new speaker is inaugurated, it is certain that they will announce that the Federation will enter the highest warring state. Think about it. In the highest warring state, preparations for war will be the top priority, and the power of the new speaker will greatly expand. Then, won't the traditional conglomerates that are mired in scandals be meat on a chopping block waiting to be butchered? Thirdly, and most importantly, if the Federation defeats the expedition army of the Imperium under the lead of Li Yao's group, then the war benefits left by the Black Wind Fleet will most likely be entirely devoured by Li Yao's group without leaving any residues for the traditional conglomerates. As a result, through the glorious victory, Li Yao's group will expand more than 10 times in terms of capabilities. As for the traditional conglomerates that were seriously diminished during the war and hungered after it, will they still be qualified to be conglomerates at all? Based on what can they compete with Li Yao's people? As the saying goes, what a sword for 100 years, and cut the throat in one attack. Monster Lee seems to have become a figure in the tales, but he launched a critical strike the moment he acted, leaving no chance for the traditional conglomerates at all. Emperor Phoenix Xinyue was the first to speak. The proud young emperor was Han Bailing's old nemesis. He had long grown impatient after hearing the guy talk for such a long time. Exactly. That's what I thought, too. Monster Lee is immeasurably sophisticated. If he were in the ancient sage's sector, he would have become a devil that turned the world upside down. I fear that even the 3 saints and 4 rapscallions combined would be no match for him. You don't say. Heaven-battering King Chi Chongqing chuckled. Names are sometimes given wrong, but nicknames can never be wide of the mark. Before, I was curious why the dominator of 3 sectors and a great hero who once saved the Federation was nicknamed after such an ill-considered creature, the Vulture. It was not until the day that I finally realized that nothing fits the old monster better than Vulture. This is truly unbelievable. What exactly did the monster go through to make him train his wisdom and cunningness to such a high extent? Fellow Cultivator Wu and I met a lot of distinguished experts 100 years ago. Honestly speaking, we have been through many shocking things. Ming Qixin, the spectral cultivator in the divinity transformation stage, could not help but sigh. But even the two of us have never seen an opponent as formidable as Monster Lee before. Although we raised our wariness against Monster Lee the moment we reached the Dragon Snake space zone, speculating that he was very likely to be the most tricky opponent in the war to come, it appears that we have far underestimated him, however hard we tried to overestimate him. Even Sword Maniac Yin Liren, who never had any interest in schemes and planning and was only fond of slashing his swords at strong opponents, also joined the discussion. Whet the sword for 100 years, and cut the throat in one attack. The guy is indeed persistent and sophisticated. As the saying goes, every sword takes after its master. I'm told that Monster Lee was already one of the few top experts in the Federation 100 years ago. If he has been practicing his sword arts with the patience of his plan, I don't know what terrifying attacks he can perform. Not bad. Not bad at all. If I ever run into him someday, I will definitely have a gratifying fight with him and have a good taste of his sword that has been whetted for 100 years. It is the ultimate dream of a swordsman to be killed by such a sword. Wait. Boss Xinyue the beggar was still somewhat confused. He tapped the table and said, "Fellow cultivators, there's still something that is bothering me. If Monster Lee is really awesome enough to have planned everything in secret in the past 100 years, why has he still not revealed himself at this point? Why should he?" Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao was the nominal leader of all the cultivators. Naturally, he understood the logic of it quite well. As the traditional conglomerates are swept aside, Li Yao's group will rise unstoppably and completely dominate the new federation. No matter who is elected as the speaker and the leadership in the end, they will be either Li Yao's wife, Li Yao's disciple, or someone else among his family and friends who have life and death connections with Li Yao. There might be conflicts within the gang, but none of the outsiders will get access to the advantages. Monster Lee will be the overlord, whoever the speaker of the Federation is. Speaker of the Federation is just a title as worthless as Emperor or leader of all the cultivators. The critical problem is who holds the real power. At least from what we've seen so far, the plan has worked out. The helmsman of the Federation in the next 100 years will doubtlessly be Vulture Li Yao, Monster Lee. Also, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu shrieked. In many cases, it is more convenient to be a dead person than to be a living one. On the surface, Monster Lee has been away from the Federation for 100 years. His mysterious status, together with the propaganda of certain thoughtful guys under him, gradually deified him. Dominator of 3 sectors, God Li Yao, Father of Civilization, and even such a shameless title as Father of the Federation have been invented. Would it have been possible if someone hadn't been fanning the flames in secret? If he was still present, wouldn't it too embarrassing for him to boast about himself like that even if somebody else wanted him to? Even if he did, other people would have been highly vigilant of him. Monster Lee's moves are indeed unbelievable. My White Lotus cult struggled for decades in the southeast of the Great Qian dynasty, but we never recruited 1 million believers. Yet, the monster turned himself into a god by only playing a false retreat, pretending that he went to travel in space. And he has reaped more than 10 billion worshippers, getting everything without doing anything and deceiving other people when they do not notice. This is truly impressive. It was Long Yangjuan's turn to speak. She smiled and said, "In fact, I'm afraid that you overlooked something. Monster Li's scheme is indeed delicate, but in fact, Li Yao's group has already risen unstoppably, and he can show up anytime if he wants. I carefully read the monster's biography earlier and discovered that his favorite move is to return at the most critical moment and save the world. It is his strategy to deceive other people into thinking that he is indispensable. Let's think about it. If Monster Li really plans to reveal himself, he can always announce his grand return in the middle of the fierce war between the Federation and the Imperium. How glamorous, shocking, and deceptive it will be. He. Why are you laughing, Lord Wang? Han Bailing asked. Excuse me. When I think that the monster is so sordid and meticulous that I can do nothing about it. I can only laugh bitterly now. You do have a point, Lord Wang. Han Bailing nodded. If Monster Li really announces his grand return at a critical moment, his prestige, popularity, and standing will be more than enough for him to be elected as the Speaker of the Federation. I'm afraid that nobody will object, even if he changes the Star Glory Federation into an Imperium and makes himself the founding emperor of it. He is essentially a smaller, but even more shameless Black Star the Great. Long Yangjun laughed bitterly again and jabbed Li Yao with her elbow. Fellow Cultivator Spiritual Vulture, we never thought that Li Yao could be as terrifying as this. What about you? How do you feel right now? Pa! Li Yao could not hold it back any longer. He opened his hands and slapped the table hard. His fingers were so deeply embedded into the metal table that ripples the shape of palm were even spreading out. Blushing and excited, he rose up and glared at everyone. Fellow cultivators, everybody! Yes, if Monster Li's schemes are real, he is indeed a terrifying, treacherous, and sleazy man. However, as nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators who have been through blood and death in the ancient sages sector for 100 years, we are certainly not so easy to be dealt with either. Where is your bravery and resolution? You are all so scared that your faces are turning pale. You think that he is a terrifying person. Terrifying my ass. You are simply praising the enemy and spurning yourselves. I am disappointed. You are all horrified by this Monster Li, but I am not. If you are too frustrated to fight him, suit yourself, but I'm going to find him and fight him and see if he is as capable as he is supposed to be. Besides, in my opinion, if he is truly so sophisticated, it is not necessarily a bad thing. Li Yao suddenly changed the topic. While tapping the table, he said, "We must make one thing clear. When we decide which side to take while we are on the fence, it is important for us to check which side offers better treatment, but isn't it more important to check which side is more powerful? We should join the stronger party. Otherwise, whatever spectacular treatment we are promised, it will not be fulfilled at all if those who make the promise are crushed, in which case the ancient sages sector will be collateral damage that is destroyed together. Will it help us at all? The general picture right now is that the Imperium is stronger than the Federation. There's no doubt about that. However, specifically in regard to the war here and now at the edge of the cosmos, if the Federation is supervised by such a cunning, sophisticated, considerate Monster Li, won't its odds of winning be greatly improved? The most important thing for us cultivators is to follow a right boss. After hearing what fellow cultivator Han said, I'm under the impression that Monster Li is not bad. Do you want the helmsman of the Star Glory Federation to be a merciful, indecisive, and cowardly man instead of him? His words woke everyone up. All the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators looked at each other, feeling greatly enlightened. That's quite true. Fellow cultivators' spiritual vultures' words do make sense. The purpose of our journey, to put it in the urban slang here, is to cling to a thigh. After hearing the analyses of fellow cultivator Han and fellow cultivator spiritual vulture, wow, This particularly Thai-named monster Lee is indeed thick, strong, and dependable. It is definitely worth clinging to. Yes, with this monster supervising it, the Federation will certainly be the winner of the war that will mark its rise. But wait, this monster apparently has a huge appetite. Is it possible that he will devour us from skin to bones without giving us any advantages? I have a feeling that negotiating with such a terrifying monster will be like asking a tiger for its hide. Li Yao sat down angrily and focused his spiritual energy on his toes, stomping on Long Yangjuan's foot hard. Cough, 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 cough. Long Yangjun stood up again. Taking a long breath, she finally smiled and said, "About that, I think that I have to say something for Monster Lee. Based on the analyses of the fellow cultivators, we can tell that Monster Lee is an ambitious and ravenous man. Do you think that his appetite will be satisfied after the Federation's War of Rise is won? No, absolutely impossible. He will certainly march to the center of the cosmos and compete with the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance to finally become the king of the entire universe. Do you agree, everyone? That sounds reasonable." The nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators all nodded. If we had Monster Lee's power and wisdom, we would not be content to be bound at the edge of the cosmos as a local warlord. If so, since his ultimate purpose is the prosperous worlds at the center of the cosmos, will he devour the ancient sage's sector recklessly just for some petty benefits? Long Yangjun smiled. His enterprise has already been built, but the future road of conquest is still long even if the war is won. If we give him a hand at a critical moment, he will certainly return the favor 10 times over, even for nothing other than showing his generosity. Otherwise, who would dare join him and help him realize his ambitions in the future? He will certainly not kill the goose that lays golden eggs. All in all, to use some local slang, if you don't trust Monster Lee's integrity, you should at least trust his head. Also, according to the situation in the Federation right now, the 4 new worlds are in a more advantageous position. If we join the Federation, we will be the 5th new world, and the counterforce of the core worlds will be completely suppressed. The situation in the Federation will be steadier. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the new worlds or the core worlds take the initiative as long as the final outcome is settled. The worst case will be if the 2 sides reach an impasse where irresolvable contradictions are caused. With Monster Lee's sharp eyes, he must be able to see through that. Therefore, hiring us will only do him and the Federation good. There is no harm at all. So, the only problem right now is, where is Monster Lee exactly? And how can we meet him in person and express our intention to join the Federation without causing any misunderstanding? After all, we are bringing the commander of the Black Wind Fleet's daughter with us. If Monster Lee discovers us and regards us as the spies or scouts that the expedition army of the Imperium sent out, it will be pretty bad. Fellow Cultivator Han, now that you mentioned it, Long Yangjun sighed gloomily and worriedly. With Monster Lee's cleverness, it is possible that he has long discovered us. Chances are that he is even observing our every move through a certain secret technique. Her words greatly alarmed all the nascent soul stage cultivators and divinity transformation stage cultivators again. Everybody looked at each other in bewilderment. Then, they could not help but look around in the narrow and cold cabin, as if a Monster Lee was squatting in a dark corner and peeping at them in silence. Li Yao narrowed his eyes, his teeth trembling. I don't think that's possible. Don't be an alarmist, Lord Wang. If what you said is true, Monster Lee would be too invincible. I hope that I'm being an alarmist. Long Yangjun shook her head and smiled bitterly. For some reason, I keep having goosebumps these days, as if a certain invisible eye has been staring at my back the whole time. Today, after hearing everybody's analysis, if I must choose one between Black Wind Fleet and Monster Lee to be my enemy, I will certainly not choose Monster Lee. Everyone, let's give it some more thought. If we help the Federation deal with the Black Wind Fleet, we can always rectify our strategy and attack the Federation at the last second when the Federation is going to lose, in which case there will still be a slim chance that the Black Wind Fleet will pardon us and spare our lives considering the ignorance of the ancient cultivators. But if we help the Black Wind Fleet fight the Federation, Will we necessarily be able to kill Monster Lee even if the Federation is conquered in the end? If Monster Lee is not dead, will he spare us and the Ancient Sages sector? If he hides himself for another 100 years and plays the same sword-wetting and throat-cutting move on the Ancient Sages sector and on us, who can ever take that? By then, we won't even know how we are killed. I don't know what you think, but for me, I would rather fight against 10 Black Wind fleets than piss off Monster Lee. Long Yangjuan's words silenced all the other experts from the Ancient Sages sector. She was quite right. They were only considering which one between the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation would be the final victor, but they had not really thought whether or not they could make sure that Monster Lee was killed. Judging from the situation right now, even if the Black Wind Fleet could really destroy the Federation unstoppably, it would not necessarily be able, or rather, would be absolutely unable to slay Vulture Li Yao. The reason was simple. Monster Lee was still lurking in the darkness. The monster was like a sharp sword that was invisible in the darkness. The most lethal poison had been smeared on the edge, and the sword could be waved at the enemy anytime. With Monster Lee's sordidness and smartness, even if he could not finish the Imperium of true human beings, was he not able to finish the Ancient Sages sector? Even if we helped the Black Wind Fleet to conquer the Star Glory Federation and earn tremendous benefits for the Ancient Sages sector and ourselves, will we still be alive to enjoy them? The experts of the Ancient Sages sector looked at each other and shuddered from the bottom of their hearts at the same time. As if it was cooperating with the anxious atmosphere, the carrier also shivered and started decelerating. They had arrived at the 100 Flower Space Zone. In front of them was 100 Flower City, the greatest transfer station for space jumps and the transportation hub at the center of the 7 sectors of the Federation. "Who?" Han Bailing took a long breath and tapped the table. He said solemnly, 100 Flowers City is up ahead. We will take a brief rest here and refuel. Then, we will jump directly to the Heaven's Origin sector, heart of the Federation. Perhaps Monster Lee is waiting for the Black Wind Fleet and us in the Heaven's Origin sector right now. With everything coming to this point, we will have to wing it now. I hope that our guesses on Monster Lee are not wrong, and that we can show the sincerity of the Ancient Sages sector before he launches a thunderous strike. Fellow cultivators, we have all learned of the formidability of Monster Lee. The overall situation is also very clear. Is it the whole of Xinyue's plan to destroy the traditional conglomerates under Monster Lee's instruction? Or do they still have a series of follow-up moves for greater purposes? I have a vague feeling that the most critical moment will come soon. Let's go back to our room and rest well while we wait for Monster Lee to show up in the most unbelievable way. Please don't compete with me, fellow cultivators, Long Yangjun said. I will be the first one to rush forward and cling to Monster Lee's thigh. The secret meeting of the 12 experts of the Ancient Sages sector ended in the mysterious and grave atmosphere. All the experts returned to their respective cabins, thoughtful and full of worries. There was no telling whether or not they were in the mood for a good rest. When Long Yangjun snuck into Li Yao's cabin, Li Yao was making instant noodles. The small cabin was filled with the flavor of the noodles and the spiced eggs in them. Long Yangjun locked the door and leaned against it, staying one table away from Li Yao. She was wearing such an obsequious smile on her face that she really looked like a eunuch that was serving the emperor. "Why are you here?" Li Yao asked. "Do you need to ask?" "Like I said earlier, I'm here to cling to the thigh of Monster Lee," Long Yangjun said. "If that's what you want, my thigh is right here." "Why are you waiting at the door?" "Because you are too horrifying, brutal, and ruthless, of course. I am so scared that my soul is threatening to flee my body. My legs are shaking hard and stopping me from approaching you." Long Yangjun eyed Li Yao up and down for a long time in amazement, as if she had only met him for the first time. Han Bailing and the rest of them are not aware of the real situation. But for me, who knows part of the truth, I know more clearly than them that what they described is just the tip of the iceberg. The real you is definitely 10 times more horrendous than that. Now that I think about it, back in the Ancient Sages sector, you were dumbfounded, utterly shocked, and rendered speechless every now and then, as if you were truly confused and overwhelmed by the messes and had to rely on the instructions of us so-called experts. But in fact, that was all your acting, right? In fact, everything was within your calculations. This is the ultimate level of playing the pig that eats the tiger. You do not need to take action at all. All you have to do is chit-chat and pretend to be shocked, and the trap is already set, turning everybody into your chess pieces and puppets. Terrible. Truly terrible. Faced with such a terrible monster, Lee, I was even ignorant enough to bargain and negotiate with you? I must have been asking to be killed even if I was a Xinyue warrior reborn. Li Yao listened attentively and nodded. While Long Yangjun was talking, he had already made the second bowl of instant noodles. He pushed it to the other side of the table and said, "Are you hungry? This bowl is for you." Looking at the boiling instant noodles, Long Yangjun was completely frozen. With an indescribable expression popping up on her face, she mumbled after a long daze, "Monster Li, what kind of person are you? What are you up to exactly?" "I am up to nothing." Li Yao snapped his fingers, opening a closet behind him. "Look, there are dozens of bowls of instant noodles here. They are all the last stocks I bought in the Uranian Ring sector. They are in all sorts of flavors, with even the eggs and the sausages. So after the meeting, I've been thinking about one thing. If I make 12 bowls of instant noodles, adding 1 egg and 1 sausage into each of them, and I deliver them to each of the fellow cultivators with both hands, when they enjoy the noodles and are touched by my friendship, I will confess my identity and tell them that the guy who made the noodles for them is in fact Monster Li, the legendary dominator of 3 sectors and the overlord of the Federation. But I mean no harm for them at all, and I am seeking cooperation with the fellow cultivators genuinely. The bowl of noodles I offer is a symbol for my friendliness and sincerity. Give my noodles a try first, then think about it carefully. Is it a sound plan?" Long Yangjun looked at Li Yao and then at the noodles. Li Yao looked back at Long Yangjun frankly too. "Are you serious? What do you think? Do I appear to be joking? The method is indeed a bit simple and straightforward, but I don't find any harm in it." Tilting her head, Long Yangjun thought for a moment. Then she really stepped forward and sat opposite Li Yao. Picking up a forkful of noodles and sucking them in her mouth, she chewed for a moment and said with a blurred voice, "Isn't it too spicy?" There was no telling whether she was referring to the noodles or Li Yao's plan. "You can only cut a knot with a fast sword," Li Yao said. "Also, I am really a terrible liar. The closer we get to the Heaven's origin sector, the more complicated the situation will become. I don't know what kind of mess there will be. I may lose control over myself at any time." Chapter 1686, Jean Xinyue's Real Ambitions. Wait. Long Yangjun took a deep breath and said, "Your Excellency Monster Li, dominator of 3 sectors. I am not objecting to your plan, but don't you think you need to give them a rest? Everybody has just finished analyzing the causes and consequences of the whole event, and now you are knocking on their door for a sincere chit-chat? You may scare them into mental derangement." Li Yao thought for a moment and realized that it did make sense. "All right, then I'll just talk to everyone after they've had a good night's sleep and gotten refreshed. We will explain everything clearly. Look at it now. A simple problem is getting more and more complicated. Whatever you say." Long Yangjun tried to hold back her laughter. "Then I must beg you, when you go to everyone to have a sincere conversation tomorrow morning, you must bring me. I guarantee that I will not say a word or cause any trouble. I will simply stand behind you and watch their faces quietly. It is definitely going to be spectacular." Li Yao frowned and asked, "Is this why you're here?" "Not exactly." Blinking her glamorous big eyes, Long Yangjun smiled. "You know that I'm here for a slightly different purpose from everybody else's. I'm cooperating with you partly to repair the Xinyue warship, but on the other hand, I also want to observe the new world carefully, especially the new heroes and new games in the new world from the perspective of a Xinyue warrior. In the past 2 weeks, the abrupt and captivating drama that has taken place in the Star Glory Federation has fascinated me. I can't help but applaud it. In fact, I ran an analysis about everything myself. It is basically the same as Han Bailing's, albeit with some disparity in the details. I think that my analysis is perhaps closer to the truth, but I am not certain. Also, many critical points in my analysis are top secrets of the top secrets that I can never know, but I feel that my heart will continue itching if the puzzles are not resolved, and it is impossible for me to go to sleep. Therefore, I am here to ask Monster Li, one of the parties involved. Liu Shnifa. Why do I have to tell you the secrets of my wife and my disciple? Long Yangjuan's eyes shone. So, you have figured out the truth of the whole event too? It does make sense. If Han Bailing has discovered 80% of the truth merely as an outsider, you must have found out what Ding Lingdang and Jin Xinyue were up to long before he did as someone who knows the two women best. How about this? I don't need you to tell me anything. I will tell you my speculations, and all you need to do is to say if they are right. Does that work for you? No, Li Yao shook his head. That's a bit ungrateful, don't you think? Long Yangjun snorted. I tried so hard to cover for you during the meeting just now, and you are doing nothing in return for me? Li Yao thought quickly. Then he seemed to have figured out something. Staring at Long Yangjun solemnly, he said, All right, you will make guesses, and I will tell you if they are right. But this event is not as simple as it appears. There may be a series of subsequent changes. Once you learn the truth, you will never get to jump off the boat anymore. I will not allow you to stay out of it. I never planned to stay out of the event in the first place. Long Yangjun smiled. Monster Li's thigh is thick, strong, and dependable. Now that I have clung to it, how could I bear to let it go easily? Li Yao coughed and said, You may begin. All right. Long Yangjun nodded and spoke in great excitement. In fact, Han Bailing deserves to be one of the rare talents and strategies in the ancient sages sector. It is no exaggeration to call him a great monarch. Also, everything he did when he demolished all the sects on the prairie, established the 8 units of Cloud Sheen, and became the leader of the Dark Cloud Prairies is similar to what is happening in the Federation right now. The new powers are crushing the old interest groups that have gradually decayed and are no longer used to the latest changes. Therefore, his speculations on the whole thing are shockingly precise. The truth is a fatal trap that has been prepared for 100 years like he described. However, it is impossible for him to know that the trap was not prepared by Monster Li, but Monster Li's disciple, Jin Xinyue. Jin Xinyue is truly one of the best strategic schemers in the Federation who has grown to an extent far beyond her master. Long Yangjun suddenly paused and sighed, while she eyed Li Yao with envy and jealousy. Li Yao was slightly dazed. Why are you looking at me in such a way? Because I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you recruited such a distinguished disciple when you didn't do anything. Long Yangjun said, For the experts of our level who have reached the nascent soul stage, what we want are merely 2 simple things. Firstly, to further move upward in our training. Secondly, to find a few loyal, gifted disciples who will pass on our lifelong knowledge and perfect it. The path of training gets more and more difficult as you walk further. To break through from the nascent soul stage into the divinity transformation stage is a challenging task for anyone. However, to recruit a real good disciple, one that both has distinguished talents and abilities and is loyal to their master, is 100 times more challenging than breaking into the divinity transformation stage. It is essentially the greatest achievement of your life to have recruited such a perfect disciple as Jin Xinyue, who is loyal and willing to sacrifice for the interests of her master. I believe that you will rest in peace, even if you die abruptly right now. Is that a compliment? Why does it sound so weird to me? Long Yangjun smiled. Of course it does. It sounds weird because it is not true. At first, I read a lot of biographies about Jin Xinyue and Ding Lingdang. But the thing about biographies is that they are often embroidered to cover the mistakes of the persons and to highlight their achievements, just like how the figure in the Chronicles of Li Yao is not the real you. Therefore, it is impossible to tell the real character of the persons and the logic of their actions. Later, I began to analyze the videos of their speeches. You know that a lot of videos of their public speeches are available on the spiritual nexus for them to run for the Supreme Speaker. I carefully studied almost 100 clips of their speeches. I dare not say that I know them as well as you do, but I believe I have found something that Han Bailing and the rest of them didn't. What is it? Li Yao asked. Ambitions. Undisguisable ambitions that flow out of every pore on Jin Xinyue's body, Long Yangjun said. Jin Xinyue is an ambitious woman who has the strongest lust for power. Even if she truly regards you as the dearest and most respected master, it is impossible for her to sacrifice herself for you or your wife. Then, at first glance, the whole plan appears quite illogical. After her self-detonation, Li Yao's group will certainly rise and will completely control the Federation, but she might be sentenced to prison, and all her possibilities on the surface will vanish. After all, no matter how despicable the traditional conglomerates are, she is the center of the scandal. Suffering such a destructive strike, not just the important posts such as Speaker of the Federation, Leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development, or President of the Dim Moon Fund, even the places of a lower level will not be open for her. For such a woman who was practically born with ambition for power, it is more excruciating than to be minced into pieces. Is my speculation on your little disciple correct? Yes, she is indeed such a woman. Leonudda. I learned about it 100 years ago. But back then, you didn't know that her appetite was so huge, Long Yangjun said. Or maybe Xinyue, who was relatively immature 100 years ago, did not have such a huge appetite then. A minor speaker of the Federation was enough to satisfy her at that time. However, after 100 years of training and expansion, Xinyue has grown into a rapacious, gigantic beast. What she desires is not a meaningless title, such as Speaker of the Federation, but the real power of the entire Star Glory Federation. The term for the Speaker of the Federation is 5 years, and one can only serve 2 terms at most, which will be 10 years. Even during the 10 years, they will be hamstrung by Parliament and the many big shots in other aspects. They must take the influence and interests of other parties into account, too. So, does the Speaker really have the dominating power? No. Speaker of the Federation is just a vain title. There's a post that is even more critical than Speaker. Sometimes they overlap, but sometimes they do not, in which case one can totally manipulate everything behind the curtain. The post is the helmsman of Li Yao's group. In the new Federation that is deprived of the traditional conglomerates and the obsolete forces, Li Yao's group will rise unstoppably. Whoever works as the helmsman of Li Yao's group will control the entire Federation. Also, Speaker has terms and is bound by checks and balances, supervision and exposure, but helmsman of Li Yao's group does not have terms and will not necessarily be checked. It does not need to answer to the general public, either. If the person is capable enough, they can work for 50 years, 100, or even longer, controlling the Federation for the next century. Am I right? Monsterly? Li Yao gave neither approval nor disapproval. However, even if a Li Yao's group does exist, Ding Lingdang is its helmsman right now. But your wife is neither the materials for the Speaker of the Federation nor for the helmsman of Li Yao's group. Long Yangjun chuckled. She is not even willing to take the jobs herself, is she? That's why Xinyue went through all the trouble of pushing her to the stage, because Xinyue is very clear that Ding Lingdang will not fight for power with her. On the surface, everything Xinyue did was self-sacrifice to pave the way for Ding Lingdang. Such loyalty is truly touching. But on second thought, the core circle of the so-called Li Yao's group is only 4 people: Li Yao's wife and his 3 disciples. Li Yao's wife Ding Lingdang and first disciple Wu Mayan are both warriors. They are incapable and uninterested in political power or managing Li Yao's group. There's no need to mention his second disciple, Xinyue, who is the purest refiner. Her ambitions are perhaps even smaller than Ding Lingdang's and Wu Mayan's. She was not born to be a leader at all. Then, if a helmsman must be chosen from the core circle, who is more qualified than Xinyue, capable, loyal, and willing to sacrifice herself for Li Yao's group? Chapter 16, 87 Queen of Darkness. Are those people worse than Xinyue in terms of strategic wisdom? I think that each of them is suitable to be the spokesperson of the enormous group. I don't see any reason why I should object. Long Yangjun smiled and unhurriedly said, although I do think that Bai Kaisen, Wu Chunfeng, Fiend Blade Ping Hai, and the rest of them are not as good as Xinyue, it is not what really matters here. The key to becoming the helmsman of Li Yao's group is to win the support of the internal big shots. In fact, the way I see it, the strife in the modern cultivation civilization is no different from the conflicts in the court in the world of ancient cultivators or the battles between gangs in the underground world. How can you distinguish yourself in a gang? You must be brave and make great contributions to the gang, but that's only part of it. Contributions and sacrifices do not necessarily strengthen you. It is also possible that you take a blow for the gang and get imprisoned for 10 years, only to discover that all your influence is gone after you're out of prison. Your previous sacrifice would be in vain. Contributions and sacrifices are necessary. But what matters more is the appreciation and support of the big shots. This is exactly the dangerous situation that Xinyue is faced with. Now that she is at the center of the scandal storm, if she intends to drag the traditional conglomerates into the abyss and demolish them, she will have to pay an equally high price. Even if she is not sentenced to prison, she will have to lay low for quite a long time. At that time, if the big shots of Li Yao's group support by Kaisen with Chunfeng or Fiend Blade Peng Hai, they will be taking Xinyue's fruit and become manager of Li Yao's group. Even Xinyue rises again later. Everything will have been settled, and she will barely be able to change anything. Therefore, before Xinyue starts the whole thing, she must have the support of the big shots. Then, which big shot in Li Yao's group has the biggest voice? Of course, you're the number one big shot. But your whereabouts are unknown. She doesn't know when you will come back, and she is not sure that she can manipulate you when you do. Right below you, the second one on the rank is definitely Ding Lingdang. As your wife, Ding Lingdang boasts the legal rights of the many shares that you have left behind. She is great shareholder in the Glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, and even Skyfire. Also, Ding Lingdang has discovered 2 sectors in a row in the past 100 years herself. Her reputation is even higher than yours for the unbelievable legends that she has created. It is needless to say that her Patriots Front, having toiled in the New Worlds for 100 years, is well supported in the 4 New Worlds and is a remarkable force in Parliament. Therefore, Ding Lingdang is the most influential big shot in Li Yao's group. Whoever is supported by her is very likely to be the helmsman of Li Yao's group. However, Ding Lingdang does not like Xinyue. Not at all, right? Li Yao did not say anything, but the bitter smile on his lips betrayed him. Long Yangjun grew more and more delighted. Understandable. Totally understandable. How can a masteress be fond of her husband's young, beautiful, and even slightly exotic female disciple? In such a case, things are quite tricky for Xinyue. Ding Lingdang dislikes and is wary of her. It is obvious that she will not support Xinyue. Then, even though Xinyue can facilitate the rise of Li Yao's group with all her schemes and ploys, somebody else will claim the spoils in the end. How can the ambitious woman have worked hard for 100 years for nothing? Xinyue is a very smart woman. She dare not end on bad terms with her masteress, no matter what, because she knows that you will return sooner or later. She does not have the courage, nor is it necessary for her to stand against you. Since betrayal is not an option and she needs to find a way to win Ding Lingdang's support, she plays the most delicate move in the entire scheme. Yes, when I inferred her whole scheme, this particular move was the biggest surprise for me. Hey, Monsterly, do you think that Xinyue informed your wife when she prepared the entire scheme? Is it possible that they are role-playing? No, I thought so too. Long Yangjun nodded confidently. Ding Lingdang, and you are as opposite as can be. She is not the kind of person who likes acting. Also, the fewer people who know such a delicate scheme, the better. It was absolutely necessary for Xinyue and not to let Ding Lingdang know anything. Therefore, it is safe to assume that Ding Lingdang is unaware of the truth even to this moment. She really regards Xinyue as a ruthless, treacherous, churlish, insane woman who has no boundaries, right? I agree. If I were Xinyue, I would even find a way to meet Ding Lingdang, pretending that I am too arrogant to care about the bond between us, in order to infuriate Ding Lingdang. Ding Lingdang would have been angry enough after knowing what Ding Lingdang did on the surface, even without provocation. She will only be even more so after it. As a result, Ding Lingdang will truly dedicate all her resources to the investigation and crucifixion of Xinyue. Then, in the near future, after all the traditional conglomerates are wiped out and Li Yao's group dominates the Federation, Xinyue will certainly let Ding Lingdang learn the truth in a clever way. The little which will let her masteress know that she has been making sacrifices and contributions while bearing the curses and misunderstandings in silence, not for herself or the demons, but for her master and masteress, and for the rise of Li Yao's group. It means that Ding Lingdang truly wronged the little witch, and the little witch was unable to defend herself in the situation, and therefore could only hold back her tears while continuing to make contributions for Li Yao's group. Even if it means that power, reputation, and other things that she cherishes would be shattered. Tisk, TSK, TSK. How shocked will Ding Lingdang be after she learns the truth? Shaking her head, Long Yangjun could not help but applaud. Awesome. Truly awesome. Xinyue has truly grasped every possible change in her master's mind. Of course, that is also partly because your wife is too easy to predict. But still, I cannot praise your disciple enough. Li Yao sniffed and said, Xinyue is not nearly as awesome as you. She certainly couldn't figure out so many things with only 100 videos of public speeches. I am not nearly as awesome as you, Monster Li, because I can tell from your countenance that you have long realized Xinyue's tricks, haven't you? Long Yangjun smiled. What? Since there are only the two of us here, you don't even bother to pretend to be shocked. Ding Lingdang and Xinyue are both most intimate to me, Li Yao said. A lot of Xinyue's tricks and acting skills were even taught by me. Is it strange at all that I can see through her? It is outrageous for her to trick her masteress like that. I'm going to punish her good after I return. Of course you will punish her. By asking her to drink 3 cups of wine, right? Long Yangjun smirked. What Xinyue has done is all open strategies. No surreptitious schemes are involved at all. At the very least, within Li Yao's group, and in front of Monster Li, she is absolutely able to justify herself. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I'm growing to like Xinyue more and more. She knows that it is difficult to resolve her master's hate and wariness for her. It is not just the private contradiction between two women, but also the deep-rooted vigilance of a human against a demon. It may have something to do with the checks and balances within Li Yao's group, too. Under normal circumstances, her masteress, as a big shot, would never support her. However obedient and dutiful she appears, it will only add to her masteress alert. In such a case, she might as well go the exact opposite way. She set up a trap on purpose to make her masteress misunderstand her deeply or even strike her hard. Then, after what is done, when she is riddled with bleeding wounds because of her masteress, she will suddenly reveal the truth that she is actually a good person who has always been loyal to her master and masteress. She made sacrifices in silence for everyone in Li Yao's group. Your wife is a straightforward and upright woman. Such people always have the most extreme emotions, both love and hate. They cannot bear owing somebody else a favor just as much as they cannot tolerate themselves for wronging a good guy. Therefore, after discovering the truth, Ding Lingdang, who can't be more regretful, will definitely try her best to make it up to Xinyue, the loyal little disciple. Or rather, haunted by a certain weird sense of guilt, she may even walk from one extremity to the other. She may begin to absolute trust and support Xinyue instead of hating her. That's exactly what Xinyue wants. Ding Lingdang is the second big shot in Li Yao's group, and Xinyue, with most of the demons in her back, can be considered as the third big shot. If the two big shots join hands, who can compete with Xinyue? In the next 100 years, her place as the helmsman of Li Yao's group will be as steady and unshakable as a mountain. This is Xinyue's whole plan. What she abandons is the title of Speaker of the Federation, which is vain and of no actual use, and the traditional conglomerates in the old core worlds, which are not the real source of her power at all. But what she gains will be the whole of Li Yao's group and the entire Star Glory Federation. From the beginning to the end, she has never wanted to be a common supreme speaker of the Star Glory Federation. What she dreams, like her father Jean Tuyi, whose Red Tide plan influences the Star Glory Federation even today, is to control the Federation for the next 100 years as a Queen of Darkness, who will truly lead the new Federation to rise in the Sea of Stars. This is how Xinyue's plan goes. I'm certain of it without checking your face. But there's one thing that has been troubling me, which I can't figure out. Xinyue's scheme is too huge for her to prepare alone. Judging from the thunderous strikes that the Secret Sword Bureau performed on her in the past 2 weeks, the operation seemed to have been long set. Also, about the girl who claimed to be Moonfall's sister. However professional the training of her soul is, since she failed to deceive us, there is no reason she could have fooled the leadership of the Secret Sword Bureau, especially Guo Chunfeng, who is a seasoned agent himself. Guo Chunfeng is known as the omnipotent nascent soul stage cultivator, with quadruple talents in all 4 fields. He has managed the intelligence front line of the Federation for 100 years. Is it possible for such a shrew old fox to be tricked by one Moonfall's sister, or Xinyue? But as it happened, the Secret Sword Bureau did not raise any suspicions about the confession of Moonfall's sister at all, simply starting a superstorm. Then, the only logical explanation is that Xinyue and Guo Chunfeng have been working with each other. Is it possible? On the surface, Xinyue was once responsible for the dirty jobs in the Secret Sword Bureau after the Blood Demon Sector joined the Federation 100 years ago. She was later promoted to be Guo Chunfeng's deputy and the second most powerful person in the Secret Sword Bureau. But the two of them soon ended on bad terms. It was said that they could not meet each other without fighting. In the end, Xinyue led her team to break up with the Secret Sword Bureau and establish the Dim Moon Fund. Not only was the Secret Sword Bureau greatly weakened, it even had a great competitor. Therefore, everybody in the Federation knows that Xinyue and Guo Chunfeng are as incompatible as fire and water. Neither of them will hesitate to hit the other person when they are down. But could it be an illusion? Is it possible that everything is just a trap that Guo Chunfeng and Xinyue laid together decades ago? But there seems to be no reason. The Secret Sword Bureau's sole job was to resist the demons before. Guo Chunfeng, as the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, should have even more alert and harbored more prejudice toward the demons than Ding Ling Ding. How could he have trusted Xinyue and the demons without reserve? Is there really a certain foundation between them for their cooperation? Li Yao took a deep breath and did not hide his appreciation for Long Yangjun at all. Xinyue's marvelous performance was already far beyond his expectations as her master. However, Long Yangjun's ability to run deductions based on the few traces were even more shocking and chilly. Yes, in the entire Star Glory Federation, other than themselves, Li Yao was the only one who knew Guo Chunfeng and Xinyue, the heads of 2 intelligence agencies who seemed incompatible, were actually the same type of person. They were neither pure human beings nor pure demons. They were both transformed from demons into human beings after absorbing tremendous divine water of chaos. Xinyue was a saintess of demons, while Guo Chunfeng was Abyss. The former's real identity was known by the entire world, but none other than Li Yao was aware of the latter's identity. It was enough as the foundation for their in-depth cooperation. Long Yangjun read something from Li Yao's eyes and said, "All right, I don't need to know everything. It's enough to know that it is possible for them to cooperate." TISK, TSK, TSK. The 2 intelligence agencies of the Federation seem to be at loggerheads, but they are actually the same gang and controlled by Li Yao's group. How can the rotten traditional conglomerates escape from Li Yao's group when the plans have been ongoing for decades in secret? For me, the mysteries of the entire event have been resolved now. The feeling of gratification is so rewarding. Thank you for your honesty. I am more determined to cling to your thigh now, too. But in the end, there's still something that I'm curious about. Monster Li, what's your feeling after raising such a terrifying disciple? Will you, blinking, Li Yao extended 2 fingers and said, "Did you know? There are 2 kinds of people in the world. Some of them make pies, and some sell pies." Long Yangjun was dazed. What do you mean? Assuming that I am a guy named Wang Matzi, who can make the most delicious pies in the world and has fun making them, it doesn't mean that I am necessarily good at selling pies, or that I can open the largest, the most popular, and the most enduring pie stores in the world, right? Besides, even if I can open branches of my pie store everywhere and earn loads of money, and even if I can decorate my restaurant into the most extravagant hotel and become a king of the food industry, I will have absolutely no time to make the pies that I like making best. In fact, their flavor will definitely be off even if I do find the time. Perhaps I did not want to open a Wang Matsi chain pie store at all in the first place. I only wanted to make the most delicious pies in the world and watch the customers devour them one bite after another until oil is flowing out of their mouth. I would be as delighted as they were. Therefore, if a person who is good at selling pies has come to operate the Wang Matsi pie store, she is free to be the CEO of the pie store because I will have more time to be focused on making my pies. Isn't it very good? You may grow a deep understanding about Xinyue through her personal biographies and the videos of her speeches, but you can't know her as well as I do, and you can't know me as well as she does. I know her, and I know that she will not betray me. She knows me too, and she knows that like Ding Ling Dang, I don't like operating a pie store, but only like making pies. Therefore, as long as she is cautious enough to not cross the lines, I will not doubt or restrict her at all. She can totally do whatever she wants the way she wants. That is the mutual trust between me and her. Lines? What lines? Long Yangjun queried. Li Yao smiled. He turned on a mini crystal processor fluently and summoned many light beams, which displayed complicated formulas, charts, and statistical data. In the past half-month, all of you have been inferring everything with the best of your wisdom. For the experts of the Ancient Sages sector, who are unaware of the inside information of the Federation, it was indeed difficult for you. But for me, who has a deep understanding about Jin Xinyue, Ding Ling Dang, Gua Chunfeng, and the other people involved, it was not troublesome to figure out Jin Xinyue's scheme from the familiar methods. However, that was not the focus of my attention. I don't care who runs Wang Matsi Pie store, or if it can grow huge and make money. Compared to the schemes and power struggles on the surface, I am more interested in one organization and one person, the CFIA and Lu Qingchen. Narrowing her eyes, Long Yangjun mumbled, "He is just Jin Xinyue's chess piece, an unimportant character." "No, he is very important." Pointing at a few pieces of news on the light beam, Li Yao said, 42,722 victims were killed in the explosion of the Jade Dust Mines. It was the first attack of the CFIA, the evil organization of Immortal Cultivators, after it surfaced. Lu Qingchen became the most wanted criminal and the most notorious Immortal Cultivator nationwide, because of the case, too. After the explosion in the Jade Dust Mines, he launched quite a few terror attacks against resource planets in only 10 years, which caused serious damage. The total number of the victims surpassed 100,000. Then the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund both spared no effort striking the CFIA. Lu Qingchen was forced to lie low, and the CFIA never committed any atrocious acts for a long time. But they had already established their brand as the most infamous organizations of the Immortal Cultivators. Long Yangjun was deep in thought. If Jin Xinyue asked Lu Qingchen to perform the terror attacks, or if she had simply kept the information to herself, it would cross your lines, and you will do what you have to do. But you have met neither Jin Xinyue nor Lu Qingchen. How can you know the truth? I calculated things, Li Yao explained to Long Yangjun. The Federation developed countless resource planets in the past 100 years and established millions of mines, most of which are in harsh, dangerous places. Accidents in the mines are unavoidable however many precautions we take. Here are the statistics of all the public mine accidents in the past century. All the irrelevant interference has been removed. Look at the curve. Do you notice anything? Li Yao pointed at a descending curve. Long Yangjun pondered for a moment and said, "There doesn't seem to be anything wrong. As the mining crystal processors are applied on a large scale and the infrastructure is perfected, the accident rate has been dropping every year. It is a very smooth curve, isn't it?" "Something's wrong." "Very wrong," Li Yao said. "Look at the average accident rate before Lu Qingchen showed up, the 10 years during which Lu Qingchen was on a rampage, and the dozen years after he disappeared and went underground. It is smooth. Too smooth. What does it say?" Lu Qingchen launched appalling terror attacks on the major resource planets of the Federation insanely and repetitively. However, judging from the big data in the past 100 years, during the 10 years when he was most active, the average accident rate in the mines is almost identical to the years before and the years after. Were his attempts all in vain? Now, we remove all the terror attacks that the CFIA claimed to be responsible for. Take another look. Li Yao tapped on the light beam, and a huge collapse immediately appeared at the middle of the curve, as if somebody had bitten a chunk out. During the 10 years when Lu Qingxin was most active, the average accident rate in the mines actually plummeted uncannily, and after Lu Qingxin went underground, the accident rate resumed normal quickly. Long Yangjun examined the data carefully. A moment later, glamorous brilliance beamed out of her eyes. Do you see it now? There are only two possibilities for such weird data, Li Yao said. Either the heavens were watching over the Federation, and when Lu Qingxin was busy launching his terror attacks, other resource planets were all unbelievably lucky without having any serious mine accidents. Or there were no terror attacks at all. The Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund simply decorated the common mine accidents first, and the CFIA and Lu Qingxin stood up to claim them as terror attacks. In such a way, the CFIA was built into a highly evil organization of the immortal cultivators lurking within the Federation. Long Yangjun blinked quickly. If that's the case, the terror attacks are all fake, and Lu Qingxin never killed 100,000 victims. There is nothing wrong at all even if he works for Xinyue. It is just acting within a reasonable range, right? However, other people can certainly reach the same conclusion with the data. This is perhaps the greatest flaw of Xinyue's entire plan. No, this isn't Xinyue's flaw. Softness finally shone on Li Yao's face. His eyes were completely open, like ponds that were unfrozen in the early spring with ripples spreading out. It is my disciple's boundaries. She eyed Li Yao, somewhat in dissatisfaction. I was concerned at first that you and your disciple were going to turn against each other, and the Federation would also fall apart under the scourge of the expedition army of the Imperium. I didn't know that everything was within your calculations. Han Bailing and I must have looked like idiots to you. As expected of Monster Li. This nickname came as a joke, but it seems more and more fitting. I might have been joking just now, but I'm seriously considering if I should cling to your thigh for the rest of the trip. Li Yao chuckled and devoured the bowl of noodles that were all swollen because they had soaked for too long. He then raised the bowl and drank the soup. In the end, he burped and patted his belly in great satisfaction. His face was glowing. Every pore on his body was opened, releasing a daunting aura to the outside world. The demeanor of Monster Li was fully revealed. Well, I didn't mean to be pretentious, Li Yao explained dutifully. It was not until last night that I finally calculated everything. When the data and charts are listed here, it is certainly easy to reach the conclusion, but I had nothing in the beginning, and I didn't intend to raise any suspicion by asking for someone to retrieve the relevant files. Therefore, I had to find the pieces of information myself, sometimes even by searching for the news decades ago, in order to slowly complete the puzzle. The job alone took me more than half a month. Thankfully, the result is not bad at all. Despite the lack of conclusive proof, the data is enough for me to prove that the CFI is not really an evil organization. It does make sense, too. Xinyue is a smart person. Even if I don't trust her integrity, I should at least trust her wisdom. If she intends to control the Federation forever, how could she do such insane things and turn herself into a second Lu Zue, offering a weakness for her opponents to attack her? Since she never crossed the lines, and she made such great contributions and sacrifices for Li Yao's group, I might as well be generous as her master now that she has proved her loyalty. Is it a big deal at all to let her run Li Yao's group? Disciples should cater to their master's needs. With my reputation and influence today, isn't it too cheap for me if I deal with the trivia in the group myself? Isn't this what we recruit disciples for? Seeing that Li Yao talked and laughed casually, Long Yangjun put on a bitter smile for real. She shook her head and said, "You are such a puzzle. Sometimes you make me think that the one hiding in the magnificent statue of Dominator of Three Sectors, Vulture Li Yao, is an idiot, but sometimes I feel that the idiot is 10 times more horrifying than what Han Bailing described. What kind of person is the real Vulture Li Yao, and what is he planning to do?" Pausing for a moment, instead of waiting for Li Yao to reply, she smiled, But forget it. It will be a happy ending after all. Xinyue appears to be taking full control of the situation. So, The guests from the Ancient Sages sector can just enjoy the drama jovially. Weird brilliance flashed in Li Yao's eyes as he shook his head and said, "No, I don't think you can." Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. "How so?" "So far, everything has been going on too well," Li Yao said solemnly. "But things shouldn't go so well where I am involved." Long Yangjun chuckled. "There, you're starting again. What kind of bizarre theory is that? Do you really believe in destiny or luck?" "Not destiny, and not luck. It is some sort of law that exists in reality." Li Yao frowned, his eyes deep and dark. His mind seemed to have drifted to a long, long time ago, and his voice sounded like the moans in his uncanny dreams. "I don't know how I should explain it to you. Even I haven't entirely figured it out yet. But you may consider me as a person or a foreign object that is rejected by the whole world like a thorn that has stabbed into the flesh. When a thorn impales the flesh, the body will react out of natural instincts, trying to squeeze it out. Chances are that my body and soul have gone through subtle mutations during the many space jumps in which they are torn apart and recondensed between the third dimension and the fourth dimension. Therefore, this world regards me as a certain foreign object and has a rejection reaction. It is not going to allow me to enjoy the fruit comfortably without doing anything." Long Yangjun was amused. "Too many people have performed space jumps repetitively, but I've never heard of any of them having such weird mutations. Since you are so certain about the uncertainties in the future, I believe that you must have found something more than the so-called rejection reaction?" "Yes." Li Yao nodded. "Since Xinyue has planned for 100 years, her whole plan can't be just what we are seeing right now. She must have calculated everything to help Li Yao's group rise unstoppably and to make herself grasp the power of Li Yao's group and the Star Glory Federation someday. However, the most critical problem right now is the imminent invasion of the expedition army from the Imperium. If the Black Wind Fleet is not crushed and the Star Glory Federation cannot secure a regional hegemony, her plans will be a great joke, however marvelous and meticulous they are. Therefore, the abrupt changes in the past half-month are just appetizers. What is about to happen next will be Xinyue's most crucial plan." Li Yao did not disguise his attitude. Observing his face, Long Yangjun immediately understood it. "But you do not have much hope in your disciple's crucial plan to deal with the Black Wind Fleet?" Li Yao sighed and said, "Yes. I think that her plans are not perfect enough. On one hand, she is too greedy. She is trying to take Li Yao's group, the traditional conglomerates, the Star Glory Federation, the Black Wind Fleet, and many other factors into consideration while making her plans for the purpose of taking advantage of all of them. If anything goes wrong in such an interlinking scheme, she will lose the entire game immediately. Even her father Jin Tuyi might not have been capable enough to calculate so many things. I think that it's too challenging for her." Long Yangjun smiled. "Maybe young people prefer challenges. More importantly, as you said just now, by repackaging common mine accidents as terror attacks and fabricating a false evil organization named the CFI, she has indeed kept her boundaries, but it can also be her greatest flaw. Are you worried that the Black Wind Fleet may see through her?" Long Yangjun asked. "Who knows?" Li Yao replied. "Normally speaking, the Immortal cultivators from the Black Wind Fleet who are unfamiliar with the Star Glory Federation wouldn't think that way. However, if somebody enlightens them and explains the whole thing, it will not be too difficult for the Black Wind Fleet to draw the same conclusion with the same curve." Long Yangjun blinked. "It seems that you already have suspects?" "No, I cannot accuse anyone with the little information I have." Li Yao paused for a moment, but went on. "However, I do feel ill at ease about one of Xinyue's subordinates." "Who is it?" Long Yangjun asked. "Lu Qinggen," Li Yao replied. Long Yangjun was slightly dazed. "According to your speculation just now, Lu Qinggen is not a real most wanted criminal of the Federation, and he did not plan any terror attacks. He is just a magnet that Xinyue unleashed on purpose to attract all the Immortal cultivators. Then his loyalty to the Federation must be unquestionable. Otherwise, Xinyue wouldn't have picked him at all with her wisdom and keen eyes. But his Immortal Cultivator 2.0 gives me a very bad and creepy feeling," Li Yao said. Even if it is fake and made up on purpose, I don't believe that a guy who can come up with such a theory is a counterfeit immortal cultivator. Long Yangjun sniffed. Even if he is an immortal cultivator, so what? The immortal cultivators are not necessarily loyal to the Imperium of true human beings. Isn't freedom of thought highly valued in the Federation? Before the rise of the CFIA, theories on the true path of immortality were openly published. Lu Qingchen can be both an immortal cultivator 2.0 and a loyal patriot of the Star Glory Federation. That is not contradictory. His special qualities were discovered by Xinyue with her sharp eyes. It can't be more suitable to ask such an immortal cultivator who loves the Federation to play the role of the leader of the CFIA. Yes, I thought so too. Freedom of thought is one of the doctrines of the Federation today. Believing in the true path of immortality is not against the law at all. Since Xinyue was bold enough to employ Lu Qingchen in such a critical and dangerous post, it means that he must have passed multiple tests and proved himself to be the firmest patriot who would never surrender to the Imperium of true human beings. Long Yangjun was truly dazed by what Li Yao said. She thought hard for a long time, but still failed to get things straight. If you think that Lu Qingchen is an unwavering patriot who will in no way betray the Federation and surrender to the Imperium, what are you worried about? If Lu Qingchen is truly a determined immortal cultivator who believes in the 2.0 version of the true path of immortality, and a resolute and devoted patriot who loves the Star Glory Federation and is willing to sacrifice himself for the Federation with the curse of most wanted criminal on his shoulder for decades, then how on earth will he stand by and watch his motherland walk further and further away on the path of the cultivators that he deems wrong? He will absolutely not betray the Federation or surrender to the Imperium. But it doesn't mean that he will not reform the Federation at the most critical moment with his own methods, ideology, and path that he believes to be absolutely correct. Regardless of who was right and who was wrong 1,000 years ago, at least in the past 100 years for the rise of the new Federation, countless demons had shed their blood, sweat, and tears in the resource planets in all 7 sectors. Their flesh and bones were buried deep in the earth of the new Federation and melded with the name Star Glory Federation, endowing the traditional country of pure human beings a different sense. The statue was established in memory of all the miners of the demon race who were killed in accidents during the rise of the new Federation. Next to the statue was a small museum, in which the names and deeds of all the sacrifice could be found out. Descendants of the demon race that were scattered in the 7 sectors, some of whom had no features of demons at all after drinking the chaos serum, and generations of marriage with human beings, often went there after a long journey to offer flowers to their ancestors. Beyond the 2 skyscrapers and the small square for miners, to the north of the city, in the beautiful suburb, a seemingly ordinary villa lay. In the past few decades, the seemingly unattractive villa was one of the centers of the swirls to some extent, or rather a center to make swirls. The leadership in the capital city and the experts in the circle of cultivators all addressed the villa as Moon Palace. It was Xinyue's personal residence. The Ministry of Equality and Development was a government agency, not Xinyue's property. The Dim Moon Fund, as the Federation's second intelligence agency, was highly associated with the nation, too, despite its inconspicuousness and independence. It could not be entirely considered Xinyue's private troop. Both the minister and the president of the Dim Moon Fund were positions in power that the federal government endowed her with, and could be retreated any time. But the title Dark Lady of the 9 Heavens was different. Xinyue's responsibility, obligation, and power for the demons were not granted by the Federation, but earned through her father's prestige and her own methods. Therefore, it was impossible for the Federation to deprive her of the power. The Moon Palace was both Xinyue's home in the capital and the command center for her to control the blood demon sector and the issues of the demons large and small. It was her real nest and the source of her power. However, her nest was in apparent danger after the storm swept for half a month. It could be seen from the number of shuttles landing and taking off in the private parking lots near the Moon Palace. In the past few decades, The private parking lots near the Moon Palace had always been jam-packed by the luxury shuttles from all over the seven sectors. Not only were there guests from the demon race, some of them also came from the renowned sects that had been famous in the Federation for hundreds of years. When the scandal first broke out, the number of the luxury shuttles did not drop at all. At that time, nobody believed that Xinyue, a giant who had the support of most of the traditional conglomerates in the core worlds, would be crushed by an insignificant scandal. However, the situation escalated each day, especially after Moonfall's sister was exposed and heavily protected by the Secret Sword Bureau. In only a few days, abrupt changes were taking place. Xinyue's fall and the reshuffle of the Dim Moon Fund seemed to have become predictable facts. Therefore, the parking lots immediately turned empty. Xinyue, mired in countless scandals, seemed to have really turned into a bomb that could explode anytime. None of the big shots were willing to keep in touch with her, fearing that they might be blown into pieces because of her. Only the bold and determined reporters were arriving at the place like dung beetles that had sensed the stench. They concealed themselves in the corners of the satellite city and played hide-and-seek with Xinyue's ferocious bodyguards from the demon race. Naturally, they were there to shoot the precious picture where Xinyue was caught. As a senior member of parliament, the leader of the Ministry of Equality and Development, and one of the two candidates running for the Supreme Speaker, Xinyue was naturally protected by the federal law and could not be caught without good reason. 3 weeks after the scandal was exposed, she still had her basic freedom, and she could still commute between the plaza of her ministry and the Moon Palace, maintaining the functions of the two agencies. However, she did not leave the Heaven's Origin sector for other worlds to give speeches and call for votes anymore. Perhaps the independent investigators had restrained her from doing so. Or perhaps it was because she had foreseen that she could do nothing to change the situation and that her struggles would be futile. Faced with the snowballing scandals and pressure of the case, her high position and special identity could not help her much anymore. Multiple demonstrations targeting her had been held in many places in the seven sectors, demanding that she be relieved of her duties and even sentenced to prison immediately. The sources and the seasoned reporters familiar with political affairs all concluded that, even by the most optimistic estimation, Xinyue would have to resign in cooperation with the investigation in 1 week. In short, Xinyue had lost everything. She was doomed. On the surface, that was indeed the case. But a secret meeting was being held in an area beneath the Moon Palace that was as complicated as a maze. The attendants did not enter the Moon Palace through luxury shuttles. They were directly teleported to the most critical chamber in the Moon Palace through a secret teleportation array. Naturally, no reporters, agents, or independent investigators discovered them. The secret teleportation system had been buried beneath the building when the Moon Palace was first established. It had never been used even once in the past few decades. So, it was impossible for the federal government to have learned the frequency and features of the system. At the very least, in the few days after it was activated for the first time, nobody would notice its existence at all. The attendants who went deep into the Moon Palace through the secret teleportation array were still the 3 leaders who had met Xinyue last time, the real big shots hiding behind the Parliament of the Federation. This time, they were not just representing their own sex, but also speaking for all the traditional conglomerates that had been affected by the scandals and struck hard. Therefore, despite the calmness and resolution from being nascent soul stage cultivators, the 3 big shots were displaying obvious anxiety and fury. Xinyue, what exactly have you been doing? Half a month ago, you promised me that you would take care of everything. We believed you and offered you so many resources. But the more you did, the messier it became. Right now, so many sects have gotten involved in this. The renowned sects with a history of hundreds of years have been pushed to the brink of collapse because of your own recklessness. The independent investigators, the Secret Sword Bureau, and a dozen other departments have established a joint task force. A lot of our leadership has already been taken away. Nobody can tell what they will confess. Even the few of us, as nascent soul stage cultivators, will have to be investigated at designated times in designated locations in a few days. This is the greatest humiliation. Leader Peng, Leader Zhao, and Leader Tong, 3 big shots of the traditional conglomerates, vented their anger, hatred, and fear like three volcanoes. Xinyue was still wearing the most delicate and perfect black suit. She seemed to be standing opposite them calmly, lowering her head to acknowledge her mistake. However, the uncontrollable twitches of her lips, the slightly disordered brow line, and the tiny fracture on her black silk stockings all revealed the fear in her heart. At first glance, even Xinyue had lost control of herself faced with the immense pressure and the irreversible failure. With everything coming to this point, what are you hoping to achieve by saying all that? Taking a deep breath, she lit up a cigarette with her trembling hands. Then she said gloomily, "Leaders, you are free to burst into fury and curse me however you want. But can you save your sex and family by doing that? All three big shots were well-respected celebrities. It had been hundreds of years since they last heard such shameless talks. They were all exasperated. If that is the case, why did you beg us to come here to discuss a great plan with you? With everything coming to this point, we are but meat on a chopping block waiting to be cut. Is there any plan that can reverse our doom at all?" Xinyue smiled miserably. What appeared on her face was perhaps the most miserable, complicated, and vicious expression that the three big shots had ever seen in their entire lives. "Kill me." Xinyue smoked the cigarette and spurted the erratic mist toward the three big shots slowly. Everything will be ended. The three big shots were dazed at the same time. A moment later, they were even more angry than before. "What did you say? Are you insane? You screwed everything up and caused such a huge mess that everybody is trapped in it. There's no telling how many people are going to die because of you. And you're hoping that we can give you a clean, easy death? Not so fast. Kill you? If killing you could solve our troubles, we would mince you into pieces without any hesitation. But is your life really so valuable? Are you qualified to drag so many noble families to die together with you? You. Why didn't we discover sooner that you were such a lunatic?" Xinyue smoked the cigarette in silence, only this time swallowing all the smoke. Listening to the beratement of the three big shots patiently, she suddenly raised her head. With craziness beaming out of her eyes, she said with a smile, "Or maybe I can kill you first. I promise that you will leave this world easily and comfortably. You will not taste the pain of witnessing your ancestors' enterprises being ruined by you." The three big shots were stunned again. Then, sensing the undisguisable killing intent from Xinyue, they finally recalled what had happened during their last meeting. CR*P. The woman is crazy. Why did we make the same mistake as last time? Relax. It's just a joke. Xinyue smiled. Her killing intent vanished into thin air like a glass of water spilled in the desert. Snapping the ash at the end of the cigarette that was as smooth as jade, she crossed her legs comfortably and said, "It appears that you do not want me, yourselves, or your sex and family to die, and you want to counterattack to get a chance of survival, right?" The three big shots looked at each other in shock. "Do you have any solution? The entire Federation has learned of what we did. Even the three seniors here can't figure anything out to deal with the situation. What can I propose?" Looking at the three leaders through the orange brilliance at the butt of the cigarette, Xinyue seemed to be targeting her prey in a rifle scope. "Right. Speaking of which, would you like to surrender to the Imperium with me, leaders?" Chapter 1691 Bottoms Up. Xinyue, "So, you have long been prepared to, Leader Peng. You're mistaken. I have always been loyal to the Federation. Not once did I think of betraying the Federation in the past 100 years. Xinyue's eyes were bloodshot, as if something horrible was about to break out of her eyeballs. "My people and I have served the country loyally and dutifully since we joined the Star Glory Federation. We have never hesitated to sacrifice our everything. Let's just talk about myself. During the time when I worked in the Secret Sword Bureau, and the time when I was in the Dim Moon Fund and the Ministry of Equality and Development, how many things have I done for the Federation? How many dirty and exhausting jobs that other people loathed to do were done by me? How many times did I personally suppress the dissatisfaction and rebellions of my own people? I can declare confidently that my loyalty to the Federation in the past 100 has been unquestionable. However, how did the Federation reward me? They turn a blind eye to the so many things that I did and the great sacrifices that I made, but when my methods were only slightly outrageous, they immediately caught my weakness and bit it hard without letting go. Or maybe, since the 7 sectors of the Federation are already steady now, it is time to cook the hound now that all the hares have been caught. They think that someone like me, who has blood all over her hands and is responsible for the dirty jobs, can be thrown away like a filthy rag, don't they? Xinyue's eyes grew more and more bloodshot, and her eyes became larger and larger. As her spiritual energy surged out, her hair was standing up and fluttering, making her look like a crazy person. I can contain myself when other people wrong me, strike me, and suppress me, but even Ding Ling Dang, my dear masteress, also does not care about our bond at all, and bites me like a rabid dog, just in order to crawl to the throne of the Supreme Speaker with me as her ladder. He is the idiotic cow with more brawn than brains qualified to be the Speaker of the Federation at all? Does she deserve it? Can she do the job? I will be a speaker 10 times better than her if I am elected. Injustice calls for injustice. Since this is the way the Federation treats its contributors, since people hate their hero as such, and since Ding Lingdang despises her husband's disciple like that, what should I care about? All in all, you were right about one thing. Those who are not my people will think differently. I am a demon, after all, who doesn't belong to the Federation. We surrendered 100 years ago. What's the big deal if we surrender again 100 years later? The bottom line is, she snapped the cigarette aside and craned her neck like a creepy cobra that was slithering toward the 3 leaders. 100 years ago, I swore that I would become the Speaker of the Federation one day. It was a vow that I made to my father Jean Tuyi. Nobody is going to stop me, whatever the cost is and whichever methods I must adopt. I plan to become the Speaker of the Federation through legal approaches and lead the Federation to resist the Imperium. Believe it or not, that was what I thought at the beginning. But the Federation will not give me the opportunity. People will not give me the opportunity. Even Ding Lingdang views me as a mortal enemy. Huh? Did you notice how the news describes me nowadays? A second Luze and a traitor of the Federation. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's high time that you look at what a real traitor does, idiots. The 3 leaders looked at each other in deep thought. Flickering light was flowing vaguely inside their eyes. But none of them were willing to talk first. They were all considering in silence. All in all, I have been pushed to desperation, and I'm forced to make counterattack now. Xinyue took a deep breath to calm herself down, but her hands were still shivering slightly. She drew out another thin, long cigarette, but she simply clenched it in her hands and rubbed it subconsciously until it was rolled into broken parts. Staring at the 3 big shots, she asked, "What are you hesitating for? Your situation is no better than mine. We have been bound to each other for decades. We're going to either live together or die together. Yes, with your fame and reputation, you will be able to catch your breath for a while even if you are skinned. You might not necessarily go to prison. You may even still be renowned celebrities standing at the peak of the Federation on the surface. But you know that after the strike of the scandals, your spine has been lashed into pieces. Your sex and family are like dew before the sun comes out in the morning. You do not have much time to shine. I think that you are not scared of downfall, death, or prison. You are too old to care about any of that. However, you are scared that your sex and families that have been passed on for 1,000 years will be destroyed by you. You are scared that new powers will rise and step on your face forever, making it impossible for you to seek a comeback. You are scared that your offspring will become useless, mundane people. You are scared that your power will slowly fade away until it is completely gone in the glory of the Federation, just like the sex that we crushed together in the past few decades, right? But you can't do anything even if you are scared. With everything coming to this point, is there any way to save your sex and family, or even to make them ascend to higher places, other than surrendering to the Imperium? The 3 leaders were all blushing and breathing hastily, as if they had been filled up with the worst liquor. Xinyue smiled again, with some craziness, some aggression, and some arrogance. Stop being pretentious, dear leaders. I have long seen through the leaders of the major sects and families such as yourselves. In fact, for you, the path of the cultivators does not mean anything at all, does it? You only become cultivators because you happen to be born in a country of cultivators that is the Star Glory Federation. Your loyalty to the Star Glory Federation is on the premise that the Star Glory Federation will bring you tremendous benefits. Your belief and the source of power that supported you to reach the level you are at right now has nothing to do with the difference between the cultivators and the immortal cultivators. It is your sect and family, right? Your sects and families are your everything. For your sects, families, and bloodlines to live long and prosper, you can sacrifice everything, including yourselves and the Federation. That is the idea in the deepest part of your heart, right? The color of the three well-respected leaders' faces finally changed greatly. It's all right. It's really all right. This is totally understandable. How many people can really be loyal to their belief? Most people are still ordinary, even if they have reached the nascent soul stage. Xinyue opened her hands and squinted. Sniffing the cigarette that she had just broken apart, she put on a fascinated expression and mumbled, "How fragrant." You, Leader Pang, the fattest of the three attendants who was essentially a mountain of meat, finally could not contain himself anymore. His small eyes that were embedded in the wrinkles of his fat rolled for a long time and looked at his friend sitting next to him. In the end, he gnashed his teeth and asked, "Are you certain of victory?" Xinyue smiled. Shaking off the remains of the cigarette in her palm, she slowly said, "There are too many factors involved in a war. Of course, I am not certain of the final victory. However, just think about it carefully. The expedition army of the Imperium is overwhelmingly strong in the first place. Even if we don't betray, but fight them united, we still may not be able to win. But right now, I have a batch of elite warriors from the Blood Demon sector in my hands. A fleet in the Federal Army is absolutely loyal to me, too. Together with you and those behind you, how much trouble can we cause in the heartland of the Federation? If the Black Wind Fleet attacks at such a time and loots the burning house, you can infer what the outcome will be by yourself." Cold sweat was popping up on the foreheads of all the three leaders. Xinyue looked at them scornfully and said, "Stop being pretentious. I don't believe that you never considered the possibility of surrendering to the Imperium of true human beings. The big families and sects such as you are the least dependable. To survive the change of dynasties, it is practically your natural instinct to sit on the fence. You are pretending to be loyal and responsible right now, but I guarantee that you will be the first ones to surrender when the situation goes south. After all, even if the Black Wind Fleet does defeat the Federation, those people are pure warriors who are unfamiliar with the local area. How can they expect to govern the region and collect resources without the big sects such as you as their helpers? By then, instead of being destroyed together with the Federation, it is possible for you to change your face and rise to prosperity, extending the tentacles of your family and sects into the 4 new worlds and even more worlds beyond in the future. Am I saying what is on your minds, dear leaders?" The 3 big shots were obviously embarrassed. Xinyue smiled and said, "Tell you what, your smart plans are not going to work out this time. You want to lead the way for the army of the Imperium? I'm sorry, but such a glorious and sacred job has already been taken by me, and the renowned sects such as yours will never have the chance to take the initiative. However, we have cooperated for nearly 100 years after all, and our cooperation has generally been pleasant. You also know that I am not an ungrateful person. I always do things for my conscience, my feelings, and my friends. Besides, my own strength alone is still a bit insufficient after all. Therefore, there isn't any tea today but wine. The Red Guts Dragon Blood Wine, the hardest liquor in the Blood Demon sector. Come on, leaders, seniors, and uncles. Drink the wine, and we will be life and death comrades. Follow me to pledge loyalty to the Imperium, serve the true path of immortality, and lead the way for the magnificent army of the Imperium." The wine was as dark as blood and as thick as oil. One would feel that their goosebumps rising when they saw it first. Then they would feel that their blood was boiling and all their emotions were stimulated to the maximum. The 3 big shots looked at each other in bewilderment, their fingers shivering. None of them were willing to be the first one to drink the wine whose flavor and consequences were unknown. The 3 cups of wind, however, were drawing closer and closer to their mouths, as if 6 invisible people were standing behind them, forcing them to drink the wine. Xinyue's voice grew colder and colder. "Drink it now. Why don't you drink it up?" Xinyue, Leader Tong, who had a baby face, bulged his eyes and slapped his thigh. "We didn't come here alone. A lot of our men are waiting for us outside. Don't be too outrageous." "Oh, so to speak, Leader Tong, you would rather not show me enough respect. You do not consider the helpless, vulnerable woman that is me a friend, and you do not want to drink that wine that I specially brewed." Xinyue smiled casually and gestured at the door. "People of different beliefs should go different ways. I don't like forcing people to do anything. If that is the case, you may leave now, Leader Tong. You should know that the job of leading the way for the army is not a complicated one. I don't think that it really requires so many hands." "You." Leader Tong rose up abruptly and stared at Xinyue for a long time. Then he glanced at the other 2 big shots who were sitting next to him. The 2 big shots lowered their eyes, as if they were 2 meditating monks who did not hear a word that he or Xinyue said. With a gloomy face, Leader Tong solemnly said, "Xinyue, since you have told me such a clandestine plan, if we don't cooperate with you, I fear that we will never walk out of your moon palace, even if we get out of this chamber, right?" Xinyue smiled and said, "What do you think, Leader Tong?" Leader Tong's eyes were twitching violently, and he gnashed his teeth. "Xinyue, don't you dare. With everything coming to this point, is there anything that I dare not do?" Xinyue laughed miserably, sorrowfully, and crazily. She picked up the cup of red guts dragon blood wine floating in midair that belonged to her, and put it next to her lips. She paused for a moment to smell the intense stink of blood before she raised her neck and drank the entire cup of wine. She did not wipe the crimson wine that was dripping from the corner of her mouth at all, but simply allowed it to sprinkle on her black suit and even her thigh that was enshrouded in the black silk stockings. The gallbladder of the demon beast soaked in the wine was directly devoured by her, too, who chewed it slowly and carefully to squeeze more juice out of it. The wine was as red as blood, and her skin was as fair as jade. They were a shocking contrast. In the past 100 years, my sole dream was to become Speaker of the Federation. Leaders, you of all people should know how much I have paid for the dream and how many painful and dangerous things I have done. Xinyue swallowed the gallbladder that she had chewed up. Then she chuckled. "But after only half a month, my dream has been entirely shattered. I am universally condemned, and I will never rise again. Even if Ding, Ling Dang, and the rest of them do not send me to prison because of the support of so many demons behind me. For someone like me, the feeling of losing power forever is 100 times more insufferable than being imprisoned. With that in mind, what makes you think that I dare not do this, Leader Tong? We have cooperated for 100 years. Do you not know what kind of person I am? Do I impress you as someone who will just accept what fate has to offer? All right, enough of the nonsense. I'm going to ask you one last time, Leader Tong, Leader Peng, and Leader Zhao. Are you going to drink my wine or not? Whoever drinks the wine today will be my life and death brethren. We're going to team up and negotiate with the Black Wind Fleet. I believe that we can get a good price for your disciples and family members. If you would rather not, the door is right over there. Be on your way, and let's die together." Xinyue finally wiped her lips with the back of her hand, but the crimson leftover of the wine was smeared even wider, as if she had just devoured a beast alive. She smashed the skull cup to the floor hard, breaking it into pieces. Then, she bulged her eyes and glowered at the 3 big shots. For a moment, the countless demon kings, demon emperors, and even demon gods of the blood demon sector from the past 1,000 years seemed to appear behind Xinyue. Her aura was truly overwhelming. Under her scorching eyes and her irrefutable persuasion, the big shots were all shaking before they made up their minds again soon. Leader Peng, the mountain of meat, was the first to reach for the cup. Leader Zhao, however, was the first to pour the wine into his mouth. But after he drank the spicy wine, he discovered that Leader Tong, who seemed to be the most unwavering one of them all, had already turned the cup upside down to show that he had finished the wine. "Ah, Ha ha ha. Her hair in a mess. Xinyue laughed crazily and opened her arms, shouting, "A smart bird knows which tree it should build its nest on. With the help of the 3 leaders here, our great cause will certainly be completed in no time. All right, we have finished the wine. Let's get back to business." Leader Tong wiped every last bit of the wine that was lingering on his lips. He regained his calmness and said, If we are really going to do this thing, it will be much more complicated than shouting slogans. Have you communicated with the other side? What's your specific plan? I think that you can tell us now, right? Xinyue smiled mysteriously. Of course. I'll ask someone to introduce the real Dim Moon plan to you. She clapped her hands 3 times unhurriedly. The 3 big shots all changed their face color. They were still a bit ill at ease and did not want other people to learn of their defection so early. Rest assured, observing their faces, Xinyue smiled casually. The few guys to come are the liaisons that I carefully chose for you. I believe that you will definitely find them trustworthy. Before the 3 big shots could object, the door of the secret chamber opened. The 3 faces that popped up from the darkness outside of the chamber, however, flabbergasted the 3 big shots inside. Father, Master, Senior Uncle. 3 middle-aged men in their prime years walked in and bowed to the 3 big shots respectfully. Their casual countenance was a vivid contrast to the astonishment on the 3 big shots' faces. Yes, those appearing in front of them were the son and the true disciples of their respective family, whom they had always trusted and liked most. They were almost the pillars of their sects and families. As it turned out, they had long been converted by Xinyue. The 3 big shots felt that their heads were dizzy, as if 100,000 volcanoes were erupting at the same time. There was no telling whether it was because of the shock or the attack of the wine. Xinyue, you are so wicked. You've wronged me again. Why has everyone been wronging me recently? Come here. You will explain to them what happened by yourselves. Father, this is not what it looks like. President Jean did not sway us. It was the spies of the Imperium of true human beings who persuaded us to serve the Imperium. We made a poor choice back then and got caught by President Jean. Yes, Master. At that time, we were all frustrated and thought that we were going to die in disgrace. But President Jean was lenient enough to spare us and help us to cover it up. Otherwise, we would have been sentenced to prison. Senior Uncle, you must listen to our explanation. President Jean was truly loyal to the Federation at that time. She let us go because she wanted to know more inside information about the Expedition Army. So, she gave us an opportunity of repentance. We were asked to keep in touch with the spies of the Imperium, partly to gather intelligence, and partly to give false information to them to mislead the Black Wind Fleet. Just like that, President Jean gradually reached out to the Black Wind Fleet through us. We didn't know that such things would happen. President Jean is such a great hero, and yet she has been betrayed by the Federation. Even we believe that she deserves better. If the Federation is so ungrateful and short-sighted, we might as well rise up for real. The Black Wind Fleet has long discovered the coordinates of the Federation, but it is difficult for the main troops to jump over instantly without star beacons, Xinyue said. Therefore, some spies were sent first to convert important figures. People like you and me were too eye-catching to be their primary targets. As for your sons and disciples, they were certainly the best prey. Why were they bewildered by the Imperium? Hehe. The competition between the Federation and the Imperium is like hitting a rock with an egg. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, it is only normal to be bewildered, and it is actually abnormal to stay awake, isn't it? Besides, everybody has weaknesses, even including the pillars and the heirs of the major families and sections. For example, they may happen to be found in the bed of the mistress of an elder in their sect, or they may have stolen the precious resources in the treasury to break into a higher level. If the spies of the Imperium learn the information, can those people not follow their instructions? As for me, I happen to be the president of the Dim Moon Fund. It is my responsibility to capture the spies of the Imperium. Isn't it perfectly normal that I trace back to the filthy and smelly matters? However, forget it. Just let bygones be bygones. I believe that you must have done a lot of similar things when you were young, leaders. So, Why don't you keep an open mind for the juniors? Come on, let's look forward. A future of infinite brightness awaits us, your sex, your families, and all your offspring. The brilliance in Xinyue's eyes became more and more intense. Her lips curved into a charming but wicked smile. Straightening her arm and clenching her fist, she made the gesture of the highest courtesy of the Imperium of true human beings. Do you want to give it a try? You will know that it is not difficult at all after you do. Long live the immortal cultivators. Long live the true path of immortality. Long live the Imperium of true human beings. On the dark embossments around, the pictures of countless bizarre-looking demon miners who were working hard in the deep, murky mines had been carved. Some of them were even scenes where the demon miners were struggling to survive collapsed mines, explosions of crystals, or raging floods. Right ahead of Xinyue was a light beam that was flowing slowly. On the light beam, the names of the demon miners who had been killed in accidents in the mines in the past 100 years were displayed in the smallest font. A girl in white was standing below the list of the victims quietly, like a priestess of the shrine of demons. She was truly white. Not only the feather clothes on her body were white and unsullied by dust, her skin exposed to the air, and even her long hair that was running like a river, were also the purest white. Even her eyeballs were translucent, so clear that one could see the deepest part of her heart. Xinyue picked up 3 sticks of incense from the girl. The brutality and insanity that she had acted when she was dealing with the 3 leaders in the secret chamber just now had entirely vanished. Wholeheartedly and solemnly, she bowed 3 times to the deceased miners before she stabbed the incense sticks into the tiny burner below the light beam. She also did not forget to straighten the incense sticks nearby that had tipped because they were half-burnt. She did not flinch at all when the burning ash fell to her hands. After doing that, she stood straight again, looking at the list of the deceased miners that seemed to be rolling incessantly. She suddenly asked, "Xinyue, do you feel that your master is immoral?" "No. I understand that everything Master has done is meant to eradicate all the uncertainties for the Federation in advance, in case greater troubles arise within the country when the war reaches the fiercest moment. You are doing the right thing, Master," but the girl in white named Xinyue paused for a moment and said, "Isn't it too cruel? After all, so many people are involved. Some of them might not betray the Federation and surrender to the Imperium without us. Do you think that it is cruel, too?" Xinyue scratched her long hair, somewhat in exhaustion. Xinyue, the girl in white who was her true disciple, walked behind her and helped her comb her hair. "It's been so many years since the explosion in the jade dust mines. Xinyue, I remember that both your parents were killed in the catastrophe, weren't they?" Narrowing her eyes, Xinyue simply allowed her disciple's hands to press her temples, enjoying the rare pleasure between plots and schemes. She said, "For the outside world, and even to the owners of the mines, namely the big sects behind the mining corporations, we claimed that it was a terror attack and pushed all the responsibility onto Lu Qingchen and the non-existent CFI. But of course, you know that it was not a prearranged terror attack at all, but merely an accident." But was the accident really an accident? The explosion in the jade dust mines, and the so many other accidents that happened in the mining bases on the major resource planets in the past 100 years, were there no humane factors behind them at all? Were they all destined and unavoidable? No. That's not the case at all. A lot of accidents could have been avoided if some resources were devoted to upgrading the facilities and the education and protection of the Minders, and if a relatively reasonable goal was set to make sure that both miners and the mining magical equipment rested and were checked enough. But 100 years ago, most of the mining corporations in the Star Glory Federation were controlled by the major sects that had existed for hundreds of years. Those greedy guys tried their best to exploit the last bit of strength in the bones of the demon miners in order to get more profits. All they were interested in was expanding the territory of their resource empire and collecting most resources in the shortest amount of them. They never gave any thought to controlling the accident rate or the death rate of the miners. After all, it was demon miners who were toiling on the resource planets back then. The Federation would be steadier if more disobedient and bizarre-looking monsters died. That was what the renowned sects and families that controlled the mining corporations thought. It is the cultivator's responsibility to protect ordinary people. Even if they had really believed in that hollow declaration, how was it possible to ask those voracious guys to treat demons as ordinary people? The Federation at that time was like the Uranian Ring sector 30 years ago, with humans being the heavenly light and demons being the earthly fiend. We appear to be in the same country, but invisible prejudice was ubiquitous. To finish my father's Red Tide plan, and to make the demons fully integrate into the Federation, I went through quite troubled times. At that time, my father had accepted his sentence. As an experiment subject of the Human Hibernation Project, he was completely frozen. The hope of unfreezing and reviving him was very slim. My master and your grandmaster went to explore outer space. There wasn't any word from him for a long time. He wouldn't be returning in the next few decades, if he returned at all. Without the protection of father and master, I was merely a core formation stage cultivator transformed from a demon king. But I was holding such a delicious cake that was the blood demon sector. What choice did I have except to lower my head faced with the extortion and exploitation of the renowned sects? They asked me to ship a great number of demons for mining in the extremely harsh resource planets that were yet to be developed. It was obvious that a lot of people would die, but I accepted it. They offered us the most ragged and outdated mining facilities, but they demanded an outrageously high quota. I accepted it. There was absolutely nothing on the resource planets other than crystals. Food had to be delivered from the outside world. The miners had to feed on the crudest recycled food, and the fresh food was pegged at a price 100 times higher than it should have been. It was pure blackmail, but I accepted it. Under such high-intensity work and such crazy expansion, accidents were bound to occur, but after every accident, they hesitated and reduced the compensation time and time again. In order not to affect the reputation of their sect and their status in the financial market, they even kept a lot of accidents to themselves. But I gritted my teeth and accepted it again, because I know that if I hadn't accepted it, the renowned sects that controlled most of the seats in Parliament and the entire news industry could have absolutely found more flaws in the demon race and significantly delayed the demons' total integration into the Federation. New changes might have happened too. Even I could have been killed by them if I hadn't acted so mild and docile, and replaced by a puppet that was easier to be manipulated. They thought that I did not know their assassination plans and the list of puppets they chose from the demon race. I knew everything. However, neither my father nor my master were not present. What could I do except accept everything in silence? Sensing her master's sadness, Xinyue pressed harder and carefully said, "We all know that it is not easy to run the demon race. You've been troubled in the past 100 years, master." Xinyue smiled and went on. "I can accept it, but I will not forget it. With 100 years of endurance, I passed the Bill of Rights for General Equality, which brought the equality that demons have today, the in-depth infiltration in Parliament and the news industry, and the Ministry of Equality and Development, the Dim Moon Fund, and the Big Buy Fleet. Most importantly of all, I more or less earned the trust of the renowned sects and made them believe that I was really just a puppet, an ambitious one that had a strong lust for power, at best. Therefore, it is time we settle the scores right now. Nobody can bully my people like that without paying the price. The CFIA does not exist. Lu Qingchun need not answer for so many accidents in the mines either. Those who should really be responsible for the crimes are the wretched mining corporations, the resource giants, and the renowned sects behind them that have dominated the Federation for hundreds of years. This time, I have carefully selected 17 huge sects as the focus of our strike in the plan. They were all deeply associated with the mining accidents in the past 100 years that shouldn't have happened in the first place and were not taken care of properly after they did, causing tragedies for countless demons. I know exactly who owes us debts. No innocent people will be involved. Those fat and greedy sects should have seen today, coming during the past 100 years when they sucked the blood of the demon race hard. I am not a rigorous person. Those renowned sects need only pay one life for one life. Today, exactly the same number of people in their sects will be killed as the number of our victims who were killed in the accidents that shouldn't have happened. It is very fair, isn't it? Yes. Xinyue emboldened herself and said, "But it does not appear to be the fairness of the cultivators. I am not a cultivator in the first place. The whole world knows that I am a demon, the most charming and deceptive demon." Xinyue smiled casually. "Besides, I am not doing this entirely for vengeance. What you said just now does make sense. Compared to the ordinary people and the cultivators at the bottom level, those huge, unremovable, and rotting sects are the greatest uncertainties in the war to come. The ordinary people and the cultivators at the bottom level can only count on their country, the Star Glory Federation. Their country is their everything. Even if they want to lead the way for the Imperium, they will not be qualified to do so. However, to the renowned sects that have existed for hundreds of years, country does not matter at all. Their sects and families mean the world to them. To protect themselves and for their own survival, they have both the ability and the motive to betray the Star Glory Federation for greater benefits. The ordinary people and the low-level cultivators won't even find an opportunity to join the Imperium even if they want to. So, we can say that they are incapable of betrayal. But Masteress Ding Lingdong's Patriots Front, the glorious Sunlight Group left behind by my master, or the Double Dragons Union in the Heaven's Origin sector, they are all new forces that have risen together with the birth and development of the new Federation. Their interests and the interests of the new Federation are bound together tightly. Naturally, they will fight for the Federation without reserve. The deeply rooted noble families that existed in the age of the old Federation are not necessarily so. They are all quite independent, and they have formed their own social circles that are not open to the outsiders, making them cancer that is living on the body of the Federation. Furthermore, due to the problems accumulated in the past hundreds of years, they are gradually rotting and failing to catch up with the development of the era. Under the blast of the new powers, such as the glorious Sunlight Group, the Double Dragons Union, and the Patriots Front, they are now shaking unsteadily and can already see their doom. Therefore, they have strong motives to reverse the losing trend that they are mired in right now. In such a case, if the war pressure that the Imperium imposes on us is too heavy during the confrontation between the Federation and the Imperium, isn't it obvious who will defect to the Imperium first? Those who are too old should die. It is true for people, sects, or groups. The traditional conglomerates are too old right now to catch up with the development of the new Federation. It is time that they died and spared some room for new sects, new experts, and new groups. If they are too reluctant to die, they will be nothing more than thieves trying to steal other people's time for themselves. Look at what they did in secret in the past 100 years. I don't believe that they are real cultivators who will swear to protect the Federation with their life. What happened today is just further proof of my judgment. Therefore, Xinyue held Xinyue's hands and turned back to look at her disciple. There are bound to be dark corners that sunlight cannot reach after a country develops for too long, and a lot of vermin and other filthy things will ferment in such corners. Right now, let's take away all the darkness and filth with our efforts and leave a clean new Federation behind. The demons will rise again in the renewed Federation filled with absolute brightness. When she mentioned demons will rise, sparks were bursting out of the pure and clear eyes of the demon girl Xinyue despite her calmness so far. 100 years. It had been 100 years. According to the deduction of Xinyue, the greatest strategist of the demon race 100 years ago, this was the time that the Red Tide plan would conclude and the demon race be reborn and rise again. Xinyue was breathing fast. Her fair face that seemed to have been the result of staying underground for too long flushed with excitement. Xinyue read the voices in her disciple's heart. She smiled confidently. An hour ago, she had echoed with the three leaders in a different chamber, shouting the slogans of the immortal cultivators at the same time. However, both Xinyue and the three leaders were well aware that none of them truly believed in the slogans from the bottom of their hearts. Long live the immortal cultivators and long live the Imperium of true human beings for them were nothing but a yawn or a fart that could be traded for money. However, when Xinyue and Xinyue, two females of the demon race, chanted another slogan that had been sealed for 100 years softly, the master and the disciple understood their destiny perfectly and were willing to carry it out with their life. Obliteration, Rebirth, Immortality. Obliteration, Rebirth, Immortality. It was the slogan that a million demons had once roared together when Xinyue led the coalition army of demons trying to lunge at the capital city of the Star Glory Federation through the eye of Blood Demon more than 100 years ago. Today, despite all the assimilation policies, too many demons were still unable to entirely wipe away the slogan and the belief from the deepest part of their bones. "All right, open the door." Xinyue held her disciple's arm and transmitted a stream of mild spiritual energy into her body, pacifying her blood that was almost boiling. Then she smiled. Xinyue bit her lips softly, not entirely freed from the anxiety and excitement a moment ago. She took 2 deep breaths and retreated, pressing the embossment of the underground museum gently. The light beam that displayed the names of the victims immediately disappeared. On the wall behind the light beam that seemed to be empty, bloody stripes were slowly popping up, extending and interweaving. They constituted a brand new teleportation array. It was a 3rd secret teleportation array that led to a 3rd underground base. All the chambers led to tunnels or entrances to the outside world. They were only connected to each other via teleportation arrays. Also, most of the teleportation arrays were point-to-point and one-way. It meant that if someone wanted to reach the real core secret chamber, they would have to find the first secret chamber, locate all the teleportation arrays in it, and decrypt the activation code and the coordinates of the destination before they jumped to the second chamber and repeated what they had done in the first chamber. Only in such a way would they be able to reach their final destination. Xinyue had enough reasons to be so cautious about the personnel and facilities in the core secret chamber. Schwa, consumed by the red brilliance, she vanished in the underground museum and appeared at the top of a row of stairs that extended downward. The narrow stairs were barely enough for any heavy war machines to pass, but a huge dent was appearing every now and then on the 2 sides of the stairs. Inside every dent, a warrior of the demon race was sitting on alert. In the plaza of the Ministry of Equality and Development in the downtown, the members of the Dim Moon Squad in the public office of the Dim Moon Fund were already hideous and ferocious enough. But the demon warriors there were 10 times more hideous and ferocious than the members of the Dim Moon Squad. President, when Xinyue walked down step by step, the ferocious demons all bowed to her respectfully, without disguising the admiration and reverence in their eyes at all. At the end of the zigzagging stairs, a gate made of super alloys more than 10 meters thick glided into the rocks soundlessly. Behind the alloy gate, what appeared in front of Xinyue's eyes was an underground crystal processor and communication center. The crystal processors there had integrated the features of the technology of spiritual energy and the biochemical technology. They appeared both like a super mainframe crystal processor, had grown countless tumors and parasites, and the internal organs of a gigantic beast that had been stabbed with countless crystal processors and computational chips. Dozens of specialists in crystal processors and biochemical brains were working busily in the middle of the crystal wires and synthesized nerves that were as thick as boas. The whole significance of their secret work below ground day and night was to deceive and bypass the grand unified spiritual nexus of the Federation, allowing Xinyue to contact with a certain place beyond the Federation in the depths of the universe through an absolutely clandestine route, and to perform a critical strike on the grand unified spiritual nexus when it was necessary. It was definitely not an easy task. However, if the most professional specialists of crystal processors in the Federation were invited there to dismantle all the crystal processors, they would be able to discover a lot of computational chips and analytical units that far exceeded the current technology of the Federation. They were all gifts from the Imperium. The war had long begun. It was time to decide the final outcome. "Governor Jean, you're here?" A short, sticky-mouthed man who seemed rather plain greeted her. But his attitude toward Xinyue was subtly different from the other people's. He addressed Xinyue in a quite weird way, too. Xinyue glanced at the short man and casually said, "All I want is to keep me alive and find a place for my people to survive. I'm not even sure if you will burn the bridge immediately after you cross the river. Just save your governor talk." The short man giggled even more charmingly than Xinyue. His shoulder jiggled quickly as he said, "Governor Jean, rest assured. The Imperium always honors its promises. Our commander will not kill the goose that lays golden eggs, either. We have come from the center of the cosmos after a long journey. It is impossible for us to stay at the edge of the cosmos forever. March back to the center of the cosmos and reclaim our homeland and our pride. That is the ultimate goal of the Black Wind Fleet. What we desire are just elite soldiers and sufficient resources. Perhaps in-depth technological communication between each other, too. But nothing more. One day, when the Black Wind Fleet has rested enough and gathered the army to march back to the center of the cosmos, won't we need someone most loyal and trustworthy to manage the 7 sectors here? As long as you remain as wise and loyal as today, Governor Jean, why would we bother to consider picking a second proxy for us? By then, you will be responsible for providing the incessant heavenly materials and earthly treasures, crystals, and manpower in the 7 sectors for us. And we will return to the center of the cosmos and take our everything back. We will be at the Emperor's court, and you will be at the frontier of the country. Our cooperation will do us both good, while we burn the bridge. Therefore, rest assured, Governor Jean, we never treat our friends unfairly. Jean Xinyue stared at the short man and said, I hope so. Has the secret super remote communication route been established? Yes. The short man smiled. It is ready to be activated anytime. With the crystal processor and network technology of the Federation right now, it is absolutely impossible for the Federation to intercept or perceive the signals. That's good. Her hands behind her back, Jean Xinyue took a deep breath, and the subtlest redness beamed out of her eyes. Let me speak to your commander directly, please. A lot of dark space zones that were yet to be detected or monitored by the Federation still existed around the 5,000 stars. The so-called border was purely an unsubstantial concept and a psychological comfort. Stars, in the meantime, were at least celestial bodies that were large enough for the Star Prior's house, the largest space surveillance state of the Federation on Spider Den, to monitor and keep track of. But the brown dwarf was one level lower than the star. The brown dwarf was a type of gaseous celestial body that had elements similar to a star, but did not have enough mass to ignite a fusion reaction at the core. Its mass ranged between the smallest star and the largest planet. Therefore, it was quite dim and was often known as a failed star. Because their mass was not large enough for them to become burning stars, it was difficult for them to release spiritual waves that could be sensed by the Star Prior's house or any other space surveillance station in the Federation. By the analysis of the astrologists of the Federation, it was likely that more than 3,000 brown dwarfs existed within 100 light-years from the few sectors of the Federation. But the Federation had only discovered and named fewer than 500 of them. There were still 2,500 brown dwarfs that were swirling and drifting in the cold, dark, unknown space zones like invisible eyeballs. Although those brown dwarfs could barely be detected and explored by the Federation 100 light-years away, some of them were still able to emanate quite a high temperature when the distance was close enough. The temperature could be transformed into feeble energy that would supply a fleet that had just arrived after an exhausting journey to take a brief rest without being violent enough to affect the magical equipment units in the fleet that were highly worn out from the journey of 100 years. Also, it could slightly cover up the spiritual waves that the fleet released itself when it was resting, repairing, and establishing a large-scale array of star beacons. Even if the space surveillance stations of the Federation detected anything, the fleet would only be mistaken for part of the brown dwarf. The Black Wind Fleet had stayed in the orbit of the brown dwarf for 7 years. A space expedition could never be accomplished overnight. 100 years ago, when the Black Wind Fleet set off, the greatest enemy it faced was the unknown universe and time itself. At that time, what they had was merely a small part of incomplete coordinates of the flying star sector. If they had jumped based on the incomplete coordinates, there was a 99.99% probability that they would have ended up in an unvisited, desolate world that was not marked on the star map and did not carry any distinctive astronomical features. It would be no different from being mired in a cosmic storm. Jumping out would be highly difficult without a major consumption of resources. Even if they did jump out again, it was still possible that they would find themselves in a second wretched, bleak world. As it happened, The Imperium of true human beings expansion had never extended in the direction where the Flying Star sector was in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, the Black Wind Fleet, unwilling to be swallowed by other worlds after suffering the crushing defeat and losing their home, accepted the glorious but arduous task of expanding the territory and consolidating the rear for the Imperium, with whatever soldiers it had left. Their mission was not just to explore and conquer the Flying Star sector, but also to search all the unknown space zones between the homeland at the center of the cosmos and the Flying Star sector, especially the sectors recorded in the historical archives and the ancient star maps for prey that the Imperium might take advantage of. Therefore, the Black Wind Fleet was not in a hurry to jump to the Flying Star sector through one super long-distance space jump with the coordinates that the Star Child had sent out. Considering the complexity of the space jump and the possible cost of spiritual energy, if the distance of a space jump was doubled, the spiritual energy and resources to be consumed would be squared. It was also absolutely not an option for the Black Wind Fleet to perform a super long-distance jump recklessly when it clearly would not get any supplies or reinforcements from the base. What they chose was a tactic known as Stellar Frog Jump. The distance of their every space jump was no more than 100 light-years, and usually between 10 to 50. After every jump, they would search for a suitable star and search for habitable planets and civilizations of mankind near the star, while they projected special star bombs toward the particular star. With the technology of the Imperium of true human beings, it was barely possible to destroy a star, but the purpose of the star bombs was not destruction, but to activate special zones on the star to provide spiritual energy for their next jump. After they were done exploring the star surroundings, all the parameters and coordinates were recorded in the star map, and large-scale star beacons were established on the stable planets in the local galaxy. This meant that other fleets would be able to travel between such space zones and the homeland of the Imperium conveniently. Therefore, it was a sign that the space zones had been included in the territory of the Imperium. Usually, they had also gathered enough energy during the process by then. So, they would perform the next stellar frog jump and repeat what they did last time. Therefore, during the past 100 years, they had halted every now and then to explore, record, and construct. It was not until 10 years ago that they finally reached the edge of the cosmos. The Black Wind Fleet had been quite unlucky in the past century. They did not find too many habitable planets that were of enough value to be developed. Even the worlds of human beings that had once boasted prosperous civilizations, according to the historical files and ancient maps left by the Star Ocean Imperium, often turned out to be collapsed and drained after the Black Wind Fleet found them through grueling efforts at the cost of tremendous resources. The so-called civilizations had nothing but dilapidated buildings left in them. Even if some uncivilized barbarians were still drawing their last breath in the desolate worlds where spiritual energy had run dry, they could not make up for the resources that the Black Wind Fleet had consumed in search for them at all. Resources were the most valuable things in the Sea of Stars, while civilizations were the most fragile things in the cold, cruel universe. After being greatly disappointed several times in a row, the Black Wind Fleet had found themselves in a terribly awkward situation. Yes, at first glance, they had expanded the territory of the Imperium, but most of the new territory was worthless, desolate worlds of the lowest rating. In the Sea of Stars, the most useless thing was territory. When one raised their head and looked at the starry sky, there seemed to be boundless territory that, theoretically speaking, boasted tremendous resources and was therefore of a higher value. For the worlds that had never been inhabited by intelligent creatures since they came into being, as long as someone raised a flag, sang a national anthem, and built a star beacon nearby, they would be able to announce that the planet was part of the Imperium's territory. But such territory was utterly meaningless. However valuable it was theoretically, it would only be so if the Imperium was capable of developing it on a large scale at an acceptable cost. If a world claimed to boast 10,000 points of resources, but it would consume 20,000 points of resources to collect, purify, and transport the resources after the Imperium decided to develop it, would such a world be of any use at all? It was not counting the construction and maintenance of the star beacons and the management cost and the cost of the defense of the supply lines that the Imperium would need to pay in order to govern this world. The swift and unpredictable fleets of the Covenant Alliance were definitely not easy to deal with. Unfortunately, the Black Wind Fleet had not even found a lot of such worlds in the past 100 years. The space zones that they had discovered, according to themselves, theoretically boasted 10,000 points of resources if a deep prospection was conducted, but the cost of the prospection would be 5,000 points of resources, and the cost of the follow-up development would probably be another 10,000 to 100,000 points of resources. Such worlds could barely earn any contribution points for the Black Wind Fleet. Without contribution points, and having lost their own home, it meant that the Black Wind Fleet could not receive more supplies and brand-new warships from the other sectors in the Imperium. It also meant that their only outcomes if they returned in frustration, just like that would be either getting devoured by somebody else or being sent to the most dangerous front line to fight the Covenant Alliance until they were all killed. Naturally, the Black Wind people were unwilling to pick either option. They went deeper into space and took their chances. Right then, they received the message that a Claw fleet had been wiped out. They also learned that a regional superpower existed at the edge of the cosmos. They even located the government in exile of the Star Ocean Republic, the last mobile territory, which had been lost for 1,000 years. The misfortune that had haunted the fleet for 100 years finally dispersed. But still, there were as many opportunities as challenges. The good news was that the prey was heavy enough. As long as they swallowed the beast, named the Star Glory Federation, the Black Wind Fleet's capabilities would be tripled at least. Even if they returned to the center of the cosmos immediately, it would be powerful enough to negotiate with the Emperor, the local warlords, and everybody else. The bad news was that the prey seemed a bit too heavy. What lay inside the behemothhic body of the prey was not just fat but also strong muscles, tough bones, and sharp claws. The Black Wind Fleet, caught in a dilemma, was faced with two options right now. They could unfold a large array of star beacons and establish a splendid space gate right there to report the intelligence to the greedy Emperor and warlords in the homeland of the Imperium dutifully and summon reinforcements from there. Of course, establishing a space gate, activating it, and maintaining it at a high efficiency would further consume the war resources that the Black Wind Fleet had left and weaken their combat ability, putting them in a passive position in the game to cut the prey later. Or, the Black Wind Fleet could do it by themselves. They could swallow the Federation on their own and devour all the benefits. Leading the Black Wind Fleet, Ming anchored near the brown dwarf that he had carefully chosen. He began to repair the wear and tear caused during the journey in the past 100 years. The experts in the hibernation state were woken up one after another too. The enormous fleet was gradually unfolded from the cruise state to the war preparation state. Star beacons and spiritual towers were established to receive messages from the homeland of the Imperium. A lot of spies were also sent to sneak into the Federation in super tiny single stealth shuttles to collect the latest intelligence, corrupt the leadership, and find and make openings. Should he assault the Star Glory Federation with his own strength? Or should he stand by and ask for reinforcements so that he could finish the enemy with a more overwhelming army? It depended on his infiltration in the Federation and whether or not he could find an opportunity to defeat the enemy quickly. But it also depended on the situation in the homeland of the Imperium. The Black Wind Fleet had left the homeland of the Imperium 100 years prior. To some extent, it was sort of a forgotten army. They had set up star beacons and spiritual towers every time they arrived at a new space zone, creating a communication route that linked the homeland of the Imperium. But there was too much interference in space after all. The further away they were from the homeland of the Imperium, the more likely their communication routes would be jammed or even torn apart by cosmic storms, and the more time and resources it would consume during every communication. For the Black Wind Fleet, which was short of supplies and resources, to maintain real-time communication with the homeland for a long time was not an easy task at all. Besides, the messages sent from the homeland and the capital city were the messages that the Emperor, nobles, and warlords wanted him to know. They must have been highly embroidered, if not entirely fabricated, and far from the truth. The Black Wind Fleet had been a powerful force in the Imperium for hundreds of years. Naturally, they had a news network that was absolutely dependable and solely belonged to them, but the real intelligence transmitted through such a network could barely be delivered in real time. Considering all the factors, after reaching the edge of the cosmos through a prolonged journey of 100 years, for the Black Wind Fleet and their commander Heiye Ming, the so-called Imperium of true human beings have been completely enshrouded in the mysterious mists, making it hard to figure out the truth in it. It was even more enigmatic and unpredictable than the strange federation in front of their eyes. Personally speaking, Heiye Ming did not want to summon new reinforcements, preferring to solve the problem on his own. It was a matter of honor and capabilities. The prey was just a bunch of barbarians at the desolate edge of the cosmos, and they were the elite force from the center of the cosmos, an invincible army. If they were forced to summon reinforcements, would it not be a great humiliation for the Blackwing Fleet? Who on earth would believe in their power, notoriety, and threat in the future? In the Imperium, it was a terribly dangerous thing to lose the ability to threaten. Furthermore, the prey was so fat and appealing. The warships and wharfs in the Flying Star sector and the Uranian Ring sector, the abundant labor force in the Blood Demon sector and the Heaven's Origin sector, where so many experts could be absorbed into the Black Wind Fleet as warriors for the Imperium, and Kunlun and Firefly. They were enough to boost the Black Wind Fleet into one of the top-tier forces in the Imperium. Heiye Ming was highly reluctant to share such fat, delicious prey with somebody else. Once the message was sent, it would be beyond his control as to exactly whether or not any reinforcements would come and how many of them would come if they did. It would be quite awkward if the war at the front line was too intense and the Imperium could not spare any reinforcements for them. But if he described the prey as too valuable, 10 or more reinforcing armies might be sent from the homeland of the Imperium. Those armies would not be exhausted by a journey of 100 years at all. They would be healthy, strong, well-trained, and full of supplies. After they jumped over, would there be anything left for the Black Wind Fleet at all? It would be an awkward situation. Such concerns were of the same logic as Su Changfa and the other pioneers of the Immortal cultivators who discovered the high value of Kunlun 100 years ago but were unwilling to summon Heiye Ming and the rest of the Black Wind Fleet. However, as the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, Heiye Ming was more rational and paid more attention to the big picture than Su Changfa at that time. If the mission was too difficult, he would not be too stubborn and place the entire Black Wind Fleet in peril. After the spiritual towers and the first batch of star beacons were established, Heiye Ming did not activate the star beacons recklessly or report the real situation here to the homeland. He kept the existence of the Star Glory Federation to himself, but simply reported to the homeland that no major discoveries had been found despite the long cruise at the edge of the universe, and that the strategic resources on board were running dry. Now that they were about to arrive at the periphery of the range of the civilization of mankind expanded by the Star Ocean Imperium in the past, he asked the homeland if the expedition could be concluded and the desolate worlds that they had found before could be considered their final accomplishments and traded into contribution points so that they could return to the homeland. But in secret, he demanded the intelligence network in the homeland that was loyal to the Black Wind Fleet to send the analysis of the latest developments in the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance at any cost. The situation at the center of the cosmos was quite bad. It was not because the Imperium of true human beings had suffered losses in the war. On the contrary, the Imperium had been fighting too smoothly and unstoppably in the past 100 years. Quite a few epic victories had been secured. When there were victories, there would be new heroes, and the new heroes could possibly lead new forces to rise or revive the previously declining old forces. All in all, the balance among the previous forces and warlords would be shaken. It was exactly the case right now. In the 100-Year War, a small family that had long declined and had not been heard about for almost 200 years rose again and became one of the influential forces in the capital city. What was bad was that the decline of the long-declined small family had a lot to do with the Black Wind people. A lot of experts of the family had been killed by the Black Wind people. Right now, the Black Wind Fleet had been banished to the edge of the cosmos. Yet their old nemesis was prospering in the capital city, securing one victory after another. Even the Emperor had shown fondness for them. Was it not terrible for the Black Wind Fleet? According to the intelligence on the surface, because of the smoothness of the war on the Imperium side in the past 100 years, the Imperium was planning an unprecedented strategic counterattack, hoping to change their role from the defender to the attacker. The elite forces of dozens of core worlds had been mobilized. Even if it might not be a life-and-death battle with the Covenant Alliance, the Imperium was determined to completely reverse its losing trend in the past 300 years with the next campaign. At such a critical moment, how could the Imperium spare more forces to help the Black Wind Fleet fight a bunch of barbarians? Would it not be too absurd? Then, his own intelligence network delivered messages in secret. The main focus of the strategic counterattack was probably going to be the worlds lost 100 years ago, including the Black Wind Sector. His Majesty seemed determined to recover the Black Wind Sector in the battle. Things became awkward. It was likely that the Imperium would perform a strategic counterattack and recover the Black Wind Sector, but the Black Wind Fleet was not involved in any of that. The Black Wind Fleet had made zero contributions after wandering for 100 years outside. By then, not only would it be impossible for them to brazen themselves to ask for their hometown from His Majesty, they even risked being swallowed by the new forces that had earned countless military credits while they were away. The Black Wind Fleet had been pushed to desperation. This was truly a moment of life and death. At this moment, if they had reported the truth of the Star Glory Federation dutifully to the homeland, the capital city would certainly ask them to stand by and keep the Federation locked onto. Or they would be asked to wage a war of attrition that would drain the strength of both the Federation and themselves. Then, after the Imperium completed the strategic counterattack and digested the Black Wind Sector and the other lost worlds, the so-called reinforcements led by the Black Wind people's old nemesis might be sent to reap the dying Federation. There was no doubt that the Black Wind Fleet, which would be dying, would also be reaped mercilessly. Ming had seen and done such things before. He would not allow such a thing to happen. He would not allow the Black Wind Fleet to be a stepping stone for someone else. The intelligence from the Imperium and that sent by the spies and the Federation finally forced him to make up his mind. He decided to do it on his own. He was going to assault the Star Glory Federation with the Black Wind Fleet and the defeated soldiers of 5 sectors, to swallow the remote country that had yet to rise and boasted infinite potential. After the Star Glory Federation was swallowed, with the docks of the Uranian Ring Sector, cannon fodder of the Blood Demon Sector, warships of the Flying Star Sector, crystals of the Water Crystal Sector, and technology on Kunlun, combined with its own strength, the Black Wind Fleet would definitely be one of the toughest war monsters in the Imperium. Only if he tamed such a monster and took it back to the capital city would he have enough leverage to negotiate with the Emperor, the warlords, and their old nemesis, and reclaim the Black Wind Sector and even other prosperous worlds at the center of the cosmos. If they could not win the battle, the Black Wind Fleet would be doomed. They could only return to the Imperium in frustration. The proud name of Black Wind would be gone forever. Ming made the decision. He would win the battle of survival for the Black Wind Fleet. In such a way, they would get a renewed, aggressive fleet in the shortest time possible. The starships were like a series of black diamonds that floated in the orbit of the brown dwarf. Such an attempt would greatly reduce their zone of activity and the potential of their development. But did it really matter? Very soon, they would have everything. Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, seemed like a mountain of crystals almost 100 kilometers long that was made of tens of thousands of translucent black crystals. Elegance and brutality were perfectly melded on the starship. It was completely awakened, too, and had finished the highest preparation for war. Deep inside Black Swirl, the honeycomb-like hibernation cabins, illuminated by the cold brightness, appeared to be silent graves. The covers of the hibernation cabins were lifted one after another. Roars resembling ferocious beasts were echoing from the thick, dirty nutrition liquids. The last batch of hungry, thirsty experts who had slept for decades woke up from their nightmares and were about to bring everything in their nightmares to the entire world. Countless slave soldiers, who were ordinary people but also armed with strengthening drugs, artificial bodies, and intrusive armor, crawled up and down like agile ants, helping the immortal cultivators get up from the hibernation cabins and reach the common area. They also wiped and massaged the warriors who had just woken up and offered drugs and other heavenly materials and earthly treasures to make them recover from the hibernation state sooner. The immortal cultivators who had hibernated for decades absorbed the recovery drugs that contained immense spiritual energy into their internal organs through intravenous injection and other ways. As they activated their arts in silence, their slightly withered bodies expanded again. The thick veins and nerves seemed to have turned from earthworms into boas, and from boas into dragons that seemed to be breaking their magnificent bodies of flesh and blood and soaring into the sky. Sensing the explosive strength running in their blood, the immortal cultivators roared, venting the lust for destruction that had been restrained for decades. Boom! Right then, an immortal cultivator who had just recovered suddenly lost control of his spiritual energy. After a casual punch, an ordinary slave soldier who was massaging him was blown away. The ordinary person, or to quote the immortal cultivators, the hominoid soldier, flew 100 meters away and smashed into the cabin wall. After cracking explosions, he collapsed like a pile of mud, with blood flowing out all over his body. He was obviously dead. After a hibernation of decades, the recovery speeds of the soul, brain, nerves, and flesh were often different. It was not rare for one to lose control over their spiritual energy because of the discoordination of the body and the brain. The immortal cultivator did not intentionally kill the guy for pleasure. The immortal cultivators were not perverts who had fun murdering. They were quite reasonable. For the experts of the Black Wind Fleet, the hominoid soldiers were like the most loyal, obedient, and helpful military dogs. Would a distinguished warrior kill a military dog just for fun? Therefore, the Black Wind Warrior, who had just accidentally killed a military dog, put on a regretful expression after a slight daze. He said in a low voice, "How can he be so weak? Blown up after only one punch? He's too incautious." Waving his hand, he called another hominoid soldier. "Check the number of that guy and see if he has any family. Transfer 20,000 credit points from my account to them. Consider it compensation. Right. If he happens to have an adult family member, they will be allowed to join the next Iron Blood trial. It's a chance to upgrade his bloodline. Just say that I recommended him." Such a remedy was not very generous, but it was not harsh either. It was basically how things were done there. Regardless of whether they treated the hominoids as military dogs or military assets, they certainly had to pay for them after they damaged the goods. The body of the hominoid was soon dragged away. Even the bloodstain was cleaned up in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, not a single immortal cultivator or a hominoid soldier ever slightly raised their head to show any concern for the tiny accident. It was because they were all dwelling in excitement. All their brain cells were occupied by the same thing. A war was coming. On the bridge of Black Swirl, Ming observed everything through the ubiquitous surveillance light beams. Not only did he pay attention to the recovery speed of the hibernating immortal cultivators, he also checked the filling speed and boost efficiency of the main power rune arrays, the maximum level of the spiritual shield and the twisting force field, and the stock of attack magical equipment and ammunition on the main force warships. Of course, most importantly of all, he was supervising the last testing and debugging of the space jump array, which would help them jump to 80 light-years away instantly and launch an unexpected assault on the heartland of the Star-Glory Federation. Ming was 2.1 meters tall. He had been a famous general in the Black Wind sector when he was young. His most glorious feat included charging into the core of a fleet of the Covenant Alliance on a ragged starship on his own and boarding the flagship of the enemy's fleet, eventually helping his side crush the hostile fleet. Right now, he was old, and his hair was gray. Interconnected scars were everywhere on his body. He had also been heavily wounded by the bombardment of the Covenant Alliance when he personally covered their retreat in the crushing defeat 100 years ago, which severely affected the circulation of spiritual energy in his internal organs. Nevertheless, he was still one of the toughest men in the Black Wind Fleet. No one had dared violate his authority in the past 100 years. He was the living embodiment of the Black Wind sector. He was a block of black ice, a piece of dark iron, and an obsidian crystal that did not seem dangerous at all, but actually boasted destructive power. Had it not been for his arduous negotiations and compromises with the Emperor and the warlords in the capital city 100 years ago, the Black Wind Fleet would have been carved up. There would not have been a chance for them to make amends in the edge of the cosmos at all. Right now, Ming sensed the spiritual waves behind him. He moved his deep, indifferent eyes from the hundreds of ever-changing surveillance light beams and turned back, staring at the slightly twisted and mysterious shadow that was gradually popping up on the communication light beam. Xinyue, we finally meet, Ming said coldly. Even if someone analyzed the syllables with the most advanced magical equipment, it would be impossible for them to detect any of his emotions. General Ming. On the communication light beam, Xinyue bowed to Ming neither arrogantly nor humbly. In comparison, her emotions seemed much easier to be captured and analyzed. Excitement mixed with anxiety, mixed with disobedience, mixed with helplessness. A common emotion when the traitors of a higher level betrayed their old masters. We've been opponents for 10 years, Ming said casually. I'd always been imagining what the Dim Moon Queen who captured and killed so many of my elite warriors actually looked like. I even told myself that I would invite the lady to my flagship for a good chit-chat after we conquer the Star Glory Federation one day. I didn't realize that my wish would come true so quickly. That's because the Federation is too idiotic. There was a smile on Xinyue's face, but the deepest discontent and hatred were beaming out of her eyes. Had it not been for the greedy morons who were determined to push me into desperation, you would never have been able to break into the Star Glory Federation if it was under my supervision. Even if the Federation was to be destroyed, we would drag the Black Wind Fleet to die with us. Even if we couldn't, we would destroy all our resources. At least in the next 30 to 50 years, you would not get 1 ton of crystals from the mines in the Federation. Ming was silent for a moment. Instead of arguing back, he simply said, thanks to the idiocy of the Federation, we now have a chance to perform the decapitation strategy. Xinyue, we don't have much time. Do you need more guarantees from me? No, Xinyue said. Empty talk does not mean anything even if it is repeated 100 times. With everything coming to this point, I can only wager on the chances that General Ming is both rational and ambitious enough to march back to the center of the cosmos instead of spending the rest of your life in the desolate world at the edge of the cosmos. Enough of the nonsense. I'm going to send over the last batch of defense plans, distribution of armies, and sailing maps of the Heaven's Origin Sector to you, so that you will know every corner of the Heaven's Origin Sector as clearly as you know your own hand. General Ming. With the destructive power of the Black Wind Fleet, as long as you jump to the Heaven's Origin Sector smoothly, it will be absolutely impossible for the local troops to resist. The only problem is the space jump. Regarding that, I've snuck a few space gates into the Heaven's Origin Sector on a large scale. Everything is under control. Also, right now, the wealthy, powerful, and deeply rooted traditional sects in the Heaven's Origin Sector have been grasped by me and will cooperate with our plan. When the day comes, my men will attack the capital and the few space gates at the same time. We will control the space gates and send the coordinates to the Black Wind Fleet, summoning you to the Heaven's Origin Sector and launch a critical strike on the capital city. All the space gates will be controlled by me. The shocking bombs that we will spray near the Heaven's Origin Sector will affect the stability of the space and prevent the fleets of the other 6 sectors from jumping to the Heaven's Origin Sector. The heart and brain of the Federation will be blocked. Even if the Burning Prairie Fleet can break in by force, I still have the Big Buy Fleet under my command. When the Black Wind Fleet secures victory on the ground, the Big Buy Fleet will certainly defect. The Burning Prairie Fleet does not stand any chance of winning if we join hands. After the capital world falls and the most powerful fleet of the Federation is crushed, it means that we have taken down the Star Glory Federation with the minimal price and time cost. If your target is the one of the newly developed worlds such as the Forest Ocean Sector, the Netherworld Sector, or the Water Crystal Sector, the Black Wind Fleet will certainly be able to assault, crush, and occupy them easily with your overwhelming power, right? However, will it mean anything at all for the Black Wind Fleet to occupy the worlds that are either yet to be developed or full of desolate deserts everywhere? Ming sniffed and said, after we occupy the barren worlds, we can develop them into logistical bases for the Black Wind Fleet. We can build them up slowly in 10 to 20 years. Can the other 6 sectors do anything? But you do not have 10 to 20 years. Mysterious flames were burning in Xinyue's eyes as she said expressionlessly, Although I am not aware of the situation in the homeland of the Imperium of true human beings, you must have a good reason for hiding your fleet behind the brown dwarf near the Federation for such a long time without launching an attack. Ming narrowed his eyes. Are you probing me for where exactly my fleet is anchored? Xinyue chuckled and said, You don't need to be worried, General Ming. There are too many brown dwarfs near the Federation that are yet to be scouted. Also, compared to the vastness of the universe, even the most enormous fleet is but a speck of dust. It is practically impossible for the Federation to discover you. I just feel that now that our cooperation has reached such a level, we should be more open and sincere to each other on many issues. You have discovered the Federation for 8 years, General Ming. 8 years are more than enough for you to establish a massive space fleet and highly penetrative communication devices. If you could summon reinforcements from the homeland of the Imperium, you would have done it a long time ago. I assume that there can only be 2 reasons you are still holding back. Perhaps it is because the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance is too intense for the Imperium to spare more armies from the front line to jump to the harsh land at the edge of the cosmos at the cost of astronomical resources just to eliminate a bunch of barbarians. Or it is because you do not want anybody else to share the big cake with you, and you would like to swallow it on your own. From Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator of the Imperium in the past, and the captives of the Claw Fleet, we have learned a lot of intelligence about the Imperium. We know the common practices of the expedition armies from the Imperium after they discover a new world. We also know that the Black Wind fleet situation in the Imperium is certainly not the best right now. Fine. If you are unwilling to gamble, we can always fight a positional warfare or a war of attrition exactly like regular wars are fought. General Ming, you are free to attack the weakly defended new worlds of the Federation. The Netherworld sector, the Forest Ocean sector, the Water Crystal sector, or any other one you want. After it is occupied, you can spend another 20 years building and consolidating it. In the meantime, we will just drain each other. The Federation will still have another 6 sectors where starships can be produced incessantly. 5 starships on the Federation side in exchange for one of your starships. That is quite viable, right? I would very much like to know what the Black Wind Fleet will have left after such a bloody war of attrition. Also, even if you do occupy the Federation in the end, what can you get in the Federation? Believe me, the Federation at that time will have none of the resources you desire left. No crystals, no steel, no heavenly materials and earthly treasures, nothing. All you will find is hatred. Oh, right, I almost forgot. If you are engaged in a fierce battle with the Federation for 10 to 20 years, it's unlikely that the homeland of the Imperium will hear nothing about the matter, right? If I was one of the ambitious nobles and warlords in the homeland of the Imperium, would I reap the fruit of victory after the Black Wind Fleet and the Star Glory Federation both suffer great losses? I would swallow 7 new worlds and the remaining force of the Black Wind Fleet. It is truly a tempting thought. Ming hesitated for a long time. His entire body seemed to have been melted with the bridge and turned into something similar to the mainframe crystal processor on the starship. The voice uttered from his throat was devoid of human feelings, too. Xinyue, you are very smart, but smart people often do not end well. I know. Xinyue smiled bitterly and opened her hands. My everything is at stake. The arrow has been placed on the bow and must be shot. The things that I've done in secret, including the conversation we're having right now, cannot be kept confidential for very long. If you abort the operation at the last moment, I will have no choice but to wait to be captured and sentenced as the greatest traitor in the history of the Federation. General Ming, my own life, the continuity of the demon race, and the future of the Star Glory Federation, and even the Black Wind Fleet depend on your decision right now. Come on, please make your decision. Xinyue craned her long, fair neck, revealing the bright blue veins, as if she were completely at Ming's mercy. Ming was quiet for such a long time that he was almost frozen into a statue. There was no telling what kind of thoughts were hidden deep inside his lead gray eyeballs, but he eventually said, Xinyue, you will certainly become the greatest traitor in the history of the Federation, but you will also be a frontier governor of the Imperium of true human beings that rules over the Blood Demon sector, the Forest Ocean sector, and Boneyard. If you prove yourself to be capable enough in resource collection and soldier recruitment after the Federation is occupied, when the Black Wind Fleet sets off to return to the center of the cosmos, I will even entrust the 7 sectors here to you. According to your military credits and contribution points, you will even have a chance to be nominated as a Marquis of the Imperium. If your ambitions cannot be satisfied by the 7 sectors at the edge of the cosmos, then just return to the center of the cosmos together with us, while leading your troops. Believe me, the Black Wind people will certainly reclaim our past glory, and you will also make great accomplishments at the central area of the Imperium. Heiye Ming's promise made every pore on Xinyue's body open. The air named ambition was spurting out uncontrollably, forming a bouncing halo of fire around her. Her voice was shivering as she said, "Thank you for your appreciation, General Ming. I am a grateful person, and I will certainly do my best and die for General Ming, the Black Wind Fleet, and the Imperium of true human beings." "You will not die," Heiye Ming remarked. "Now that the Black Wind Fleet is here, only the Imperium's enemies will die in the most miserable way." Xinyue was both excited and thrilled. She suddenly straightened her left arm and clenched her fist, gritting her teeth to roar, "Long live the Imperium!" Heiye Ming straightened his arm and solemnly echoed, "Long live the Imperium!" So, licking her dry lips, Xinyue took a deep breath but still asked somewhat anxiously, "The real Dim Moon plan will begin in 24 hours? "Yes, 24 hours, Heiye Ming said. "The Black Wind Fleet is not entirely ready, but since you have done so much work on your side, and you risk being discovered by the Federation at any moment, we might miss the opportunity altogether if you are caught. The sooner we activate the plan, the better. Do not underestimate Guo Chuanfeng's Secret Sword Bureau at all. We must launch a critical strike on the heart of the Federation before they realize what is going on. In 24 hours, the Black Wind Fleet will land in the Heaven's Origin sector and finish everything in one battle. Go now and make preparations. This is perhaps going to be the longest 24 hours in the history of the Federation. You must ensure that nothing can possibly go wrong in our plan, Governor Jean, the future Marquis in the Imperium." Xinyue trembled from the bottom of her heart. "I will. I certainly will." Heiye Ming cut off the super remote communication between them. The shadow of the future Marquis of the Imperium, who was shaking in excitement, gradually faded away, and the bridge regained its previous coldness and darkness. Heiye Ming stood in the darkness for a long time, frowning, as if he was considering a very important strategic question. A moment later, he activated another communication route, triggering another 3D light beam that was so vivid that the scene seemed to be right in front of him. What appeared on the light beam was a tiny chamber, which was clean, delicate, and quiet. The interrogation devices in the corner that were finely made and dustless, however, made the chamber look like some sort of weird operating room. In the center of the chamber, a man was hung by a thick iron rope. The man had been confined tightly by shackles made of super alloys all over his body. The shackles that overlapped each other, together with the plate armor that had been carved with layers of barriers, had essentially nailed him into an upside-down iron coffin. Only his head was still exposed to the air. But even his head had been locked by a gapless iron mask, making it impossible for him to speak, see, or hear anything. Vision, hearing, smell, touch, taste, all his senses had been blocked. Only the sense of pain was left and enhanced to 10 times what normal people could bear, placing the hanging man at the bottom level of an infinite hell. Dozens of crystal cables extended from the hanging man and were connected to the crystal processors and the interrogational magical equipment. The modern interrogational facilities from the Imperium of true human beings did not require any physical torture. They could stimulate the nerve endings directly and create pain dozens of times more excruciating than the feeling of being cut apart. The device's precise control over muscles could even make the captive unable to scream or cramp. The captive would be like a piece of dead meat with lingering nerve reactions that was about to be cooked. It was exactly the case for the hanging man right now. Heiye Ming made a gesture, hinting for the agent who was controlling the interrogational magical equipment to stop and open the barriers that blocked the hanging man's eyes. Xinyue, said exactly what you guessed she would say. The commander of the Black Wind Fleet said to the Hanging Man peacefully. Of course I was speaking the truth. The Hanging Man's voice was calm, steady, and even dull. It did not sound like he had just been through the most miserable torture, or that he was still hanging in midair without being able to move his little finger. As the commander of the expedition army of the Imperium, even if you don't believe me, you should at least trust the power of the interrogational and soul-searching magical equipment of the Imperium. I want you to repeat Xinyue's plan, Ming said coldly. I've already repeated it 22 times, the Hanging Man replied equally coldly. But you never repeated it under 19 times the pain limit, did you? Based on the experience of the Imperium, even the most brilliant conmen cannot lie in the state of beyond 15 times the pain limit. So, forgive me. After saying that, Ming made a gesture at his subordinates without waiting for the Hanging Man to reply. The so-called pain limit far exceeded the pain that women went through during natural labor. If it was multiplied by 19 times, even the tough nerves and soul of a cultivator could barely grit their teeth through it. The Hanging Man grunted. The mucus in his mouth was pouring out again, and pink bubbles popped out of his nose, making him look like a fish that was about to die. Hinting for his subordinates to monitor the breathing, heartbeat, and brainwaves of the Hanging Man closely, Ming said, "Speak now. Repeat everything you said in 5 times the pain limit, 9 times the pain limit, and 13 times the pain limit. This is the last time." The Hanging Man spat out thick saliva and blood, one mouthful after another. But his voice was as flat and monotonous as before. The real Dim Moon plan is much more complicated than a fake surrender. It has been launched and pushed forward since almost 100 years ago as a follow-up, or rather a twin, of the Red Tide plan. The main target of the plan is not just the Black Wind Fleet, but also the renowned Sex and even all the human beings in the Star Glory Federation. Or in other words, the Federation itself. Xinyue has 3 identities. She is the demon's leader, Li Yao's disciple, and a leader of the Federation. Therefore, the full version of the Dim Moon plan has 3 purposes. Realize the renaissance of the demons, achieve the complete rise of Li Yao's group, and help the Federation defeat the expedition army, securing the regional hegemony at the edge of the cosmos and therefore turning into a critical factor in the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. Wait, Ming frowned. He looked at the few agents on the light beam and asked, "Is he under 19 times the pain limit? Why are his breathing, heartbeat, and brainwaves no different from when he was in 9 times and 13 times the pain limit?" "Yes, Commander. It is 19 times the pain limit," the agents replied. The Hanging Man laughed. Compared with the future of mankind, the pain of an individual is too insignificant. For the Imperium, for the truth path of immortality, and for my billions of compatriots, I'll try to control myself and convince General Ming of everything. Ming sniffed. "Continue. You must have seen how Xinyue dealt with the traditional conglomerates in the Federation. It is exactly what I predicted. Xinyue attached herself to some of the renowned sects 100 years ago and pretended that she could only count on them after the division with Ding Lingdang, Guichunfeng, and the rest of them. Then, she helped those sects crush the other big sects that were not as easy to control. In fact, while she did not get along well with Ding Lingdang, she should be in the same gang with Guichunfeng. The rivalry and disagreement between the Secret Sword Bureau and the Dim Moon Fund were all faked. It was part of the Dim Moon plan. Why did Guichunfeng cooperate with Xinyue?" Ming asked. "What's the foundation for their mutual trust?" "I don't know," the Hanging Man said. "It's a top secret that only the 2 of them know." Ming looked at the agent who was operating on the polygraph. The agent nodded, confirming that the Hanging Man was not lying. The Hanging Man's eyes were still covered by the mask, which prevented him from seeing anything. Yet, he seemed able to see everything. "There's no need to check. I'm not lying. I will be the one to judge if you're lying. All you need is to talk," Ming said. Xinyue and Guichunfeng, with the 2 intelligence agencies, gathered enough proof to overthrow the traditional conglomerates over decades, the Hanging Man said. In the end, they detonated everything with the insurgency on Firefly, and Xinyue dragged all the renowned sects to die with her. The arrival of Firefly was an accident, but even without Firefly, Xinyue would have arranged another shocking scandal at that point to detonate herself, as well as the traditional conglomerates. In such a case, all the obstacles in the way of Li Yao's group have been cleared. More importantly, it created the illusion that Xinyue is grasped by desperation and is about to be sent to prison and lose everything, which is a perfect excuse for her betrayal. Ming nodded. Indeed, fake surrender is an ancient tactic that was perhaps invented during the first war human beings ever fought, but planning a fake surrender for decades? Xinyue is truly a dreadful woman. The Hanging Man went on peacefully. The Star Glory Federation does not want a protracted war, nor can it withstand a war of attrition for 10 to 20 years. After all, the Black Wind Fleet is not the sole army of the Imperium. Even if the Federation kills the Black Wind Fleet after decades of battles, what's the point? After the Second Expedition Army arrives, it will swallow the Federation in no time. Therefore, the Federation has no choice but to swallow the Black Wind Fleet's main force in a quick battle and force your remnants to surrender. Then, it will build up its strength as fast as possible so that the Imperium will not dare send a second fleet after calculating the cost and the gains of the war. That will be the only chance of survival for the Federation. Swallow my main force? Xinyue has a good appetite, Ming said coldly. The Hanging Man smiled and said, under normal circumstances, it is certainly impossible, but things may be different at your most vulnerable moment after you finish a space jump. General Ming, you are familiar with the history of the Federation, so you must remember the battle in which Xinyue's father Tuyi completely controlled the power of the Blood Demon sector. At that time, Tuyi was a puppet who had yet to control the coalition army of demons. But through the collapse of Eye of Blood Demon, the super teleportation array, he trapped and killed countless insubordinate experts and troops, turning himself from a puppet into the real lord of the Blood Demon sector. Ming nodded. Xinyue wants to follow her father's example and copy the collapse of Eye of Blood Demon. Not copy, but upgrade, the Hanging Man replied. In 24 hours, she will certainly betray the Federation, control all the space gates in the Heaven's Origin sector, and summon the Black Wind Fleet to pierce the Federation's heart. However, during the vulnerable period when half of your main force has just been teleported to the Heaven's Origin sector, and the other half is still being teleported in the four-dimensional space, she will extinguish the star beacons, turn off the space gates, and change the navigation signals. The Big Buy fleet that is supposed to give you a hand will immediately attack you and confound your fleet that has not stabilized in the three-dimensional form yet. The Burning Prairie fleet will also jump to your location and launch Thunderous Strike under Xinyue's guidance. Half of your main force will be lost in the dimensional turbulence, and the other half will be struck hard before it has stabilized. How can you not lose? The shocking intelligence did not even make Ming bother to blink his eyes. Got it? This is the way to defeat the Imperium. But what about the rise of demons? Xinyue has a highly confidential team of daring demon warriors, the Hanging Man said. They are the most loyal and passionate soldiers that she carefully selected in the War of Darkness in the past 100 years. Their loyalty to the demon race is as indestructible as the Immortal Cultivator's loyalty to the Imperium. Xinyue must have set up a certain secret weapon in the space zones outside of the Heaven's Origin sector, which must be maneuvered by the daring team. It may be a critical blow for the Black Wind Fleet. Once they succeed, those demons will be the decisive factors of the victory. They will be the greatest contributors to the war. So what? Ming asked. Don't you understand, General Ming? The Hanging Man smiled. Spiritual energy is getting more abundant in the sea of stars today. Demons, as a race, are destined to wither and decline, with no prospect of prospering again. Right now, the Federation has a population of 100 billion, and demons make up 30% of it. Their voices are large enough in the Federation, but this is already the best they can do. The Star Glory Federation will not be content at the corner of the cosmos. They are bound to march to the center of the cosmos full of ambition. After the Federation has 10, 20, 30, and even more worlds that are exclusively inhabited by human beings. How much will the ratio of demons in the population and their influence in the Federation drop? Demons are destined to decline. Even Jean Tuyi's Red Tide plan 100 years ago was not trying to save the demons as real entities, but a belief, a lineage, a symbol, a sign. All the hard work of the Star Glory Federation in the past 100 years has been for the war against the Black Wind Fleet today. This is also going to be the war that really founds the new Federation. If the war is won, the new Federation will be qualified to march to the center of the cosmos. Therefore, if the war is won by demons, demons will be heroes who rescue the Federation at the most crucial moment. Then, they will leave a glorious and ineffaceable mark on the history of the new Federation. From then on, nobody will ever talk about the grudge between the Blood Demon Sector and the Heaven's Origin Sector in the past. Nobody will dare discriminate against demons. Even if the Star Glory Federation governs the entire universe one day, the most important chapters in the history books will still include the epic stories where demons fought and sacrificed valiantly for the Federation in this war. Flesh and blood will decay, but spirit and will last forever. Jean Xinyue inherited her father's last will and developed the Dim Moon Plan on the basis of the Red Tide Plan. She is not going to revive the body of the demon race. She is preparing to redefine demon. In the past, people of the Federation thought of blood, slaughter, ugliness, and hatred when they heard demon. But after this war, all the people of the Federation in the next 10,000 years will only think of one thing after they hear demon. Heroes. Isn't this the rise of demons? Indeed, the Hanging Man said. If the full version of the Dim Moon Plan works out, as the daughter of the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Army of Demons in the past and a leader of demons right now, Jean Xinyue will lead the demons to a real renaissance. As a disciple of Vulture Li Yao, she will also help Li Yao's group to completely seize the power of the Star Glory Federation. Anybody in Li Yao's group, Ding Ling Dang Wu Mayan, Bai Kaisen, Fiend Blade Prung Hai, Gua Chunfeng, Xiong Wuji Lei Dala, they will all thank her, trust her, and support her after hearing of her sacrifices. As one of the leaders of the Star Glory Federation, she will also crush the expedition army of the Imperium, accomplishing an unparalleled achievement. A leader of demons, a disciple of Li Yao, and a leader of the Federation, she lives up to all the three identities. It will be one stone that kills three birds. One victory will mean the rise of demons, Li Yao's group, and a Star Glory Federation. After that, as long as the entire plan is slightly decorated to release part of the truth to the public, she will immediately become the greatest hero in the history of the Star Glory Federation. Later, she can ask Ding Lingdang to be the speaker while she controls everything behind the curtain, and she can also go out to be the speaker herself. She can even change the election law right now to extend the term of the speaker and grant herself great power. Wouldn't it be simple? Ming smiled thoughtfully. What a great strategy, and what a greedy mouth. She has taken both her own people and her enemy into her delicate scheme. Impressive. But did she not consider the possibility of me not being fooled? After all, fake surrender is not an innovative tactic, but an ancient strategy that anybody can think of. The Dim Moon Plan is a low-coupling, highly independent plan, the Hanging Man explained. Although all the procedures are connected with each other, the effects of the previous procedures will not be affected even if the last procedure goes wrong. Even if you are not fooled, so what? The guys in the traditional conglomerates who have ill intentions have all been instigated by Jean Xinyue and will surely take action in 24 hours. Then, even if you are not fooled, the treason of those renowned sects will be doubtless. In such a way, it will be simple to tell who is unwaveringly loyal to the Star Glory Federation and who might defect when they can't hold the pressure. The hidden problems will be eradicated in advance. Wouldn't it be good too? After the purge operation is over, Gua Chunfeng, the director of the Secret Sword Bureau, and certain powerful people in the Burning Prairie Fleet, mostly likely the Chief of Staff Bai Kaisen, will stand up and testify for Jean Xinyue that everything was just a special pressure test. Yes, Jean Xinyue, Gua Chunfeng, and Bai Kaisen are the iron triangle of the scheme. The traditional conglomerates that are too fat and corrupt after hundreds of years of good days will be better saboteurs than contributors in the war to come. Eliminating all of them and confiscating the tremendous resources under their control will only do good to the unity of the entire Federation. But I can take the chance to assault other worlds instead of the Heaven's Origin sector, Ming said. Even if Xinyue does not carry out her Dim Moon plan, wouldn't you still be free to choose any of the 7 sectors to attack? The Hanging Man asked. But would you do that, General Ming? Everybody knows that, while the Star Glory Federation does not want a protracted war of attrition that will turn their homeland into a wasteland, the Black Wind Fleet also wants to finish the war as quickly as possible, in case new, unexpected factors come from the Imperium, say, the arrival of an expedition army that is far stronger than the Black Wind Fleet, in which case it will swallow all of us. General Ming, you need to occupy the most fundamental world of the Federation quickly and crush the main force of the Burning Prairie Fleet in order to destroy the Federation's will to resist. So, the Heaven's Origin sector is the only option. Therefore, although fake surrender is an ancient strategy, the odds of success are still well above 50% if it is carried out at an appropriate time in a way that is most convincing for the hostile commander. The Federation does not have much hope against the Imperium in the first place. Is such a high likelihood not enough for Xinyue to take a gamble? Ming nodded slowly. Everything you said makes sense. But there's one other thing. How exactly did you learn of it? Would Xinyue tell such a plan to you? Of course. Xinyue never told me anything, the Hanging Man said. Despite our years of cooperation, she never really trusted me. There's no way that she would reveal such a secret plan to me. However, decades ago when my master was still alive, I had already got my eyes on Xinyue. I liked studying the woman because I smelled the same scent from her body that was identical to the scent from mine. She and I were the same type of person. I knew that she was not content to be a puppet for the traditional conglomerates, and she was definitely not foolish enough to end on bad terms with the big backers such as Ding Lingdang and Guichanfo. What she wanted was much more than Speaker of the Federation. With her identity and environment, if she wanted to become the Speaker, she shouldn't have kept such a high profile. But since she did talk about her dream all the time, it meant that Speaker of the Federation was just a disguise for something greater and more profound. Because I discovered that Xinyue was such an interesting woman, I approached her after my master passed away and let her know about my supposed ambitions. As I expected, she thought that I was of high value. You know what happened next, General Ming? Although Xinyue never told me her real plan, is it strange at all that I can infer everything based on the things she asked me to do and the psychological analysis and studies I performed on her over the following decades? So, Ming said, just like what she appreciated most in you, you are both a pure immortal cultivator and a firm patriot who loves the Star Glory Federation unwaveringly. Yes, the Hanging Man said. Xinyue had her test methods too. If I were not truly passionate about the Star Glory Federation, I wouldn't have been selected by her at all. But you betrayed Xinyue for the Imperium, Ming said. I only betrayed Xinyue. I have not betrayed the Star Glory Federation, the Hanging Man said. Or rather, I only betrayed the name of the Star Glory Federation and its government, but I never betrayed the 7 sectors and all the compatriots under the name. As a pure immortal cultivator, who has a profound understanding about the invincibility of the Imperium of true human beings, I believe that ending the war as soon as possible and implementing the system of the immortal cultivators in the 7 sectors sooner are the only salvation and the real future. I cannot allow my compatriots to walk further on the wrong path anymore. They will only bring more pain to themselves and the people of the Imperium. This is the only reason I'm cooperating with you, General Ming. You must believe me and save the deviant fellow humans at the edge of the cosmos. Please. Ming, a brutal warrior who had earned his fame through life-and-death battles, could not help but slightly tremble. He gloomily said, for some reason, I am scared of you. Both you and Xinyue. People at the edge of the cosmos, like you, are as scary as vipers. We are not as powerful as the high-level immortal cultivators in the Imperium of true human beings at the center of the cosmos, the Hanging Man said. For survival, The poor folks at the edge of the cosmos waiting to be saved can only develop insignificant plots and schemes. But they are not worth mentioning at all in front of the invincible Imperium. Ming sniffed. Tell me, why should I trust you? Xinyue is faking her surrender. How do I know that you're not? Maybe you are up to something else. Maybe you work for Xinyue, and this is just a double fake surrender. I can't tell you, the hanging man said. You have exploited all the information from me and gathered enough information from Xinyue, too. As the commander of the Black Wind Fleet, it is your responsibility to figure out the correct answer from the complicated information, not mine. All in all, you have 24 hours. If you do not take action in 24 hours, Xinyue will know that you have not been fooled. Then, both parties will lose the opportunity to finish the war quickly. So, a war of attrition will be inevitable. Ming stared at the hanging man hard, trying to see the truth deep inside his brain. But the eyes and upper face of the hanging man were still covered by the iron mask. Nothing could be seen at all. Ming was silent for 3 minutes. The hanging man was equally patient. Except for the bloody bubbles coming out of his nose, he gave absolutely no reaction, as if he were already dead. Fine. Ming finally made the call. Rebar-like muscles popped up on his face as he gritted his teeth and threw out his words like cannonballs. Since Xinyue has prepared delicate traps in the Heaven's Origin sector waiting for me to step in, if I don't go there, won't her hospitality be in vain? She wants me to go to the Heaven's Origin sector, and I will do so. I will show her the invincibility of the Black Wind Fleet and the feeling of being killed by her own scheme. The hanging man was still silent, as if he did not hear Ming's choice at all, and as if he was dwelling in a certain deep, profound world inside his head. Stop stimulating his nerve endings, but do not loosen his shackles and barriers. Keep blocking his senses, and do not put him down. While making the gestures, Ming said, Lu Qingxun, you are too dangerous. Before the war is completely settled, I'm not planning to let go of you. Are you fine with that? Lu Qingxun, the hanging man, the president of the CFIA, and the leader of local cultivators of the Federation, nodded within the range of the shackle. Of course, right? One other thing, what is the Immortal Cultivator 2.0 theory that you have been preaching? Ming suddenly asked. I've read a few of the books that you wrote. You talked as if it was a real thing. I can't help but feel quite curious. Lu Qingxun smiled, baring his white teeth. However, since his face was upside down, it looked like intense mockery. The new generation Immortal Cultivator from the edge of the cosmos smiled at the old generation Immortal Cultivator from the center of the cosmos and said, There's no Immortal Cultivator 2.0 at all. That's just bullsh*t that we made up to attract all the Immortal Cultivators in the Federation and fish them up.